Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
Well, a very warm welcome to all of you joining us and this wonderful crowd at the iconic Westgate Resort and Casino just off the Strip in Las Vegas. You join us on day 4 of the Pro Billiard Series 10-Ball Las Vegas Open 2026, and what a match we have for you right now. The women's winner qualification matchup between the #1 ranked Yasmin Ushan. She's taking on one of the home favorites, Sophia Mast of the USA. So my name is Gethin Davis, and it's a pleasure to be joined in the commentating box today with my good friend and colleague, Tim de Ruyter. Well, Tim, great anticipation for this match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what a great matchup. We have a multiple world champion here in the screen, Yasmin Ushan, taking on a young prodigy from the USA. But there is one stat, I'm going to throw it out there just early on. It's the last 2 times they have played each other on a PBS event, as far as I have seen, at least. It was Sophia Mast winning 2 out of 2. So that could play in this match a lot.
Well, that's a lovely little step bit, and I have to say, both players are really firing in form, and they both came 2-0 through the opening stages and took out some quite big names. Sophia beating Shui Qingjiang and Sylvania Liu, and also Yasmin taking out Nak Young Song. It's been a great performance by both players so far. Yasmin Ushan winning the lag, and she will get us off on this race to 4 best of 3 sets.
Yeah, breaking with the newly released BK Rush. I do believe it's like a purple and gold, but we didn't really get the close up. Definitely something I would like to see. But it almost made a ball, but in the end it didn't. Now, probably a safety behind the 5, Geth? Or would you reckon she brings the cube all the way behind the 7?
Well, the 5 is a very nice target to aim for. Needs to be very good with the pace, and I think she's done it. Full ball cover. We may see Yasmin going airborne here. Just wondering if she would call the 10 as a bit of insurance.
Yeah, definitely would like to call the 10 on the side. If the main target is to get it safe on the 1, I would definitely pick something where I can be lucky as well. I think
Yeah,
she's trying to hook the cue up behind the 2-9.
What she has done is she's left the cue ball tight against the 7, which makes cueing rather difficult for Sophia, so she's jacking up here. And this could be a very good result from that safety attempt. And we have been seeing over the past few days, sometimes the players not making balls off the break, and it's been giving us a good view of their safety game. I know both these ladies are very competent. Interesting to see who wins the battle.
Well, I do remember, it's one of the key points I do remember from those matches where Sophia beat Jasmine, is the fact that Sophia was outmoving Jasmine to the first shot. So for a young age, she does get a lot closer tactically than you would have ever expected, probably, against such a high caliber player as Jasmine. Just like this. This is a really good shot. Most of the players would not realize that bump on the 4 would stick the cue ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of traffic. I was going to say, Tim, there's a lot of traffic around that 1 ball as well. That makes this really difficult. I'm just wondering even if there's an attempt to be made on it.
Yeah, I don't think she can get in between the 4 and the side pocket out. Maybe 3 rails in between the corner pocket and the 5 with a lot of right spin to shorten the angle. Quite firm and... Oh. Well, something happened there with the shot clock. The extension probably, the button glitched. Still has 20 seconds. I would say that's probably her best bet. Over the right side, a lot of pace, right spin. Yeah, what a hit.
Wow. Yeah, that was fantastic, and what a great result from it as well. Not leaving Sophia Mast an open shot, so we'll be looking for her to put Yasmin in more trouble. But with escapes like that, what sort of trouble could you put Yasmin in?
Yeah, this one a bit too short though. Yasmin kind of guaranteed to make a hit on this 1 ball. Of course, it's more about the leave than actually just hitting the ball. But the higher the odds to hit the ball, the higher the opportunity is to get lucky or to play a brilliant shot, either way. You go, good attempt into the corner and the hook, and if Sophia's cue ball would have been just more to the right side of the 7, Jasmine would not have been able to kick over the left side. Just small details.
I mentioned earlier on to viewers new to the tournament about calling the 10 for insurance. In this 10-ball format, early 10s do not count. They will be respotted, but if called, the player will continue at the table. Potting the 1 ball here, but not in a pocket called. So Jasmine will get back to the table here. It's called the top left pocket. Small gap between the 3 ball there. Oh, used the 3 ball and runs into the 5. Small threat that she could have hooked herself on the 5, but that's worked out really well, Tim.
Yeah, so we are now, is it almost 10 minutes in? First rack roll going, but as I've expected, a lot of safety play by the 2 of them. Another safety coming up behind the 6. We could be in for a very juicy battle with a lot of tactics.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the stat you brought out at the start of the match may be in the back of Jasmine's mind as well, and showing great respect to her opponent, the pink dagger. Is there enough room for the 1 rail escape? Looks like it is. Did catch an edge, Tim, but may have left this 4 on into the center. The 5 is right at the top of the table. Might not be able to get up there if that's a straight shot into the center, Tim.
Yeah, well, she'll have to play this with a lot of pace to get from the 4 to the 5. That's why she chose for another safety. This one is quite a trap. Sophia won't be able to kick past the side. So that means either 2 rails or massé around the 7 in front of the side, and then it opens up the angle, it widens the angle a lot. This is always difficult, shooting away from the object ball. So the best way you can make a decent hit on the 4 is probably visualizing where you would want to get on the long rail, but then still it's a slippery cloth. New Arcadia Elite cloth by Predator and Simonis collaboration. Oh, this is another good hit.
Whoa.
Not much more.
Yeah, really unfortunate on the leave there. What a great shot. As you could see from the camera angle, the cue ball did pick up a bit of slide. Wasn't far away from potting that. Now, just the wrong side of the 4 to be able to screw back for the 5. She may need to come in and out through the bottom of the table off the short rail. Needs to avoid the center. Well,
Wow.
didn't expect that, but was flirting with it. And that's going to make this 5 rather tricky. We may see another safety from Jasmine here. Yeah, possibly looking to swing the cue ball around a little bit more. And I have to say, from the overhead, Tim, that does look cuttable, and when Sophia does decide to go aggressive, she has a great shot-making ability. I didn't hear her call it, so just a containing safety. Didn't fancy it.
Yeah, wondering what is really the right shot. I like Sophia's patience, but maybe Jasmine could bank the 5, draw the cue ball over for the 6, or maybe even cut it, but that, I don't think the cut is really there. No, she tried to get the cue ball down table. You see, it was one of those odd positions where nothing obvious was laying. And in that case, sometimes feel like, well, I'd rather go for a bank, more risk, but at least I had something with the right purpose. Then the safety she just tried to play was super tough to and hold the 5-ball safe and the cue ball. This is not too great either, Gath.
No, I think she's going to be running into the 7-ball here, Tim, and well, your guess is as good as mine once that 7-ball starts moving. However, if she can try and drop it at the slowest pace possible. No, she's gone in with force. And that may have worked out quite nice, Tim. She could call the 10 here and play it dead weight, leaving the 7 over the pocket.
Yeah, just gotta be careful not to catch the right side of the 10, as the 7-ball might move towards the 9. That's why she's really cheated the pocket there.
Yeah.
Barely any movement on the 7.
Now, needs to avoid the 9-ball here to get position on the 8. Should be able just to come across the table and leave a longer 8. Oh, she got closer than I imagined she could, and that's really nice. And this is a good opening opportunity. And wow, we've seen some safety play already, and we're only in the first rack, Tim.
Yeah, it does have a very short stroke in general, Sophia, but on the last shot you could really see where she flicks her wrist just that little bit to generate not that much power, but more speed in the shot.
Yeah, has a great rhythm around the table. 17 years of age. World Junior Champion from Sarasota, Florida. It looks like, and she does take the 10-ball to open the account in this match, taking the opening rack, and will now get the break. As I mentioned, this is a race to 4 best 3 set format, and if it were to go 3-3 in the third, we have the shootout format. But the race to 4s, Tim, have been creating some great matches so far. I mentioned both these ladies getting through quite comfortably in the earlier stages against tough opponents. Be interesting to see if Sophia Maus can get her break working, if she can stop Jasmine just getting that safety play working and turning the momentum. Breaking from the side. Look for that 1-ball to track towards the center pocket.
Well, the 5 does get the right direction, just doesn't make it. And an open shot, I believe, on the 1-ball for Yasmin with the combination on the 5.
Yeah, the 1 was heading in the vicinity of the center pocket, didn't drop. But it looks like that 9 may have come to spoil the party, Tim. And that was a push out. I wondered if I heard a call in the background. And this will give Sophia the chance to come out of her chair now and make a decision. Does she want to take this 1-ball on? Or does she want to give it back to Jasmine? And Jasmine will have had something in her mind, so be interesting to see if she does give it back.
Well, that has come up a bit short. Now, don't think Yasmin can hit the left side of the one. Unless she plays a little bit of a swerve, which I don't mind at all. Bring the cue ball under the 2 or the 10. Or even the 6. Just don't think there's much over the other side. Pushing the 1 over the side pocket usually gives something like a jump.
A little tap on the table with the cue there. Jasmine saw once the cue ball, the 1 ball was on its way over, it wasn't going to do what she wanted it to do, but it has fallen right up against the long rail. I think she was maybe going for the cannon on the 7 into the center. But what that has done is left a good shot on the 1 for Jasmine, and well, there's not really any problems if she can come across to the 2 here. Makes that nicely, Tim, and as I alluded to, there isn't many problems on the table. If she can just hold or bring the cue ball back a touch, she should leave a good angle on the 4 to be able to get up for the 5. Wondering, 9's not going to come into play here, is it? Does she need to come across 2?
Yeah.
Long rail?
Yeah, I would definitely play 2. That way, there's no chance of having 3 balls, 1 of the 3 in between.
She played that very well. Just having an inspection of the angle she wants to leave on this 6. This would be a good reply to Sophia's opening rack. You may be hearing a few announcements in the background. We do have the men's last 32 coming up after these matches. And that may have been the announcements for that, but look at the cue ball, it's just died.
Ooh.
On her there a little. That makes this shot really difficult, Tim. As you can see from that angle, it's just off straight. Just looking at if there are safety options. Could she glance off the left-hand side of it?
I mean, it kind of looks like you gotta go. There's not too much safety going on. Keep your head still.
Oh,
Excellent
wow.
shot.
More importantly, being able to get the action on the cue ball from the elevation, and it just nibbled the 8 a little, created a bit of space, and that's worked out rather nice indeed. Little work to do here. To get down for the 10 ball. And in having to put a little bit more effort into it, Tim, I think that's what's forced the rattle. But look at how that 9 ball's landed.
Yeah, but on the other side, I think if you're Sophia, you feel like, okay, listen, I have Jasmine missing pretty decent opportunities already. She's not supposed to be at the table, but yet she is. So you could almost say that this is a free chance on the 9. Doesn't mean she has to go aggressive, but I'm more saying she can be quite relaxed on this opportunity. She's just gonna play the long game. Well, I gotta say it's perfectly straight for the bank, but she does have both balls near the rail, so awkward queuing.
Yeah, great pace from Mast there. Putting the maximum distance you can put between them from the long rail to the long rail. There is a gap between the 9 and the rail. That might help promote the bank. Oh, that's a nice shot from Jasmine.
But yet again, just slightly too far. I know I'm a bit of a picky customer, but if that 9 ball stays right behind the 10, it's so difficult to hit, and it's almost like a game winner.
With Sophia's pace so far, it's been spot on. She's looking to bring the 10 in between the 2 here, and it's just not worked out. But the 9 has gone past the centre pocket, which makes this shot a bit trickier. However, that will not be the result she wanted from that. Little applause from the crowd. And I like what you were saying, Tim. It was a free chance getting back into the rack for Sophia. Nearly got Jasmine in trouble. But as it turns out, the opening 2 racks going against the break. And that brings it back all square at 1 apiece in this opening set. And yeah, I have to agree, Tim. This could start getting, well, with the safety games that these ladies are capable of, if they don't start making balls off the break, we could be in for some fireworks. I also mentioned the start of the men's last 32 taking place after this round of matches. Also taking place today, we have a treat for you all. At 7 p.m. local time, the straight pool face-off between John Schmidt and Darren Appleton will commence. And that's a race to 150. And it's absolute pleasure to see both of them guys in action, straight pool action. And we're back to our opening set, 1 apiece, Jasmine Ushan to break.
Well, there's that beautiful view of the purple BK Rush. And this break comes in quite handy, makes the 1. That 2 ball blocked by the 4 might go to the side. And I do have a little bit of a bad news, possibly for Gethin, but especially for all the John Schmidt fans out there. Because John Schmidt had to go back home due to personal reasons. So his replacement will be Corey Duell. So we will have Corey Duell and Darren Appleton play the straight pool exhibition.
Fantastic. Well, I send my best to John. But the last time I saw Corey Duell was at a Moscone event in Blackpool, UK, many, many moons ago. It's going to be great to see him in action. I'm sure he still looks as young as he did then.
Well, and also they've played each other quite a numerous of times, if you think about indeed the Mosconi Cup. So I'm not going to say there's tension between the two of them, but obviously they have a battle going on, a long-term battle, and yeah, I think it's going to make for a great match. Oh yeah, she needed a bit more spin on that. So ball in hand for Yasmin. Good safety shot.
Real tricky spot that she left Sophia in there, and has been rewarded. Just looking around the table, no big problems for Jasmine. You come around very nice for the 4-ball. And we do have 2 other tables streaming for you at the moment. Over on table 2, Savannah Easton takes on Chu Chin Wei. Chu Chin Wei is ranked 2 in the WPA at the moment. And over on table 3, Chihiro Kawahara takes on Cheska Centeno. Oh, sorry, Centiro. My apologies. Great to be bringing you so much action from the event. And if you want to keep track of the schedule and scores, please do visit probilliardseries.com for all the latest news and latest updates. She's picking these off nicely, Tim.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to travel the cue as much. Most of it is connecting the dots on this. And especially on the 9, doesn't have to do too much traveling to the 10, with the 10 being over the corner just that little bit. The only thing that she didn't really want was to be straight in on the 7, anything but straight.
Well, from the overhead, looks like there may be a squeeze that she could put on with some topspin, but need a lot of power. Oh, she's deciding to go the other way and take the longer 8. So she was that straight. Just taking a bit of extra time over this.
Well, I had to put quite a bit on the 8. She's just all right, though. I think this is the angle that most of the players have practiced countless of times. Low left spin, 2 rails.
Yeah, played very well. And this to take her 2nd rack in a row. And a 2-1 lead in this opening set, race to 4. She's not completely comfortable out there, a few mutters from herself, but still delivering, Tim, and asking a few questions of Sophia. However, well, it was just a very good safety that locked her up in a real big deal of trouble. And Jasmine pouncing on the ball in hand, so this is the sort of stuff we expect from these quality players. See the crowd building lovely. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. or rather 9:30 in the morning in Las Vegas. And crowd getting in there early to get their seats to see the favorite players. Great to see. If you want to come down, it's free entry. Q Sports International Expo going on at the same time. Come and meet your favorite players. Come and watch Jasmine Ushan break off in the 4th rack of our opening set. Didn't make a ball this time. She looked from the replay. The 1 ball was tracking, but the 5 smashed it out of the way. And that will bring Sophia Mouse back to the table.
Well, did go for distance, needs the 1 ball to hold up. I think up till now, and it's of course very early in the match, with just 3 racks being played in 30-something minutes, is that Jasmine's safety play, she's been locking up Sophia just a tad more, like pulling the string a little more, just freezing the cue ball a bit more often. But that's also a lot of experience. And obviously when I just said that, she went all in on that bank, and she's most likely left it over the corner. Look at this, went for the straight back, knowing that, look at the shape on the 2 ball if she had made it.
Well, the 1 didn't come down as far as it may have. And what a shot Sophia's played there. She's clearly listening to you, Tim, realizing, well, come and see how I can lock the cue ball up. Could be a 1 rail escape because the... But still, good safety. It's going to start asking questions of Jasmine also.
Oh, this might not get to a rail. Needs a 4 ball. Oh, that was just enough. Look at this. Doesn't go into the 5. Maybe it cuts just enough, but the difference also with hooking someone behind the ball, like freezing it on a specific side behind the ball, is huge. So if Sophia can block that, well, most of the time obvious 1 rail out, then Jasmine will give up a lot more ball in hands. Oh, this is starting to become quite the mess, Kath.
Yeah. You don't normally find yourself in these positions. And Jasmine's going to need to slide off the 1, but I feel that she would run into the 3 and go nowhere. And she's banking on that 3, getting in between the 1 ball and the cue ball. Don't think she has, and there is a call with the carom onto the 5 ball to pot the 5, if she can see enough. I think that's what she's just called him. But where will the 1 and the cue ball go, I wonder? Oh, it didn't drop. Still messy down there, Tim.
Yeah, but you could play something real aggressive now, drawing the cue ball into the 5. And if you catch the 5 ball thin enough, the cue ball will bounce off the long rail and you might land on something with the 1 ball. Just try to, like, no, she's not playing it. Maybe.
I did like that,
maybe
though, Tim.
Maybe
Bit of an exhibition shot.
I should stop drinking this Fanta. Too much fantasy.
Well, you explained it well. That shot was on. And that's one way of being aggressive. Instead, the more conservative approach from Jasmine, which has been serving us so well so far. But Sophia could see this one ball. And I'm not sure that's worked out as she'd hoped. The cue ball's tracked a little bit further down the table than the one. I think she called the 5 and makes it. The one ball has stayed over the pocket nicely. Played for the 2 in the bottom left corner. Would like to stun the cue ball as much as possible. Maybe even bring the cue ball back to leave a bit more angle on the 3. And this now looking like a good opportunity for Jasmine Ushant to get to the hill in this opening set. Still a bit of work to be done.
Yeah, some traveling indeed. From 6 to the 7. Nonetheless, a great chance to get herself on the hill in the opening set. And I mean, knowing Jasmine for quite some years, she's not the type of player that, well, I mean, we know, as far as we know, Sophia has won the last 2 times they've played on such an occasion. Maybe they've played on the WPBA events as well. I didn't really track all the results. I mean, how can you follow every tournament? but I'm saying, like, I know Jasmine will not be like, oh no, I have to play Sophia again. She's gonna be like, okay, last 2 times she's got me, now it's my turn. Like, she'll have that positive attitude. And that's what's showing right now. I feel like she's guns blazing in the start of this match.
Oh.
And obviously, just when I said that, it is. Oh yeah. I mean,
unbelievable how that happens to
Who would
us.
have expected that? A miscue, what a time.
What a time.
Okay. Long bridge. She was going very low, but it looked like she just barely scooped it. And that can shatter the confidence too.
Yeah, and a great opportunity for Sophia to steal this one. And give her the break into the 5th rack. Maybe didn't want to come down as far for this 8 ball. You see the highlights of the hair matching the shirt glove combination for the pink dagger. Great view. She took it down into the corner pocket. Played it nicely. And this is what she's going to do, Tim. Jump on any mistakes from Jasmine. Wasn't able to do it earlier in the set, but on this occasion, it looks like she will, and she has. Takes the 4th rack, brings the score back to level at 2-2, and will get the break. So, a little swing for us. After Jasmine winning 2 in a row, Sophia's back on the board. Well, that was unfortunate news about John. I also, after bringing up some of our side events, tomorrow we have an absolute corker if you want to set the alarms. 3 p.m. local time, we'll have the mixed doubles turbo. That'll be 8 teams matching up in 10 ball. There's a $40,000 pot. Starts at 3, finishes at 8 p.m. for the final. It's going to be fast, furious. So please do come back tomorrow and join us for that as well. So Sophia Mast bringing the scoreline back to 2-2. Not happy with the cue ball. Referee will sort that out right now. And we'll come back to break him from the side. There really was something on that ball. It's not wanting to come off. Crowd looking on.
As a player, I mean, I'm quite sure a lot of people will do this. They will make a little bit of a wet spot on the cue ball and then they rip it along the cushion, and then usually the dirt goes off, but then you're actually using the table to clean the ball, which, I mean, they're trying to keep the table clean. So that's not something I would suggest for people at home, but that's also why it might have cost him a bit more time.
Good advice, Tim. Another dry break, and it's left the 1 ball on the short rail. Jasmine's going to be reaching. I'm just wondering if she can slide off the right-hand side of it. And maybe not even slide, but bring it round 2 rails near the 9 ball. Bring all of that cluster in the bottom left of the table into play. Avoids the 9, but needs to avoid the corner pocket. Does successfully, and again, keeping the pressure on her opponent. I think she brought a jump stick with her, Tim. Looking to go over the 8 ball here. Wasn't far away where the 1 ball has run into the 5 and potted it. I thought the cue ball was just going to track behind the 4. It hasn't. But it has made that 2 ball a little trickier.
Yeah, how to get on that 2? You might have to play for a window between the 4 and the 8. But then it's very easy to land just to where you do not have the angle to the left to go from the 2 to the 3 ball. So there's still a lot of things that can go wrong on this specific shot, even though, well, the 1 ball is hanging over the corner. This is where most pool players still struggle to get to their next destination. She's going 2 rails. Tried to play into the line where she always was going to have that angle. Just slightly soft. The good news is she has the angle. The bad news is she needs a bit more of a recovery shot to the top left. A bit more distance.
Yeah, to play this at dead weight would be really difficult. She's played it in such a fashion that if it hung over in the corner pocket, there was a good chance she was going to leave her opponent in trouble, and she has done that. And yet again, a familiar pattern is emerging. Sophia moused back to the table with her jump stick. Oh, great jump over the 4 and the 7. Unfortunately not making the 2. And look where that 2's gone, Tim. Right over the centre bag.
Yeah, I gotta say, terrific effort. It always hurts, not just missing that ball, but then look at what she's given up. Especially now towards the end of the set, any mistake could be a set, well, winner or loser, depends on what perspective you look at for what player. But yeah, any mistake can be very costly at this point in the set at 2 each.
I think Yasmin has just made a small unforced error there. She looked to play it in a way to push the 3 down a little. It's actually gone into the path of the 8. So time to lock Sophia up again. And as you were saying earlier, Tim, when they can get that cue ball touching the object ball, it really narrows down options this time, as you can see from this angle. I love the overhead. There is a little gap, so the 1 rail should be on. She's gone in with pace. And the 3.
She did call that corner. Now I'm not sure if she actually tried to use the 10 ball. I wouldn't think so. Now another opportunity. Just gotta find the center of the table, I feel like. Angle a bit too wide to play for the 4 to the center. Perfect pace. Get to the top side of the 7, so stun right probably. Just to make sure she has the natural angle to drop the 6 and the 7 in the sides. She does realize the importance of this rack. As you could see, she was aligning herself on that 4 ball, taking a bit more time to get the right line, knowing that that was one of the potential banana skins. I've seen her miss, I believe, 1 ball where we both couldn't believe she actually missed it. Well, this was, or this could have been similar.
Yeah, stunning the cue ball there to leave a nice natural angle on the 8. Does look like a good opportunity for Jasmine to get to the hill first in this opening set, and we'll get the break. Arguably has been getting a bit better off the breaks.
Yeah, was supposed to be on the hill early, but she still gets there now. 3-2 lead for Yasmin Ushan. Yet, still wonder at times, is there a nickname for Yasmin Ushan?
Good question, Tim. I was having a little look around that earlier, pre-match. Well, there isn't an official one in the pool world, but she does go by Jassy, Jassy. I'm not sure if that's just through friends and family or if that's coming from her previous efforts in her TV appearances in the dancing competition series. Jassy is certainly the one that kept coming up for me. Her opponent, the pink dagger, well, That's as intimidating as it gets. So Jasmine Ushan, Jassie, shrugging and throwing her arms out a bit just to get the circulation for this break. She leads 3 racks to 2 on the hill in this opening set.
Well, plenty of balls going in this time, and a big cut on the 2 following. Put a lot into the break there. 3 balls in. We don't really get to see those very often.
Ball's flying in, Tim, and if the 1 hadn't have dropped, that would have given Jasmine a better opener here. You said thin cut on the 2. A very thin cut indeed. We know her propensity to put her opponent in trouble.
Well, with the way she breaks, with the intensity she always brings to the matches, I would more consider like Yasmin the force or Yasmin the power, just like Phil Taylor, you know. Yasmin the power Ushan, but well, I mean, I'm not the guy that's gonna give people nicknames. That's definitely not up to me. But it's weird. I mean, almost all the pro players, they have a nickname. Most of them have a nickname. And for someone that's been active in this industry for such a long time, oh, she's missed. She did go for the 2 on the side. Difficult cut, easy to miss it just by a hair.
I think she even had the line right there, and it just took the second bounce over it.
Very possible, yeah.
Yeah. That 8 ball was just hampering it. I didn't know if there was a gap between the 8 and the 3. It clearly wasn't. Jasmine at the table with ball in hand, and well, could be the opportunity she needs to take this first set. I have to say, when we were looking at Sophia Mast take that jump shot there, I've been so impressed at the juniors that have been coming through. Sophia, 17 years of age, world junior champion. They really do have an extra tool in their bag. They use that jump stick so accurately. Just changes how you play safety shots against these players.
Yeah, a little bit pokey there on the 5 ball for Yasmin. Will be interesting. I think she's just okay. She could choose to hold this, slide this in with outside spin, get to the center of the table, but she likes a full stroke. She's going to use a bit more power. She did catch that a bit thick.
These are the
one
sort
good
of
shot.
shots. I was going to say, Tim, these are the sort of shots where I start flirting with the center pocket. Jasmine will be fully aware of that.
Yeah, playing low left. 3-4 rails. And that cue ball is going to stay on the table, and that means we will see Yasmin Ushan clinch the opening set. And that is going to give her a great feeling. And it looks like both players will be looking to leave the arena for a bit. They've played an hour set. So that means Catherine Davis and myself, Tim de Ruiter, we are going to nip out for a short little break as well. We'll be right back with the second set.
Well, a very warm welcome back to our PBS Women's Las Vegas Open 2026 winners qualification matchup between Jasmine Ushan and Sophia Mast. Jasmine Ushan taking the opening set, 4 racks to 2. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me back in the comms box for the start of the second set, Tim Dorauta. Sophia Mast to break, Tim.
Yeah, she's made one, no future on this one ball though. But you gotta say, Sophia, I mean, there was a bit of a safety battle on the 9 which she lost. That could have maybe made a bit more of a difference in the opening set, but besides that, Jasmine clinical, not too many mistakes. So strong set from both, very enjoyable to watch. Hopefully both ladies can keep this play up.
Yeah, it's been top quality, and as you said, Jasmine certainly getting the better of the safety battle on this occasion so far. Sophia just adding the extension to her cue and playing the push out, which will leave a little look at the yellow 1 ball. She could give it back to Sophia. Very thin cut. Looking to bring the 5 in between. She's done that really well. And another occasion where Sophia comes to the table with no look at the object ball, and Jasmine's game plan certainly rewarding her at the moment.
Well, there is definitely a lot of positives for this young Sophia Mast. If you consider the fact that she's still very young and she's moving with one of the best. I mean, if you understand how many titles Jasmine has won, there have been seasons where we have 6 Euro Tour events a year and where she would win all of them, or like almost all the European Championships, 4 disciplines. You know, just occasionally she's lost like one to, for example, Christina Tkach. But for many years she's been so dominating. So if you can actually move, play the tactical exchange with someone of her caliber, then you would have to say the future is very bright.
And for Sophia, very likely bright pink. Taking the 1 into the center pocket. She's left herself an angle to take on this. Well, maybe she doesn't need to take on the cluster of the 4-8. She's just had a look to see if the cannon is on.
Yeah, a bit surprised she went for the cannon. I would say with how close the 4 and the 8 are still together, she might have been able to throw the 8 still in. I guess we're never gonna know unless she'll try and jump, throw the ball in. By throw, I mean the friction it causes.
Oh, wasn't far away at all, Tim. Has come out of it rather nicely. But yeah. Look at this jump shot. Fantastic. Was so close to potting the 8. What the 8 has done is it's running a nasty position for the 6, so.
Well, on the long run though, if you've seen how close the 8 actually got, I'm a bit surprised she went for the bump on the 3 ball into the 4-8. And if Jasmine can stick the cue ball between the 6-8. Put some juice on the cue ball, some left spin. Or even the distance, get the cue ball behind the 9. Then Sophia has given Ushan the opportunity to do so. Ooh.
Just leaked. Not too sure it's leaked enough though, Tim. Sophia's going to be queuing over the 8, it appears. If she can see the potting angle, it's not a bad chance to get on the 5. Takes a chunk of the 5. That might not be a problem.
No, I think it works rather well. She might have to play this with low left. Drawing the cue ball just by the 7. Coming in from that line, I think it's easier to get nice on the 6-8 combination than traveling forward. Looks like she's going forward, so she needs the perfect pace. She's gotten off angle on this 6-8 combination now. She does not have to take this on Geth. She could still nestle the cue ball on the 8-1 rail.
Yeah. Came past the 7, which was the most important bit. Oh, and look at that. She's played that really well. I'm not too sure I would have gone with that much pace. Sophia, to great effect, makes the 8, and great shape left on the 6 too. And that has slowed up. Nice opportunity for the corner pocket. And then it's all about from the 9 up to the 10. And this would be the best of starts for Mast in the opening rack in the second set. Pumps in the 9, needed to. Throwing the cue ball off the long rail. And after a rare mistake from Jasmine Ushan, Sophia Mast gets off to the best start possible. Opening rack of this second set, leads 1-0. It's a must-win set for her. And, well, Tim, she made a ball off the break in the last rack. Promising signs, as we see in the background. Great crowd here at the Westgate Resort and Casino. It's been like this so far all week. We're on day 4. We do have 2 commentated stream tables for you. On our other table, table 2, Savannah Easton takes on Chu Chin Wei. And on table 3, which we also stream without commentating, is Chihiro Kawahara. And she's taking on Cheska Santiro. And if and when we get opportunity, we'll try and bring a couple of score updates for you as well. Well, Tim, our good friend of the team, Michael Salmon, is normally putting the stats up about now. I'd have to say, Jasmine probably getting the better of the safety stats. But the stats on the break may be a bit more level.
Well, it's funny that you actually start about stats, because in the description on Pro Billiard TV, so everybody that's watching, there is a link. You can check out the stats. I do believe actually 4 more matches running at this moment, not just this one. So if you're wondering how the stats really are, just go over, have a little look.
Good control of the cue ball, but nothing tracking towards a pocket, Tim, and the 1 ball is sat rather nicely for Jasmine here. Again, that 1 ball not far from the center pocket, hitting the jaw. And a really good spread of the balls as well. I was mentioning, Tim, the best of 3 set format, making for some exciting matches. But one thing on top of that is the fact we're not using a magic rack, we're using the Predator AeroRack. And that's also made for some interesting outcomes from the breaks. And that has encouraged the safety battles somewhat. This is not so nice on the 2.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if she actually goes for something aggressive on the 2 ball. Possibly just playing the 2 in between the 5 and the 9. Distance. Would have liked that little bit more pace to get the 2 ball to the rail, as Sophia might get the jump cue out and go aggressive. If you make this, you could get, well, I mean, some say it's luck, some say it's skill. You could get nicely on the 3 ball.
Well, Sophia's been jumping with great success, not making as many pots from the jumps. And again, on that occasion, not successful in potting the 2, but she's been jumping in such a fashion that she's been getting good cue ball. And now, maybe returning the favour, and we may, as we've been witnessing a battle of the safeties, we could be now witnessing a battle of the jumps. No, 2 rails round the back of the 2 ball is the order of the day. Good contact. And the cue ball has dressed up behind the 3 ball, I believe. And yet again, Sophia Mast, I'd be interested to see what the stats are on how many jump shots she's made in this match so far. We're certainly in the double figures.
Yeah, that's definitely what you expect with these 2 players battling it out. So much tactical play that eventually one of them is going to get the jump cue out. But Sophia now a couple times where she's jumped and things just seem to be landing open.
Yeah, the blue 2 into these tight Predator arc center pockets may not be the order of the day. Jasmine may play safe here and push up behind the 9. It looks like she has, but that's not close enough to the 9, Tim.
Now she's missed a couple jumps. She's looking at... I'm surprised she's not jumping this. Can she not reach that?
No, she is right-handed. The cue ball was sticking out a bit further than where the 2 is, so she was going to have to lean out across the table. didn't fancy it. And has looked to push the 5 and 6 into a tricky spot, but there may be a shot on that 5 up into the corner pocket. And if there is, that makes the run out possible for Jasmine without having to run up into them. Just wondering from the angle of the cue there, Tim, is she looking to put Sophia back in trouble again?
No, I think she's going aggressive. She's just... Or not. Not so sure about this choice, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a bit interesting. Like, why would you want to make that 3-ball and not get to the right side of the floor unless she was afraid of missing the ball and selling out? But then
Or
also
was she
now,
looking
if she plays a 4-10 combination, it's not something guaranteed to open up the 5, right? So there must be a
it really
safety
did.
now.
It looked like she was looking to put the cue ball frozen against the 7. I was wondering if that was played at a pace that maybe it would hang over the corner pocket for her after, but yeah, difficult one to understand. But a great recovery if there is not a gap between the 7-5 and Sophia jumping out of her chair and coming over to inspect. No, there is no window. Looking at the angle across the table, I prefer the 2 rail here, Tim. Oh, she's just come around the back of it.
Yeah, and this ball in hand does make a big difference. With this ball in hand, she can put herself ideal to increase the chances of opening the 5-ball nicely.
Well, she just had a look at if the 5 passes the 6, but that 8-ball's clearly in the way as well. I don't know if she's thinking of the safety off of this.
Oh. Okay, rolling up on the 6. She's playing it super tight. But then again, she might be thinking by herself, listen, just stick to the game plan. If I start to get a bit too loose, Sophia might get me again, or like might put me under some pressure.
Yeah, you have to say, great respect being shown by Jasmine. And sticking to the game plan. And if it isn't broken, Tim, don't fix it. So not only does Sophia need to make a hit on this, she ideally wants to leave us safe. She's calling a ball in a pocket and an extension. Both players on a 30-second shot clock, as you can see down in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. They have 1 extension they can call per rack. And in these safety exchanges, that 1 extension can be valuable. She's got an edge. Where's the 10? Well, she makes contact on the 5, Tim, and has not left an easy one for Jasmine. She takes a step back to survey her options. And not as many options for the safety here. Just wondering if she can screw the cue ball behind the 8. Oh, I think that's what she went for. Got good 5. But yeah, big difference between being behind the 8 and giving Sophia a clear look at the 5.
Oh, cue ball a bit pacey, but that run into the 8. Well, it might actually have left just a bit of a gap. But a little different bump into the 8 would have been a dead trap for Ushan. Beautiful line, just a pace. Yeah, slightly firm. Oh, she's still kicking at this though, a long way.
Got a chunk of it. And a small applause from the crowd. That was a difficult shot. And the 5 is not really in a potable position, as you can see.
Well, especially with all the balls near the rails, it's so difficult to get the hook kicking at the 5. And what's a cue ball? Oh,
Sophia. Do you know, I think she called the bottom left pocket there and needed to avoid the 9. The fact that she ran the 5 into the 9, I think the cue ball came off at a different angle than what she anticipated. She needed to catch it a bit thicker. Now, that 6 is quite tight to the long rail. But with ball in hand, Jasmine will be looking to get that cue ball somewhere over towards it. She's going to have to run through for the 7 here, Tim.
Yeah, maybe the 7 top left or top right.
Ooh, I don't think that was exactly to plan, but that's not turned out bad at all, Tim.
I don't think she could have. Don't think she could have landed any better. I mean, she can bring the cue ball into the short rail and out.
Yeah, it's turned out really nice. Needs to just treat this carefully to take the 9 perhaps into the same pocket. But you'd have to say the game plan is working, even if sometimes it doesn't look like it's going Jasmine's way. Ooh.
To then miss that 8.
Yeah. She was looking just to cheat it a little bit to hold the cue ball around the 9. Otherwise, she may have been going too thin and running into the 9. So a rare error, and that will bring Sophia Mast back to the table with a chance of extending her lead in this second set. What a great time to do it. Playing the 9 onto the 10. The 10 will be respotted. Quite a bit of distance between these two, and the 9 will go a little bit higher up the table, you feel. Always tricky to judge, but I have to say, that's not bad at all, Tim. She could have finished a lot trickier on that. Needs good position on the 10. And has got it.
Well, gifting one to Sophia Mast. Well, Sophia must win this second set. So she's definitely gonna take that.
Absolutely. And I can't imagine many will be coming her way. But if and when they do, and she's able to pounce, well, Sophia Mast could not only be back in this match. But she could be swinging this momentum. We'll get the break. Did make ball on the last break, if I remember rightly, Tim. In fact, on her last 2 breaks. So starting to get it to work. Persisting with breaking from the side. But yeah, they're standing in the background as well. A lot of people here to watch. Great atmosphere. All tables in play. Just having a look at the other matches underway at the moment. Over on table 3, Chihiro Kawahara against Cheska Centino. They're locked at 3 apiece in the second set. Chihiro taking the opening. If you want to have a look at the others, please do visit probilliardseries.com and you'll be a click away from the fixtures, the scores and the schedule.
Well, I do have some news for everybody watching. I'm very sure there will be Carlo Biado fans watching this match, or Shane Van Boning fans watching this match. And both of them will appear on the stream table in the last 32. Shane Van Boning will be taking on Miguel Salvia from the Philippines on table 2. And Carlo Biado will take on David Alcaide. So some cracking matchups coming after this. So just make sure to check out the schedule at probilliardseries.com, or just make sure you subscribe at the Pro Billiard TV channel.
Well, a try break from Sophia. Jasmine has got a look on this 1 ball. I'm just wondering if there's a chance to roll the cue ball up behind the 9. It doesn't look like that shot is on.
I think there is a roll up on the 9. I think it is there. You can even play it to where you can play it more firm. Take the hook behind the 3 in the worst case. She still gotta get the pace right. She was a bit off there. And this is interesting. Like, I have seen this before where Sophia takes a bit of a lead against Yasmin, and then suddenly mistakes start to creep in. This is a true battle that, trust me, just trust me once, we might see one that goes all the way till the end. Like, I've seen it a couple times already, and I would not be surprised if it happens again. This is a true battle.
A true battle indeed. And a little lapse in concentration from Sophia there. And has left the big window open for Jasmine. Had a good opportunity to lock her up in a bit more trouble than this. And Jasmine looking to bring that 3 ball into play. And that's a much better response. And that 8 ball blocking a lot of her options. So, round the back of the 7. Oh, there wasn't much room to play with there. And sadly, Sophia did miss the ball. I was going to say even sadder was that she opened up the 2. However, look at where the 5 and the 7 have ended up. Ball in hand for Jasmine. Looking to make some moves.
Well, I think she's only gonna move to another safety. Sure, I mean, she can go for the run out. The biggest problem is the fact that the 5 and the 7 are locked. You need the ideal angle on the 4 to open up the 5 and the 7. And you could play a good safety on this 2-ball. Stick the cue ball with the 6. I almost see no value in still trying to go for the run. Yeah, and she's frozen that cue ball onto the 6. And this is what I'm saying. No easy one railer over the right. No easy one railer over the left. The top short rail mostly blocked. This is quite a trap. She might have to go top short rail, right long rail, bottom short rail, make contact, push the 2 up to the 5-7 and hook the cue ball behind the 3 ball. But then I woke up.
Well, that looks like the line she's trying to take. But if there was any need to get some right-hand effect on the ball, that 6 is spoiling the party, so this needs to be judged to perfection. Ooh, she tried going one rail at it. Wasn't far away at all. For the second time in this match, in this rack, Jasmine's got the cue ball in her hand. And that's 2 fouls. Is it 2 fouls?
Yes.
I'm trying to think back now. I was focusing so much on the pattern left for Jasmine here. Little lapse in concentration.
Did she not have the ball in hand on the 1 and then she moved the cue ball up to the long rail and played this stick safety behind the 6? I think Sophia is at 2. Still needs to freeze the cue ball again. The thing is also, if you have 2 minutes a ball in a regular match where there's no shot clock, no referee, this is easily done. But being rushed, you see that cue ball is not frozen to the 3 ball. And I'm not saying this is a bad shot. This is still, for a lot of people, difficult to hit. But it does give Sophia a bit more opportunity to make a hit, either 2 rails or 3 rails.
Yeah, the majority of visits that Sophia has been left from Jasmine have normally been in trouble. She's made a fantastic hit on that. How far is that 2-ball rolling? I don't think it's rolled far enough, but don't take anything away from that escape. That was a fantastic shot.
Well, you could see a little bit, yeah, the disappointment on Jasmine's face. And I just want to point out, with the safety she played behind the 3 ball, is if she had stuck the cue ball with the 3, Sophia was not able to go over that right side. And this is not horrible.
Cue ball catching the jaw of the center pocket, which has kept it down at the top end of the table. No open shot for Mast here, but a good opportunity. She slid off the side, avoided the 9. And a little nod of improvement from Jasmine. And the tides have turned somewhat in this 3rd rack.
Well, one thing is certain, every time that cue ball is not played enough distance, Sophia's going to put you right back in the box, but then in a lot more trouble. 2-rail escape, beautiful hit. This is more like it. Okay, you cannot control the outcome 100%, but this, I would say this is the perfect hit on the 2. And I mean, it's containing, awkward queuing over the 8. this might
Oh.
slide over. Oh, just stopped.
That's
You need
nice.
a couple of these. Occasionally, you need a couple of these, you know, to beat a top player. But things are going just right for the youngster.
Just glanced off the edge, and that hasn't found cover. Doesn't look like the cut would be on from the overhead, and the 6 is blocking the path into the corner pocket, so very likely another safety from our players here. And, well, we're being treated to some fantastic battles backwards and forwards between these two, and that looks to be another great shot.
Yeah, the only thing you could imagine is the fact that, well, what's the percentage for Jasmine to make a hit on this 2-ball? So, or Jasmine she's even going the jump cue, which I'm a bit surprised about. She probably believes she can stop the cue ball behind the 5-7.
Jasmine running around the table. And Sophia, a familiar sight, not given anything to get her teeth into, really. And when she has, she's pounced. And on this occasion, another successful jump shot, but not getting safe and leaving the 2-ball with a clear path to the centre pocket. And, well, after a safety battle, you'd like to say advantage Jasmine at this point, but she's been playing rather conservative, Tim, and has been erring on the side of precaution. That's been a game plan, and where that 5 is, she may decide not to take on this closing pattern. She doesn't look comfortable out there, does she, Tim?
Another safety on this 3-ball. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, earlier on, I could imagine with not that much space over the left side of the table, could imagine the run out was a lot more difficult. But now the 3-ball was on. She could have played shape on the 4 to play the short side of the 5-ball. I kind of liked her to go aggressive. Now this time you cannot always duck.
Well, Sophia having a little look at that 5. Didn't know if that suggested there was a gap between the 6 and the 7 for the centre pocket. If there is, this is a great position to take it on. As you know, Tim, these Predator Arc tables are not very forgiving on these centre pockets. You have to be precise. Great angle, great shot, great pot, and wow, she's sticking in there, and after coming to the table so many times with no real opportunity, Sophia Mast from the USA is staring at the chance of getting to the hill in the best possible fashion in this second set, Tim.
Yeah, don't count Jasmine out for this set though, but you gotta say She looks a little bit flustered right now. Oh, this will be a bit pacey. This will be on the rail. Now, she can at least make the ball in the corner. That 9-10 combination is nothing to worry about. Even if you take a bit more distance, it's more about stay low, finish that stroke, don't move, make the ball. Ooh, and just a little bit of snatch, a little bit of movement on that 8. That was a huge opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. That cue ball not behaving for Sophia. That made this 8 ball for her really tricky. As you saw, the moment she connected with it, she realized the pot wasn't going to be made. Got it rather quickly, knowing Jasmine was coming back to the table. I was going to say with a really good chance, but probably wanted to do more with the cue ball there. Was using the Predator extension. Makes it a bit trickier and has now come up a bit short for this, Tim. From looking rather indecisive in her previous visit to the table. And that camera shot showed a sense of disappointment. She's gone for the cannon, called it, made it. How's her luck on the 9? Ooh, that's
this is
rather thin
this
cut.
is steep. I mean, I kind of feel like you gotta go. You cannot just always duck. You gotta cut this in. You gotta have to play this with a bit of left. Use like a stop stroke, you know. You tap the ball, cut it in. The cue ball will go naturally 2 rails. No, she is not taking it on. And I mean, occasionally Sophia is going to win one of those safety battles, you know, towards the end of the rack. You cannot just always battle on this. Imagine if Jasmine would do this 10 times. Maybe she'll win 7 out of 3. But this moment in the match where Sophia's 2-0 up, this is huge. She's played a heck of a shot there on the 9. Super thin slice.
That was brilliant. Could probably not see much more of an edge and feathered it. Don't think there was a call, Tim. Looking to bring the 10 in play.
Well, and this, Sophia has earned that opportunity. Could cut this in the corner. Could go for the cross-side bank. Like, know when to go. I don't think pushing this to the top short rail is... Oh, she was able to make this in the side as well. Wow. In that case, I mean, this is what I mean. I think Jasmine should have taken on the cut on the 9. And that might cost her the second set. This is to get on the hill. Sophia must.
Wow, the pink dagger has taken the 3rd rack to lead. 3 racks to 0 in this second set. Takes the hill. The best possible response to the opening set. And, well, we've been treated to some great safety play. And the fans in the background there at our Westgate Resort and Casino must be on the edge of their seats. I've really liked what I've seen, and so easy for Sophia to get her head down, especially not getting any look at the balls for quite a considerable amount of time. And she's kept in there. She's kept ahead. And she's on the hill in this second set, looking to take this to a 3rd set finale. God, it really is filling up, Tim. The Westgate Resort and Casino, opened in 1969, was the biggest hotel in the world at the time. And it's where Elvis Presley saw his comeback and played out here for well over 600 shows. Today, it's Sophia Mast, and she breaks on the hill. Oh, the 4-ball goes in.
Yeah, makes the 4-ball, but every time you do not make the 1 with this cut break, it just moves over to the top short rail and it eliminates a lot of opportunities to get shape. So back to push out play. Could tie the 8 and the 10 together. She is looking at just to keep the game in the open, which is interesting. With this scoreline, she could close it a little bit more.
Well, she's asking a question of Jasmine here. There are safety options. If she can get the cue ball round behind the 8-ball, she may be able just to keep the 1-ball down in that pocket, but has elected to give it back to Sophia, and well, Sophia will have had an idea in the back of her mind when she called that push shot.
Oh, and well, that 1-ball might have slowed down just enough to where it doesn't go. And have a little peek at the 3-ball now. The game has been locked up, so we're gonna see a lot more safety. She's gonna roll up on the 7. Makes no sense to make the 1.
Yeah, doing exactly as you suggested, Tim. Has left the 1-rail escape, and in doing so, Sophia has called the 1-ball in the bottom left corner. If she's thinking of doing that and succeeding, I would suggest a bit of pace on the cue ball to bring it out for the 2. She did. Came around the backside of the 1. Not a bad leave. Looks like she's cut off half of the 1-ball for Jasmine there. I'm not sure if that's a mistake. That 1-ball has a pathway through to the corner pocket. I think Jasmine was looking to come behind or at least throw the 2 into the mix. She hasn't done so. And she's made it clean as a whistle. Unfortunately, that cue ball's rolled up a little bit further than she'd hoped, and that's made this 2 a bit trickier to the corner pocket.
Oh, and she's missed it just a tad too wide. I mean, obviously that could happen, but maybe she was working the cue ball a bit more to get nice and straight on the 3-8, or maybe just a little bit scared of a scratch in the side. But definitely a lot of pressure on Jasmine's side. She also realizes that any mistake at this point could cost her the set. she played both of them played a really strong opening set. But Jasmine's wheels have come up slightly, or come off slightly after that miscue, I feel like.
Looking to put Sophia in trouble here. Oh, right behind the 5-8. That is a great shot. Gee, look there. The cue ball checking lovely off the long rail. The 3 resting up on the short. But where that cue ball's landed, there's not really many options for Mast here.
Now, I do like to just push the 5 ball over to the 7. I mean, you're taking a fall anyway, so you can actually just make a double tap, right? Double hit, push the 5 onto the 7. Kicking at this 5 ball, occasionally you're going to leave a 5-8 combination, which, I mean, it's all about that 5 ball right now. Don't think there was any escape, was there? Great save from Jasmine.
Yeah, I agree. There was really nowhere to go. That combination just looks slightly off. Could do with the cue ball coming down low. It has done.
But how is she going to get on the 5? That 5 ball's tracking towards the left long rail. Cue ball's tracking a little bit towards the 10, let's say. Maybe a bit more towards the short rail in between the 6 and the 10. So not easy to get shape unless she's going to play this double pace and the cue ball back to the center of the table. Oh, and this is now a tough cookie.
Yeah, she did inject more pace into that. Cue ball has hung around near the 10 ball and left a long 5 on, and where that centre pocket is, it narrows down the options for position on this 6. So yeah, a tough cookie indeed, Tim. So tough, she decided to leave it in the jar and put as much distance between the 2 balls as possible. Now, with not much option to get the cue ball behind, Sophia could go aggressive here.
She must go aggressive here. Look at that 10 ball. Oh, that 10 ball is making the bank so huge. I mean, she's played good pace on this safety, but you had the bank. Cue ball was going naturally 2 rails for the 6. You have a bigger pocket. I kind of felt like she would have made it.
Yeah, I agree. And this is not only very makeable for Jasmine, she would like to think that cue ball will come back round for the 6 as well. The cue ball has come round for the 6, but didn't make the pot, and has left the cue ball in maybe an even trickier position for Sophia. Similar shot on the 5. It's all happening out here, Tim.
Oh, just watch that cue ball. Doesn't want to scratch. Scratch is close. Oh, this might be even worse.
Oh. Well, many times in this match, Jasmine Ushan has put Sophia Mast in trouble. On this rare occasion, Sophia's done it to herself, and this is a awful position that she finds herself in. If that cue ball had stopped 3 rolls shorter, she was in great position to take the second set, but look at what we have here.
I mean, for where she was laying, I really like the shot she's played. At least Jasmine will have to play a good 7-9 combination, which is a bit off angle. The 9 is frozen to the rail, so it's more likely to go wrong than to go right. Look at this 7-9 in this view. I am not a big fan. I mean, you gotta go for it. There's no way you can say, well, let's play another save, but this is just... You cannot go into them because the scratch is pretty close. And then the combination is tough. Well, what do you do? She's put, well, the bank was another option, but with the bank, I'm not sure what you're really gonna get on the 9. Like, it's kind of a guess. Unless she's playing a 2-rail bank now on the 7 to the bottom right corner in this look, and then the cue ball behind the 9 just in case. But it's a funny one. She might be playing completely safe. Just cut the 7 into the 9. Wow. I mean, I don't know what has happened to this match, but we went from nice offensive style to completely locked up. We are in lockdown right now.
Well, that's a testament to Sophia Mast's shot after leaving herself in trouble. Good demonstration of old head on young shoulders, pushing that 7 up to the 9. It's left her in this rack, and that's not a bad shot at all either. We were talking about going aggressive, Tim. This is lined up quite nicely for the bank.
Well, same thing. There's like a half table distance to the 7 ball, so you should be able to aim this half ball and get close. Should give yourself a chance on this. Yeah, she has done that. But then again, she did not take care of the cue ball.
Oh,
beautiful,
lovely
straight
bank.
back. I mean,
jeepers. Both players in this rack putting themselves in tricky predicaments. As you look back at the replay, Jasmine Ushan making that 7 did not want to end up here on the 9, and here we go again, Tim.
well, I can now officially tell you all that the next match starting on this table, Carlo Biado and David Alcaide, they will have to wait till this match is over. So they're not gonna be starting in time. This 9 ball a bit pacey. I think it's just okay. Now this time the bank not as favorable. Cannot just hit it half ball, you have to cut it exactly perfect. More distance. Something aggressive on the 10 could possibly be there, like a carom. Could use the extra rail. She is going aggressive on the bank, wow. This can win or cost her the set. Oh, this is perfect. Oh, she's stolen this rack. She's still in this set, Gav.
Absolutely. 2 big bank shots, Tim. And we've got a good glimpse of Sophia Mast in her chair there. She's done as much as she could to stay in that rack towards the end. Looked like she got herself back in it. But Jasmine Ushan gets 1 back. Score, she trails 3 racks to 1 against Sophia Mast. And this is the second set. Sophia just 1 away from taking us to a 3rd. I'm sure Jasmine has other ideas as she takes a good gulp of water before her break. And yeah, I'm sure the guys will not mind waiting. They're probably somewhere in the background watching. And the next round of the men's is the start of the last 32, so we're really getting to the business end. Tim's alluded to some of the big names. Please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. You can get the full list of all the big guns out there. We have two of them in the women's discipline on our table right now. Jasmine Ushan to break. She trails 3 racks to 1, but she does lead 1-0 in this best of 3 set format. The 2 took a very useful knock and has gone in, and there's a shot on the 1 in the center, but the 10 might be hampering her queuing.
Look where that 10 ball moves from over the bottom left, gets bumped by the 2, and goes all the way to where the cue ball is awkward. Like, do you understand the difference between that 10 ball just staying over the corner, yes or no on this? This is brutal. It's small things like that you have no control over, but it can actually make or break you.
Yeah, and the cameraman just picking up Jasmine's reaction there. Just a flick of the head to the side. Maybe a little bit of disbelief on what that 10 ball has actually done, as you were pointing out, Tim. I mean, do you dare drop this in to the center pocket? No, you don't. But what you don't want to do is double kiss that 1 ball and leave it hanging out for her young opponent, Sophia Mast. And yeah, nothing at this moment feeling like it's going Jasmine's way, even after taking that last rack. But Sophia just needs 1 to take this second set.
Do we see anything that could pose a threat? I don't think it will be the 4, 5, 6. Maybe 7 to the 8, as in you need to get kind of close to the 8, but still leave yourself a small angle, not too straight. And then from the 9 to the 10, always under pressure. I mean, this kind of layout in the beginning of the match or to win the second set, definitely a different feeling to it.
Yeah, agree, Tim. And Sophia confidently playing the cue ball through the 6-9 to get the shape she wants on the 5. And that's allowed her just to float up for this 6 with a natural angle, taking the cue ball towards the 10. Using the 10, and that has left the cue ball straight as a die on this 7, and that's going to change the way she takes this shot on now. Yeah, just dropping it in, and now leaving a rather tricky 8. It's a big shot, but we know when Sophia does get in stroke, she is not just confident, but aggressive, and backs it up with some great shots. This is the time for it.
Yeah, she has to play this with top left spin too. You cannot just drop this in and let the pressure get the better of you on the 9. Have to do a bit more. Cue ball will track to the top left corner. She's missed it and she scratched. Oh dear.
What a swing. What a swing. Yeah, you felt she had to take it on, Tim. It was a real tricky shot. Needed to be played precisely, and as you said, was always going to flirt with that corner pocket. from 3-0 up. You said it, Tim. Jasmine's not out of it. She never is. That being demonstrated here.
Yeah, we'll have to play the short side of the 10 unless she really goes 3 rails around the angles, which, I mean, she's trying to keep it simple, obviously. So this 10 to minimize the deficit, 3-2. And a possible comeback in the making.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Tim, this is going to be a real big test of Sophia Mast's character. I'm sure she's been in these positions many times in the past. But if she can hold it together here and take any chances that Jasmine may leave her, she'd really like to be back in her chair, getting ready for the third set. Mentioned, Tim, there's got to be a point where Jasmine just decides to go for it. We also mentioned her game plan has really been to stifle Sophia Mast and not let her, give her the opportunity to let her stroke out. This is a big break for her, trailing 3 racks to 2 in the second set.
Well, I have to say that 10 ball is moving a lot towards that corner now. Early 10 balls are not allowed. 10 on the break is not allowed. It has to be the last ball pocketed to win the rack. But that 1 ball moved over just enough to where she could take a crack at this 1 ball with a left spin. Try to get to where she is now, possibly a bit further, short side. Nothing obvious though, she's not guaranteed to be on the 2, so we could easily see her try to get on the 2 and then possibly a save on the 2 ball.
Yeah, she's trying to bring that cue ball down as you suggested, Tim. Runs into the 6. That might have helped her a little bit here. Sophia back at the table with maybe a sliver of the blue 2 to look at. Will that be enough? She's called the 6, I think, in the corner, just as a bit of insurance. Oh, wanted to catch that 6 thicker. That 2 has leaked through the gap. Not easy to get on the 3 though, Tim. Jasmine having a little survey of what could possibly come off that 6 ball. But this is no gimme to get around for the 3. She went right through the gap, clean as a whistle. Interesting position, Tim. Freezing the cue ball off a bank shot. Could be on. But I think Jasmine's looking at a safety option.
Yeah, I gotta go. She doesn't go for it. This is... I mean, on the other side, her trying to grind it out has brought her back to 3-2. But make that bank and you're on the 4. Like, what's the worst thing that can happen if you do not make the bank? I don't think you sell out.
Completely agree. I really fancied the bank there. We're not at the table. Jasmine has certainly come into this match with a strategy and a game plan. Sophia just taking an extension here. Not a bad shout. Not completely obvious the shot she can play here. I don't know if she can play the 3 back up the table and run the cue ball into the 6 perhaps as a blocker. Just coming off the long rail in front of the centre pocket. And the cue ball did run into the 6 and stay down at this end of the table. Did it actually get in the way? Oh, it has.
Oh. But then again, same thing. The only thing she should be thinking about is, hey, if I can make this 3 ball, look at the shape on the 4. I understand she's wanting to have ball in hand, but I mean, occasionally you're gonna make one. You kinda have to.
She has called the 3, Tim. Looks like she's going long rail onto it. Oh, and that was the slightest of movements on that red 3. Wow, what a game of margins. Look at that 3 ball, Tim.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm super surprised she went for the rail first. And I mean, she's got the hook behind the A2. But then again, on this jump, why is Sophia not trying to jump this in? They're so focused on not trying to lose.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I actually think she'd made that bank there, but there was always the chance of the double kiss, which is exactly what happened. And on other occasions, that cue ball may have tracked behind the 7, but it hasn't. If you look, it was on its way, I'm sure. Advantage Jasmine. Oh, wow. And she's turned away. Not happy with that at all. Wow.
Yeah, it's just at some point the loss of words is an understatement. I mean, I know we are definitely paid to talk, but what to say about? I mean, this is pool 2. You know, it's just so much. At some point, emotions flowing all over, and now it really has become a big struggle too. Listen, we're playing now 2 hours, almost 20 minutes, and she's missed that 3 ball.
Yeah, that was all in of her own making. She didn't get the right shape on that 3, had to force that cue ball, maybe even cheat the pocket slightly, and that's not worked out at all. And as you can see from the replay on the overhead, that 3 ball has tracked into, again, a lovely position. Fully expect Jasmine this time to put this one away. And then straight on the 6. Big inhale from Jasmine. She understands the importance of this rack.
again, the loss of words. And the weird thing too is that I've seen both players play so well. The first set was really stable. So just the set system really getting their minds mixed up.
Well, just want to point out, it is winners qualification. So the loser still has a shout in the losers bracket and will continue. But both these players playing like their life's on it. And there's been some nerves, there's been some great safeties, a couple of misses, unexpected. And that's all kept this drama flowing lovely on table one today. What an opening match for day 4 we're having.
Well, she does make the clean cut, but then again, she played it just sent the ball. I kind of feel like she was a bit afraid to play outside spin, and this cut, this looks to be quite close to the scratch in the sides. I feel like she has to draw the cue ball away from the scratch, which makes this twice as hard.
Yeah,
at least.
As soon as that cue ball came off the cushion, Tim, she was throwing daggers at it. Oh, good recovery, and gets back to 3 apiece. Hill thriller in the second set. And, well, she's still not looking completely comfortable, but she's very much in this second set. It did look like Sophia Mas could have run away with the second set, but, well, this, I'm not going to call this at all, Tim. This could go anywhere. Mentioning earlier that Sophia Mas, World Junior Champion, from Tuesday, 3 days from now, we will be kicking off our WPA World Teams events, and at the same time, our Pro Billiard Sports Las Vegas Junior Open. And so we will have a few days of watching the young guns that are coming onto the scene. And this young lady, one of them indeed, and a bright future ahead. Taking Jasmine Ushan all the way in the second set here, and if she does get us through to a third set, great to see the confidence brimming. Every break seems like it's becoming so important to the players, Tim. Well, it looked like she was going to make a ball there, but it didn't drop. Try break. Yeah, the 4 looked like it wanted to go. And that brings Sophia Mas to the table. There is a shot on this 1 ball, but the 2 is hampered by the 3 into the bottom left corner. So that means Sophia will turn down that shot. And, oh, the cue ball slides past the 5.
Yeah, devastating cue ball control for Jasmine. I mean, this is not the position she wants to be in. Could not have played it any better, Sophia Mas.
Yeah, it's Jasmine's turn to be locked against an object ball. She's been doing this to her opponent with great success so far in this match. And what an escape she's managed to pull out there. A well-deserved applause from the crowd.
Yeah, now just look at that cluster along the rail though. I feel like no reason to pocket the one ball. Well, unless she's gonna be planning a safety on the two ball, which she probably is. I mean, we might play a 2-8-3 combination, but I'm very sure that she won't. That's why they are on the big stage.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to think I could take on the 2-8-3 combination, but never in a million years would I make it. Needs good cue ball here. Oh, and has very, very good shot. Needed to be played with children's gloves, that one. Is she going to be able to jump that?
Well, she will be able to jump that, but she'll have to elevate a lot, and the accuracy will be a bit less.
Wow, popped it over. I don't think so.
No.
No. Difficult jump shot, made to look easy. And rolled the 4 in, uncalled, so brings Sophia back to the table. Now on the odd occasion, Sophia could give this back, but not on this one.
Oh, needs a good cue ball, needs to go behind the 6. She does that again. This is a really good shot. This is also a big difference. How often do you see players play this and it's containing, so the 2 ball is safe and the cue ball gets to the short rail, but your opponent can still have the open choice to play either side of the ball. Now, okay, she is kicking this. So much at stake. Sophia trying to stay in this match. Was 3-0 up, so she's gonna feel the heat. Jasmine feels like she might be able to overcome a big hurdle. Oh, and again that fin contact on the 2 ball that she just feathered. And again.
Yeah. Great 2-rail escape. Did you see that? That 2 ball not moving much at all, but good contact. Now, is there a delicate shot to be played here to bring the 5 in the middle? Not today. Maybe even called the 9. Just for insurance, but what a great cue ball she's played there. I didn't see that coming.
Well, I kind of like the dynamic of this match just because of how much they're pulling the strings on each other overall. I mean, it's impossible to keep them tight the whole match, the whole 2.5 hours now, but super hit.
Again, making great contact. Sophia must be thinking to herself, how safe is actually safe? But it's refreshing to see her giving Jasmine a little taste of her own medicine. She'll be looking to do the same again here. Oh, pace looks great. Line looks great. Oh, just half roll short of going behind the 3. But still covered by the 7, I feel.
Yeah, she'll have the cover at least over the long rail, and the 7 ball's blocking it, and the 8 is blocking to go past the side. So she's gonna kick in front of the side with a lot of left, which makes the kick a lot more difficult. And there is the opening shot, the reward.
Take nothing away from Jasmine there. She's made another great escape. But as you said, Tim, this is what Sophia has worked hard for. She's been rewarded. Not the easiest of layouts on the table, but certainly no big problems as that 2-ball wipes its feet before it decides to pot. This could be the big shot. I've just noticed the 8's blocking the 6, so yeah, asked a lot of that pot.
Oh, just needs to hold up, doesn't want to get straight. The crowd is clapping, but she might not be happy at all.
No. Great shot. She hammered it in with a lot of premise to get the cue ball round the table. But where she's left herself now really makes the next shot, or rather position from this shot, tricky. What other options does she have but just to... Oh, she's going to rub off the side of it, Tim.
And behind the 8, no.
Not far away.
Yeah, I cannot imagine Jasmine taking the cut on this 5-ball. We've seen her turn down easier shots than this. But yet, she looks to be lining up for it.
Can she play it with an element of safety in mind? Because if she can, Tim, that may push her over the edge on this decision making. Oh, she made the cut, and the cue ball with a tap on the table has caught the middle jaw. And has that shot that touched the 8 earlier from Sophia opened up the pathway for the 6? Oh, the camera angle will take her.
She's landed better actually because of the side pocket point than if she had missed it. Now this is a chance to close it out. I'm not gonna say this again, but if she wins this match, she really survived the scare because she was awful close to going to a 3rd set. Oh.
Yeah, you have to. You have to give her full credit. Even in the 2nd set, trailing 3-0. It's been one hell of a journey for her, and she has been up against one tough opponent.
Oh, where is that cue ball gone? Where has that gone? Oh,
she's talking to it. Oh, Tim. She is talking to the ball. She's talking to herself. Where did that go wrong?
Well, does she not just... If she plays maybe a tip of inside spin, she cannot be wrong on the 9. She has to slice this in. And she hasn't. That 9 is going to stay over the corner. This is a gift to Sophia Mast. Can you believe what is happening here? 3-0 down. Comes back to 3 each. Fails to run out there. And, well, we've got 2 balls in front of the corners. Another lifeline for Sophia Mast. The pink dagger just needs this 10 ball.
Well, if Carl Biado and David Alcaida is out there waiting for their match to begin, they may have to stay in their seats, because Sophia Mast, after watching her opponent claw back into her 3-0 lead, has managed to pip it at the end and take the second set 4 racks to 3, and we'll move into our third set as the girls just run away and take a quick break. I would suggest my colleague Tim de Ruyter and myself, Gethin Davis, do the same. I'm out of coffee, Tim. We'll be back with you very shortly for the start of the final and third set. Please don't go anywhere. Well, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this absolute nail-biter of a winner's qualification matchup between Yasmin Ushan and Sophia Mast. Yasmin Ushan kicking off our third and final set. My name's Gethin Davis. And joining me back in the box, my good colleague, Tim de Ruyter. Well, I've got no nails left, Tim.
I'm completely lost right now. This is the weirdest thing ever. I was so ecstatic to see how great they played in the opening set. And now I feel like both players, they're all over the place. Sophia missing a 3-ball. Then Yasmin not getting out with the 8, 9, 10 on the table. It has been quite a roller coaster. I would say this is very enjoyable to watch, but my heart, I know at some point it's going to stop.
Well, I don't know if you picked up on it, Tim, but during the break, I just had a quick look at the stats, and it didn't appear that Sophia Mast, after all of those safeties she'd put Yasmin in, that she didn't draw any fouls from them. So I'm not too sure if that's correct or not, but what a statistic after all of the safety play that's been played. Would be a testament to Jasmine if she was able to 100% success escape rate. Now, is there a shot for Sophia to put the cue ball behind the 7 here and lock up Jasmine?
Well, she's going to try and bank the 1 ball over where the cue ball is now. Oh, she's got the double kiss, and well, that cue ball could have been straight down the drain.
Little interesting cluster developed over by the 1 ball. Jasmine having a very close look. Also for the ref to call her extension. Can she just rub off the side of it, pushing the 1 into the 3 and coming across the table, perhaps? Maybe even into the 5.
Yeah, real first. I like this. This is a strong play. Good call.
Yeah, that's a very tricky escape. There's no way of coming underneath it. It looks like there may be a window between the 2 and the 3, but let me tell you, there isn't. You're gonna have to go up the table. Is there a pathway around the 7? Or is there a 1 rail sliding past the purple 4?
Well, with some left spin, it's so tough to judge the pace with the left spin, and I think I would have preferred to play this with a lower pace, that in case you do not make the contact, I was never going to try and open the 2-5-3 up. So the run out now suddenly available after that great safety shot from Ushan.
Yeah, that's a real nice point you made there, Tim, for our budding amateurs and fans out there. Because what Sophia's done there is opened up that cluster, and as you said, it's turned it into a rack-winning opportunity for Jasmine. And she will be so keen to get off to a better start in this set than in the second. Not too much difficulty out there. Just making sure you can get back from the 4 to the 5. Yep, come up high on the 4. Good position. Difficult to call at the moment, Tim, because there has been some strange situations out there.
Yeah, she might be drawing in between the 5-9. Just gotta be careful not to land near the short rail, but the pace has been good. Now, I did have a little look at the draw at the ProBilliardsSeries.com website, and I seem to see that they have rescheduled the Carlo Biado against Al-Qaeda match to another table. I mean, obviously you cannot leave the players to wait for this match running late, so that means we will not have a match. Well, we do have a lot more matches coming for today, just not that match on TV table 1. And our next match thus will be at 1 p.m. Las Vegas time on this table. Of course, we still have table 2 running with Shane Van Boning against Miguel Salvia, and the table 3 not with a full production, but still more streams, more action.
I was watching table 3 back this morning, and there was a great matchup with Fedor Gorst. There's been some great matches streamed on that channel as well. So much action for our fans. It's great. And so much action for you and I, Tim. And Jasmine Ushan will be looking to brush off the second set and put it in the back of her mind. and takes the opening rack in this third and deciding set. It's the start she wanted, Tim, but as we both know, there's still a lot of pool left in this match, and I would never rule Sophia Mast out. When that young lady gets in stroke, she is a formidable talent, so, well, this might not finish until 4 p.m. I'm trying to work out my Vegas time now.
Yeah, it's difficult for us. It's a challenge. Yeah, it's just interesting though. I think if you look at this match, Jasmine maybe played a little bit too much to keep a hold of that lead in the second set. And now I kind of feel like we see the same Jasmine we've seen in the first set. Like now I feel like she's playing just fine. So I'm not sure what exactly happened there in the decision making that got her a bit all over the place. But now she seems just fine. Real strong first rack in the third and deciding set.
That one ball was tracking over towards the centre pocket, but got a big wallop out the way as we watch that Arcos 2-6 ball come to a spinning stall. Sophia is out of her chair with a good look at this one. That 2 ball is not in a pretty position, but Sophia back to the table nevertheless.
Well, possibly a 2-7 combination. Now it looks to be quite straight. Just gotta be careful not to have the 2 ball to run all the way over to the 9.
Yeah, it was a difficult combo. May have left a gap for Jasmine on the 2. Looks tight from here. Is she just trying to pop over the edge, or is she jacking up just to screw back? She may have just need to lump over the edge, but with the action she's got on the cue ball, Tim, she's put herself in a little spot of bother.
Yeah, she'll have to be kicking this 3 ball. I don't think she can hit it directly, and well, yeah, she can look for the target to get the 3 ball behind the 5-10.
Some clapping in the background. Full appreciation for that shot. Now, a kick and stick could see Sophia returning the favour here.
Oh, nice.
You'll
hit
like that
there,
one, Tim.
kick and stick. Yeah, classic. And it's not easy. The 3 ball was like half a diamond off the short rail, so it's easy when the ball is kind of close to the rail. But this time to kick it so full in the face is the main objective. She's done really well. And look at that 3 ball ending up in the middle of the traffic too. We need a very strong cab driver to go through 2 rails and find a window between the 4 and the 6.
Well, Jasmine has produced quite a bit of magic throughout this match. Sophia putting her in some real tricky spots. This is one of them yet again. And a good stretch as well.
Yeah, the kick and stick has proven very worthy.
Yeah,
Yes.
ball in hand really does work. Well, the 4 may not go to the corner pocket, but with ball in hand, she could come underneath and look for an angle to float on down for the 5. As you see there, the 9 ball just hampering it into that pocket. So Sophia just running into the 6 to hold the cue ball for the 4. Well, I would suggest into the bottom left corner.
Oh, doesn't want to be on top of the 7. Is she still fine the cue by the ball? Yes, she is. Okay. That was already a nail biter to her. I think she also looked a bit worried there. Now, a bit more of a firmer stroke. She has to go back, possibly 2 rails. Oh. She certainly likes that 7 ball. She's getting awful close to it twice now. How is she going to get from this 6 to the 7, Gav?
I'm not sure, Tim. In fact, I think each time she's just pushed that 7 closer to the long rail, so if she can jack up a little bit, she'll maybe just leave the cue ball somewhere down there. She played that in probably the best she could. And this is the key shot, you feel. Needs to put a stroke on this. Ooh, and it was a difficult shot. The 7 ball seems to have finished on the spot, maybe just a bit higher up, and both in a line with the cue ball, Tim. This is a big shot for Jasmine. It's not an easy one either. Ooh, turns it down, Tim. Plays a pretty decent shot by all accounts, leaving an edge for Sophia to look at, but if she takes that edge on, that 7's going to track towards the corner pocket, so it may be too flat and too close to the cushion for her to be able to play a 1 rail kick and stick, so it's going to be the 2 rail. It wasn't close really, by all accounts, and that will be ball in hand to Jasmine, and a chance for Sophia to bring it back to 1 apiece. Seems to be slipping away here.
Well, the crowd definitely is gathering around this table. Everybody knows that this could be another big upset. And imagine, this is not even the single elimination yet. Can you imagine the pressure, the crowd, the whole atmosphere when we get there? This is to qualify for the last 16 players. The loser of this match does have another chance as well.
These guys will not be thinking about that though. They'll be thinking going back to their hotel rooms without the concern of having to come back to play in the losers bracket. Jasmine Ushan didn't need asking twice in this second rack, and she now takes a 2-0 lead in the 3rd and deciding set. Retains the break, and well, time is starting to run out on Sophia here. But yeah, standing room only now by the looks of it, Tim. Westgate.
And the loser of this match does draw Chia Hua Chen, who we seen yesterday. She beat Rubelen Amit. A very strong match from both players. So not a very easy draw, and also the one that loses this match will definitely be very disappointed because they both have the opportunities to win this.
Yeah, agreed, Tim. Yeah, great performance from Chahua Chen against Rubelen Amit, who was the reigning, or is the reigning champion from last year's Las Vegas Open. Very strong performance. So even the losers bracket looking as tough. You have to think Sophia's still in this, especially if there's any rockiness from Jasmine. She settles down to break. She needs 2 racks to 0 in this final and deciding set.
Well, balls scattering all over the place. And the first thing to look at is how the 2, 6, 7 and the 8 are making it a little bit of an awkward area. So we're going to see a big battle on the 1 ball and possibly another big battle on the 2 ball. And then we're going to find out who will be able to clinch this rack.
She's just summing up her options there, Tim. Just wondering if she can play the 1 up and down the table towards the 9 and maybe bring the cue ball behind the 5, but I think she's called a pocket here. Not too sure what she's called. Yeah, similar shot to what I was suggesting, getting good distance between the balls. Maybe was hoping to get a contact on the 3 to put Jasmine in more trouble than she is right now. Is she looking at a thin contact on this right-hand side of the 1 as we're looking at it? Should be flirting with the 10 ball if so.
Or maybe the cue ball to the left. She was trying to crawl behind the 9. That's a risky play. She played a really good 1 ball though. Well, she might have played mainly the 1 ball and tried the cue ball as an extra. I was thinking maybe to bring the cue ball up to the 7.
1 ball, 1 pocket.
But she's definitely put Sophia in a bit of a spot. If she goes real first and makes the 1 ball, she won't really have anything on the 2 ball, so it starts back again. If she makes the 1 ball, and she hasn't, does that 1 ball stop in time? Well, the leave is alright. She's still alive. No easy roll up on the 9. 10 ball comes back up, doesn't count as the win.
Yeah, that's not the easiest of shapes on the 1. Is she looking just to run the 1 into the 9 thick and get the cue ball going somewhere? That face would suggest she's as unsure as we are.
I like what she's tried there. But, I mean, it's already a great shot, not running into any of the balls on the left. But just a diamond further, and the cue ball could have been above the 3 ball.
Great cut. No pocket for the 2, but makes the 1. if she can put the 1 against the 7, but maybe put the 2 against the 7. Ooh, that's just not gone right for her there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with how it's laying. Even if Sofia leaves this 2-ball, it's not a guaranteed run out with the 6 not going to the bottom. So you will have to get perfect from 5 to 6 and land to the short side. And that's why she's played another save. And I do understand the choice in some way. On the other side, she should be able to run out.
Well, there's a little bit of angle sliding past the 10. If she wanted to try the 1 cushion escape, going this way she has to queue over the 7. And that's gone straight into the centre pocket, and just jacking up made that shot a little bit more treacherous. The 1 rail escape would have needed a good chunk of left-hand side, so yeah, it just didn't release off the 2nd cushion. So, well, I'll be interested to see how many safeties Jasmine has played. But she's yet again rewarded with ball in hand. And will that 6 become a thorn in her side?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. Not sure what exactly the difference was between the 2 balls she had earlier and this run out, or the fact that she now got ball in hand and she has to play the run out. But she'll have to play the perfect shape from the orange 5 to the green 6, and she's already landed a bit too much angle on this 4, and that is not going to give her that big angle on the 5 she needs. I'm almost considering running into the right side of the 8 with a lot of pace, like try to open something, but that's probably where you should stay patient and play another save.
No, but you are right, Tim. Any good contact on the edge of that 8 could get that 7 and 8 out of the way for the 6 to pass, but we'll not know now. And there is, well, no real angle to run into them from here, I would suggest, but both players have been surprising me no end in this match.
Oh, that is short. Not sure if she was trying to get on a bank maybe to the side, but she'll be trying to cut the 6 ball next to the 7 and then leave the cue ball at the bottom of the 10. This view, thin contact. The only thing you gotta make sure is you do not leave a straight combination. And then again, also, if Sofia can make a pretty solid hit on the 6, that 6 ball will go up table. The cue ball could partially hit the 8 and stay somewhat behind it. So there is a chance to be taken here.
She did get that thick hit you were talking about, Tim. Didn't catch any of the 8. That's not a bad 6. Where the 8 is, it makes position on the 7 tricky, so be surprised if... Oh, she has called it, Tim. I can't say that she'll be guaranteed on the 7 after this. makes the pot.
Oh, that flick on the 8 is gonna help her. Oh, wow. That is a major roll. Sure, she does play a great cut, queuing over the 8 with left spin. But there's so many things that could have gone wrong. She could have scratched. She could have bumped the 8 full in the face and be hooked. That little flick determines the outcome in a major way. 3-wheel shape back to the center of the table. Oh, she did not play as much. Oh, look at this. Did she get on the 8 that way?
Well, it just looked like Jasmine was going to get a couple of rubs, but wasn't able to avoid the 10, and look where that cue ball's ended up. She's just going to slide off of it and look for cover. This third rack isn't over, Tim.
Which is very exciting, but also very shocking.
Yeah, it must be infuriating for Jasmine, but she's such a seasoned professional. I'm sure she's seen it all before.
Oh, I like how she hit it. Good pace at least to get the distance. She caught it. She cut the ball just slightly too much. Fuller contact would have given her the perfect kick and stick. So now this long 8 ball, you would assume players to make this because they don't have to do much with the cue ball, but it's all about straight cueing any side spin. Makes the ball go wrong, and there you go, aiming and the side spin in general.
Dare I say, Tim, a little bit of shot clock thrown into the mix. Both girls feeling it somewhat, don't blame them. But this, while the difference between 3-0 and 2-1, absolutely massive at this point in the match. Oh, she's run into the 10. Knew she was, Tim. Yeah, it was
no reason to run into the 10, right? She's probably going to play the overcut on the 9 and leave a tough shot. I would be surprised if she goes aggressive to make the ball. She did go aggressive to make the ball. She's hung the 9.
Clearly felt this was a good opportunity to just steal that one back and ask a question of Jasmine, and it's stuck in the jaws, Tim. Not easy when they're in the jaws like this, and where the 10 ball is, she may need to move the cue ball more than she'd like to on this shot.
Oh, bit full. This is not gonna get close to the 10, but I mean, as a player, you would say it's just fine. It's not a monster cut, but surely missable.
Sophia sat in the perfect position to see the line of this 10. She'll know straight away if she's coming back out of a chair or not. And there we have it, Tim. Could have gone either way, this third rack. It has gone to the favor of the Austrian. And Jasmine Ushan, in this third and deciding set, takes a very useful 3-0 lead. Finds herself on the hill, match hill, because as of now it's a must-win for Sophia, and it will take us to a shootout if she's able to win the next 3 in a row. As we just look over at the stats, as I mentioned, Tim, if you look down at the bottom on the defense, Sophia Mast has been unable up until that very last rack draw a foul. Strong stuff.
Definitely strong stuff. The only thing I'm a bit surprised about is if you look at the missed shots, it's 9 against 11, and 8 of Jasmine's were in set 1 and 2, and then 9 of the 11 for Sophia were in set 2 and 3. Can you imagine? That mainly determined that bit of, well, bit of momentum for the other side, I would say, but it's just weird. Like to miss 9 or 11 balls in 3 sets time, I'm a bit shocked to see that. But also if you consider, if you look at the offensive fouls, 2 in the match for Jasmine and 12 for Sophia, but yet we are very close to still have a shootout. So it just shows that everything combined just made this match into a screwdriver. I mean, it's super tight. I don't think we are far from over, but let's see. Yasmin Ushan to break.
Made the 1 this time. How's the look on the 2? This could be one of her most useful breaks of the match so far.
Well, I was gonna say she's gonna be happy to see this, but she's actually not gonna be happy to see this just because of where the 3 ball is. No future at all to go aggressive on this 2 ball.
Well, she has called it. I'm just wondering if she can play again, this with an element of safety. Just try and freeze the cue ball, but she would be flirting with the centre pocket. Oh, judged to perfection, and well, yeah, there wasn't really, didn't look obvious that she could get this combination lined up, and she has, and it's a very useful one. You feel if she makes this and holds position on the 3, this will be her back to lose. Oh, Tim, did I speak too soon?
Yeah, I was starting to get afraid to say anything at this point. I mean, I'm not gonna say she might not be able to make this. It might be super thin. She might be able to play the double kiss, to where the double kiss forces the 3 ball towards the pocket. But I mean, I'm wondering, why did she not play a stop shot, for example? No, it was okay. She was so close to not be able to continue the run from that position.
I think you
Now we're
really...
we're
I was going to
we're
say,
far
Tim,
from
I think
done
really
yet.
you really cottoned onto something though earlier. It has been a game of 2 Jasmines. Her first set performance compared to her second, like 2 different ladies out there, and now she seems to have returned back to her first set form. How's the angle on this 6 though, Tim? Is she going to be forced to have to go for this in the centre pocket?
No, the center pocket will be too tight. She will have to play the short side of the 7. Straight will be horrendous to get from the 7 to the 8. But then yet, if she comes up too short, she will not even be able to cut the 7 in. So has to land perfect on a piece of paper, you would almost say. This is a bit pacey. This is a bit pacey. Well, she has landed all the way to the short rail, and this is actually enough to go to the other side of the 8. That means we might get the ending of this match. I'm not sure if anybody watching this was actually wondering if we would ever get the ending. This just felt like there was another tilt to the story.
I wouldn't speak too soon, Tim. Where's that cue ball tracking? Far away from the corner pocket. She was flirting with that top right corner in her last shot. But now seems to have it a bit more under control. And this 8, 9, 10. To put an end to a very entertaining winners qualification match. I wonder if all the other matches have been as exciting as this in this round.
Well, she's now straight in on the 10. Yasmin Ushan just needs this 10 ball and a big side there. Just this 10 ball to make it to the final 16.
And there you have it, Tim. Yasmin Ushan, after an absolute thriller of a match, gives Sophia Mast a big hug. They both had to dig deep, and on this occasion, Yasmin winning in a 3-set thriller, making the last set look easy by the scoreline, but that's not a reflection on this match whatsoever. As my good colleague Tim de Ruyter mentioned, the matchup between Carla Biado and David Alcaide, well, that's been pushed onto another table, and that means now we will have a pause of about 45 minutes before we return back to the action on table 1. And if you want to keep a track on the schedule of play and also the live scores, please do visit ProBilliardsSeries.com, where you will have all the latest and up-to-date information. My name's Gethin Davis. A big thank you to all of you joining us, and a big well done to Yasmin Ushan, who progresses through to the next round. Sophia Mast, she will be back in the losers bracket. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
And also tonight, we have a very special matchup you got to be here for. It is the straight pool face-off between Dynamite Darren Appleton and the Prince of Pool Corey Dool at 7 o'clock. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we are going to move back to this side of things. Seo Seai and Margarita Kefalova Steyer. 1 o'clock here in Arena 1 at the Las Vegas Open.
Good afternoon, guys. Just a few minutes away now from a terrific matchup. Margaret Fefilova up against Sarah. Gethin Davis and myself, Mark White, will be in the booth for this one. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up very, very soon.
welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Westgate here in Las Vegas. It is the Predator Pro Billiard Series Women's Open, and we have two big matches coming your way right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner will be moving on to the top 16. Let me ask, who's enjoying pool so far at the event? We have seen some amazing pool, and it is only going to get better. We are going to crown a ladies champion here on the 23rd, but these next two matches are so important. Only one is going to be moving on. Let's start in arena number 2. Please make some noise for Savannah Easton. And her opponent is Yuki Hiragachi. And here in Arena 1, please give it up for Seo Seai. And her opponent is Margarita Fefilova Steyer. Good luck, ladies.
What a wonderful introduction for these two entertaining players. So Soa is taking on Margaret Fefilova. My name is Gethin Davis, and it's an absolute pleasure to be joined in the commentating booth with my good friend and colleague, Mark White. Well, Mark, this is for a place in the last 16, sir.
Yeah, well, I've just woken up and I've just been going through some results, and there's been a couple of shocks, and as you say, we're down to the last 16. It seems to have flown this year, Gethin. All of a sudden, we're 64 now, just 16. And this is a really, really tough one to call as well. I mean, we all know Seo, what a great player she's been here. She's had a lot of success on the Predator series. Margaret Fefilova yet to break through onto the big stage, really, but who knows, this just might be her year.
I think that's a really good call, Mark. Margaret is an entertaining player, and she does like to rise to the challenge. She's going to need to. Seo has been in real good form. Don't often see her in the losers bracket. She'll be looking to come in to this first set strong, and she has the break. This is a race to 4 per set, best of 3 sets. Well, the one ball not really going close to that center pocket and breaking from the side. I'm sure that was what Soa was looking to achieve. It's a dry break. Fefilova back up to the table with a good look on this one ball, Mark.
Yeah, I'm just looking around to see if any problems. 4 obviously jumps out at you, is a little bit tied up there. 1, 2, 3, no problem. May have to play a 4-7 combo. That's one possibility. Let's see how she goes about it. It's always interesting to see what route the ladies take. Nicely cued.
She judged that very nicely. There is a small gap past the 10. For viewers new to this tournament, there are no early calls on the 10 ball. If she does call it and pot it, it will be respotted and she gets to continue at the table, but not a full pocket here, Mark.
Yeah, this is the start of the real work now, though. What's she going to do? She's eyeing up that combo, I think, and she want to be as straight in as possible. So just a little bit of a draw shot here. Doesn't want to bounce the cue ball too far out. If she is indeed playing the combo, there you see she can hold off this angle. It's a perfect angle, isn't it, we've got there? Yeah, she's overdone it now. This made this combo a lot more difficult, Gethin.
Yeah, she may be forced into a safety here, Mark. The combination was always going to be a tricky one, but once that cue ball gripped off that last shot, it's really shot up the table a bit further than she'd anticipated, and now looking to get the cue ball locked up behind the 5. She's gone to put behind the 6 to put Soa in trouble, and the 5 is eliminating the 1 cushion escape, so this is going to need to take a little extra bit of care here.
This isn't easy. May call the 10 here, thinking that maybe she'll flick off the right-hand side of the 4 ball. I think she's got to go up past the 9. It's the only way I can see.
She called, I believe, the 4 in the corner. It may have been the 10, but just getting contact on this 4 ball will be a shot in itself.
Good hit. Very good hit indeed, and got cover. Yeah, acknowledged there by Margaret as well. Little tap on the table.
Yeah, that was really well judged and a great result. Margaret looked to call the corner pocket just to the left of where she's standing, right up in the top of the screen there. Maybe as a bit of insurance, 2-rail escape. Oh, judged that very well. Depends how far that 4 will creep, but it's not crept enough, and that cue ball's close enough to the 7 to yet again put Soa in a difficult predicament. And in our last match that we were treated to on this table, Jasmine Ushan came out with a clear strategy of keeping Sophia Mast in a difficult spot every time she came to the table. Looks like Margaret's employing a similar game plan at the get-go here, and it's rewarded her by the looks of it, Mark.
Yeah, this 4 ball was always going to be a problem, wasn't it? It was tied up from the start. It's the first thing we kind of mentioned, and it's proved to be the key ball here. But there is another little problem. Does the 5 pass the 7? I think it may do. If it doesn't, she can come short side and play it past the 10.
Yeah, she does have ball in hand, so she can pick her spot. But still needs to make it, Mark, and I think you're right. She's going to have to come down the blind side of sorts. And she's headed in that direction. And it's not worked out for her, Mark. She needed to catch the 7 thick in the face, and with that flick, it's put her in a spot of bother.
Yeah, this first rack, so important to get you into the match. You never feel a part of the game until you're on the scoreboard, and it's so nice to win the first one. Steve Davis always put 150% into the first frame of snooker when he was at his peak. He thought it was very, very important to set the precedent early on, so he would put everything into winning the first frame. And Sarah wanting this rack badly as well, and she has the first, what I would call, clear opportunity.
Yeah, Margaret did get a look, but an unforced error. And now Soa at the table, as you said, Mark, with a good look at the 5, and she doesn't need asking twice. That cue ball's tracking towards the 6, but nowhere near. And now this has developed very nicely. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball here. Oh, and hit it flat. You could see it, and the face on Soa, disappointment. The green six is held up in the corner pocket as well, Mark, and reprieve for Fefalova there.
Looked like she dropped to 20 and found a 5. The look on her face.
Yeah, the cue ball's slowing up nicely. Good angle. And this would be a steal of sorts in our opening rack.
Rare mistake from the Korean.
You've got to feel, Mark, that Fefalova isn't going to get too many of them from Soa, and if she were able to pounce on this one, would put a shot across the bow, that if Soa was to make any more, that she would be put in danger. She's a little straight on this 8. Might need to put a bit of a shot. May decide just to roll off the long rail. Keeping it concise.
Didn't want to be playing this. She wanted to play the 9 into the same pocket as she just played the 8 ball, but finished way too straight on the 8. But this going to be no problem. Going to be an early warning to say, Sarah, if you make a mistake, I will punish you.
Done very nicely, with authority. And you were alluding to Steve Davis wanting to lay his mark out in the opening rack. And that's exactly what she's done. And she will get the break for the second rack. And great overhead view there of our referee. Hand racking the balls together. Has been making for thrilling results off the break. More importantly, when you add that to this race to 4 per set, best of 3 set format, we have had some absolute crackers so far. And as you said, we're only halfway through day 4. It seems to have shot by, but I have some great memories of some great matches. In fact, on one day alone, 2 shootouts in a row on my shift, and it was fantastic pool. But we are getting to the business end, and this is for a place in the last 16. The loser will go home, so to speak.
Yeah, referee Marius Kirilinus. All the way from Vilnius. Mr. Kirilinus from Vilnius.
I thought you said Venus then. I was going to say, that's a bit of a trek to the arena.
I've always said you're from another planet, Gethin.
Real good pace on that break, Mark. Wasn't rewarded with potting a ball, but has left Soa in trouble, and she has the option to push. And I think she's going to have to take it, because there is no real value in even trying to go for the 1 here. So just nudging it out a ball roll into the open. Well, I say into the open, but giving an open shot on the 1. And now it's up to Margaret if she wants to take this on or give it back to Soa. She's not, and she's called it in the corner pocket. Oh, no, did she give it back? It looks like Soa back at the table.
Yeah,
she pushed into this position.
She's
for a reason, Mark.
How do you like your one balls? Almost straight in, please.
Well, so we're pushed into that position, and I was quite surprised that Fefalova gave it back, knowing that Soa may have had something in her back pocket, but as it's transpired, Margaret at the table with a very nicely dressed one ball. Just having a look around the table, the 9-10 is not nice, and the 4-6 neither. So still a lot of pool to play in this rack.
Margaret beaten by Chow Che Yu in an earlier round. Wins over Charlene Chai and Kukiti Nira have put her here against Seo Sewa. Well, that's thin.
Yeah, that was the thinnest of edges. Mark wanted to catch that a little thicker and to leave the cue ball tucked behind the 9-10. Now, So's got a good look at this 3 ball. She's called it in the corner pocket underneath her chin, Mark.
Well, to me, she's just not on her game at the moment. Another mistake there on the safety.
Yeah, she certainly doesn't seem to be the Soa that we were commentating on in the last event where she picked up first prize. And Margaret's taken full advantage of that sort of lax shot and put Soa back in real trouble. This is not an easy one either.
It's a pretty little chalk holder.
That was such a difficult shot she took on there. Difficult cueing and not needing any spin on that cue ball as it came back down the table, and didn't miss it by much, but yet again rewarded for her safety play. And these are good opening signs for Margaret here.
I think she's going to be in trouble again here, Geffin, because she's going to be stuck behind that 4 ball once again. And remember, we are playing the 3 foul rule, guys. 3 fouls will be loss of frame, loss of rack.
And that 1 ball is glued to the 6. Every time you do that, Mark, you take away half the table.
Yeah, got to go 2 rows here, Geffin.
Yeah, you fancy her to make contact on the 3, but as you alluded to, if she doesn't, she'll be put on 2 fouls, and I'm sure Fefalova will be looking for an opportunity to grab a 3rd and the 2nd rack, so needs to be ultra precise here.
Oh, it's 2.
It is. And it didn't pick up on the spin until it had gone alongside the object ball. And again, Fefalova being rewarded with great safety play, and she has the option to go for a 3rd foul here, but there's also a good pattern out there on the table if she were to go for the clearance.
Yeah, if she does get out of position at all, she does have that chance still to play the third foul. Doesn't have to be consecutive shots for the player laying the snookers. Of course, it has to be consecutive shots for Sayer in this situation. But going for the run out here.
Oh, needed the cue ball to slow down. It's come right into the center of the table, and that's leaving a trickier cut on the 5. Good natural angle to come back round for the 6 into the same pocket, but a bit trickier than she'd hoped. Makes it cleanly, avoids the 10, well, glances past the 10. I'd like to play this, and where her tip is now, leave the cue ball. And this second rack is starting to come to Fefilova, and that's a testament to her safety play so far.
Yeah, I think you can safely say it's game on. Maybe not going the way Sayer may have originally thought. She's in a tough match here, and she'll know that.
Yeah, shot clock just started to beep on her backswing, and that cue ball has misbehaved somewhat. I think that's going to force Margaret to play off the 8 and bring the cue ball behind the 9. It's not the way she planned on this rack going, but
I think she goes for this. No, she doesn't.
And that's a bit pacey, Mark. That's a bit pacey. And what turned from being a great opportunity for Margaret has now given Sayer a little sniff, and clean shot on this 8 ball. You fancy her for the 9.
Yeah, natural angle, taking up back around for the 9 in this left-hand pocket you just saw on your screens. Nothing to do with the cue ball, just make sure you pot the 8. Oh, she's a long way off. Worrying signs, the Korean. Yeah, she does. She looks out of sorts to me. Doesn't look settled yet.
Yeah, that's a great call, Mark. We've had the pleasure of seeing quite a lot of Sayer and table time. And that does allow us in the booth to be able to pick up on these things. You, a little bit more sensitive than the rest of us. And that's a really good observation, and in turn, Margaret's made the pot, but not avoided the 10, and so for the second time in this rack, just not going her way. And it's calling on her just to pull out a few bigger shots. However, in making the bigger shots, Mark, can just boost the confidence a little bit more. Well, turned it down, and I won't say that that's the best of containing safeties. There's the bank on, and as Sayer's just indicated, that's what she's called. The cue ball will come down to the bottom of the table, so a good chance of running safe if she doesn't make it, but This is not that difficult a bank for either player.
Well, Soa started her campaign against her fellow compatriot, He Zhu, and she had a 2-1 win in that one. Then she lost to very, very promising player from Argentina, Soledad Ayala. I really am a big fan of Soledad. Plays a great game. And then a win over Jordan Helfrey has put her into the last 16.
Yeah, the lady from Argentina really is a talent. And that was a confident pot. Again, not getting everything her way on the 10.
Oh, that's a lovely beard look. I thought that was Uncle Albert from Only Fools and Horses for a second.
It looks just like him.
What a beautiful beard. Seen a few of them, actually, in the audience this year. Las Vegas must have a great beard groomer in town.
Well, while we admire that beard, Fefilova takes a 2-0 lead, a very useful 2-0 lead to take advantage of Soa's, well, not 100% play at the moment. And that's what you're going to have to do because, well, as you and I know, Mark, Soa can turn it around and there's still a lot of match left in this.
Just give you a couple of updates, guys, on some scores just coming in from the men's Las Vegas Open. Albin Ocean has beaten Jeffrey Roda from the Philippines 2-1. Jason Shaw embroiled in a right battle with Max Lechner. It's 1 all. Lechner guaranteed a shootout. He leads 3-2 in the deciding set. We'll keep you up to date with that as soon as I get the scores. Back to this one. Fefilova in charge.
And making the one. What about the cue ball, though? The cue ball has sunk. Good break. Just lost the cue ball a bit, and it took a knock or two.
Yeah, it got bumped twice, didn't it?
Yeah, very unfortunate. But that will give Soa a ball in hand, and you were talking about Jason Shaw Mad Max match. I was watching a little bit before the start of this, and Jason was down in the second set and clawed it back to 3 apiece, and I sadly had to switch off, and that sounds like it's been an absolute clanger. I believe it's still going on our stream table 3, but please do not go anywhere. So Soa has a good look at the red 3 here. She'll be looking to get her mark on the board in this opening set.
Yeah, she'll be feeling a little bit rattled at the moment. She's had chances, hasn't taken them. Her safety's not been the greatest. Margaret has taken the chances that she's had. So this is a must-win rack, not just because of, you know, Margaret being on the hill for the first set, but just to settle herself down, because she just hasn't looked settled yet. Caught out the cameraman. Thought she was going to the side. She wasn't. She's playing tricks on him. Went to the corner and played it very, very nicely.
This is panning out to be a nice pattern for Soa here. She just wants to be a bit particular for this 6, and it's just come back a little bit further than she'd hoped. It's going to mean that she's stretching with the extension on her cue.
Yeah.
Good view of Marius keeping an eye on the 7. Oh, good pace on that, Mark. Very good pace on that. And that allows her to not have to do too much to hold for the 8 in the corner where she's playing from now. Delicately done. As you said, Mark, very important rack for Soa here. She has taken care of it nicely so far. Good angle to bring the cue ball off long rail, and hold for the 10. I'd like it to bounce off the cushion. And nicely done. So Soa gets her first rack on the board, and a timely time to do it. She trails 1 rack to 2, but will have the break now. And we will get a good look to see if she can get that working. Both players from the stats, 0% break success. I imagine that will change, and that could play a pivotal role in this match. Coming up later today, Mark, we have the straight pool face-off between Corey Dool and Darren Appleton, race to 150, starting at 7 o'clock local time. I'm looking forward to that one as we come back to Soa, breaking off, trailing 1 rack to 2 in the first set. Made the 10, which will be re-spotted.
Yeah, it does count as a ball down, of course. No early 10, so either on the break or during the match, 10 ball last ball. Lots of left-hand spin on the cue ball there. She's played a nice shot here, can play the 8 into the side, I think.
That's what she's called. Just queuing up over the 3. Looking for the 2 to behave. Just stay out in the open for her. Oh, it's kicked over quite heavily towards the 9.
Yeah, no prizes for guessing the next shot. Hold the cue ball behind the 9, send the 2 ball away.
She was just inspecting if she could sneak the cue ball in between and make the pot. I'm not too sure if that's actually on.
I think it's very risky when there's an obvious hook on, but she could be going for this with the position of the 3 ball. She is going for it. Didn't realise she could get through to it, but obviously can. Great shot, so.
Well, I didn't think that was on, Mark. Brave shot, as you suggested, to take on. Was guaranteed to be left a shot on this 3 ball, but the safety may have been the best option. But maybe Soa's just feeling like she's starting to get her stroke back. If she is getting a stroke back, Mark, this would be the right time to do it. If she can prevent Fefilova getting to the hill, she gives herself every chance of getting back into this opening set. brought that lovely round the 6 for the 5 mark. She's going to need to use the 10 to hold that cue ball. There is a chance if she does catch it on the left-hand side of the 10 that that cue ball may roll behind the 7. So this is a tricky 5. Oh, I mentioned it might do that, Mark. I didn't expect it to go behind the 7. And that has just snuffed the fire out of that somewhat.
Good second prize.
She wasn't far away at all. Had to get up on the table to even have a chance of being able to jump over. It was difficult enough to get the elevation. But yes, Mark, second prize. There is a 1 rail escape. It's fully expected to hit the 6, but not guaranteed to put her opponent in a safe position.
Jason Shaw has been beaten by Mad Max Lechner, 2-1. Chinnikov beating Jeffrey DeLuna as well in straight sets. Mario He, straight sets win also over Victor Zelensky. And Tyler Steyer, who is actually married to Margaret Fefalova. That's the confusion that I've seen a few guys having in the chat. Why is her name Steyer on her shirt and Fefalova in the caption there in the bottom left-hand corner of your screens? They are married. She sometimes goes by Fefalova Steyer, sometimes goes by Fefalova. Sometimes, as you can see on her shirt today, she just goes by Steyer.
And there was me thinking she stole his top on day 1.
I think it looks a lot better on Margaret than it would on Tyler. He's actually 1-1 at the moment with Daniel Maciel in sets, and the pole is 2-1 up. So in pole position in the set, in the third and deciding set, Daniel Maciel leads Tyler Steyer 2-1. Or Tyler Fefilova, whichever way you look at it. Oh, tremendous from Steyer. Absolutely tremendous. Okay, she's over the top of the 9 ball, but that was a lovely moment. Great jump shot over that distance to be that accurate. Absolutely Fefilova fabulous.
It's going to take another great shot here if she takes this 7 on. Avoids the double kiss. Good cue ball. Maybe I would suggest that's probably the best she could have achieved from that position. Has left a shot for Soa. Difficult cueing against the short rail. Getting good distance between the 7 and the cue ball. However, the 7 is hanging quite a way off the short rail. This would be a thin cut to take on. Running off the left-hand side of it may be the better option. That's what she's gone for. What about that cue ball, Mark?
Perfect.
Exactly where it needed to be. Was unlucky that that 7 didn't lock behind the 9 as well. That would have made it even trickier. So we're going airborne here.
Well, Margaret had a great jump on the 6, almost a great jump there for Sarah on the 7. Got pretty close with it, but left a chance for Margaret to get on the hill here in this opening set of this last 16 match. The Las Vegas Open for 2026.
Yeah, and so far it's been a great start to the year. Had so much fun in our end of year tournament. We had fun in Florida, fun in Spain. It's been great. And if this is what we're going to be treated to through 2026, well, I'm not going to be able to grow my fingernails back for starters.
Yeah, I made a mistake saying last 16. This is to get into the last 16, of course. That's what I meant. This is loser's qualification. So a chance to get into the last 16. Let's tell you a little bit about our referee, Marius, from Vilnius, Pius Labutis country. And the referee, Marius, in his spare time, he's an IT engineer, but he also likes to teach. He's been qualified as a coach for 4 years, and he's been a referee for 4 years as well. Always a thankless task, and I think these referees deserve a little bit of recognition. So thanks to Perry Anderson for providing us with some info, which the referees gave us. It's always nice to know the third person in the arena as well, I think. Gethin, don't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not an easy job, and well, without them, I think we would have a torrid time out there. And well, they're always dependable, and they do keep an eye on affairs real close. And it's, well, I think the players get very used to it as well and enjoy having someone just taking the onus away from them. So thank you, Marius.
We'd be waiting a long while for the balls to be respotted if he wasn't out there, wouldn't he? Wouldn't we? Yeah. Well done, Marius. So breaking for the set. 3-1 up, Margaret Fifilova-Steyer.
It's a dry break, and that 1-5 combination is on for Soa. She's just having a look around at the table at what else is lurking out there. Was very unlucky the 7 didn't drop in the centre pocket.
Yeah, it went very close, didn't it, Gethin? So did the 1 ball go close to the corner. I think it's going to be in the corner after the next shot. Nicely played the combo. Another problem, though, of course, is the 4 ball. She's going to have to do something about that. It's a shame the 9's there, because she could leave herself an angle on the 2 to go into the 4 and the 6, knowing that she'd have the 3 over the side. But the 9 is in the way of doing that. So she's going to have to do it off of the 3 ball. It's never easy doing it off the previous ball, because it's the only chance you've got, of course.
I think she was listening to you, Mark. I think that cue ball was expected to come a bit higher up the table, and she was going to play it off the short rail and try and come between the 8 and the 9, but it didn't come up far enough, so she's just had to change her tactics somewhat, and that cue ball may have run a bit further than she'd hoped.
Yeah, just the safety available. Just the safety on the 4. She can't do anything from there.
She has 2 options here. She can just play a containing safety and slide off it and bring the cue ball back across to the other long rail, or she could try and be a bit more creative and go into the 4 ball and look to bring the cue ball Z style off long rail, and bring the 9-8 into play. I consider that the riskier option. That's what she's gone for. Needs to be precise, and it is. What a shot that was. Well-deserved applause and a nice tap of appreciation from Margaret. She called a ball in the corner pocket, maybe the 8 for insurance. 2 rails, maybe just nipping the 3rd. Wasn't far away.
Great effort from Margaret there, almost clipping it. Now, of course, there's another problem with the 6 ball. She does have ball in hand.
The 7's also a bit tricky, but there may be a route if she can come across the table to play the 6. And if there is, and the way she's played that, she suggests it does, she may be able to just screw back. Not too much, maybe where the cue ball, in between the cue ball and the 6 ball now. And she'll look to take this 7 on, and will have shape to bring the cue ball back across for the 8, so this is not the easiest of pots, but Soa's just looking like she's starting to find her stroke again.
Yeah, and she does have one of the finest strokes in the women's game as well, in my opinion. Such smoothness, silky smooth, Sewa.
Gosh, you could see from that angle, Mark, that was fine margin stuff, made to look rather easy. She doesn't want to finish straight on this 8, and would that little smirk on her face suggest she is?
Slight angle. She can run this through with some right hand spin. No, she can't. It was straighter than I thought. Now then, what does she do here? She's going for it. This is attacking stuff from the Korean.
This is really what we've come to know her for. And when it works, it's enthralling. Needs to make sure of the pot. The 10 will always be there for her. And on this occasion, Mark, she's not made it. How far has that 9 ball travelled?
Yeah, this is on. This is definitely on. Can concentrate fully on just stroking the 9 down the rail. This one never really went close. So a chance to take the opening set here for Margaret Fefilova. You have to say, really, she's second favourite for this match without being, you know, horrible. I'm not saying that there's that much of a gap, but Sewa has won so much in the game.
Yeah, she's certainly up there as one of the players you always fancies in it against anyone. Margaret's just run out of position on this 10 and made it trickier for herself. She's called the bank, not made it, but she has kept the cue ball frozen against the rail. I'm not too sure if that's going to be good enough, though, where the 10 ball's landed up. And this could be a little steal for Sewa.
Yeah, these are the shots that you look at the end of the match when you're analysing it. This has to go down as a chance. It's not an easy chance, but it's the one that champions make. This is the kind of chances that win matches. She could be excused for missing this, but doesn't, and there's the difference.
What a turnaround. That was looking very much like set number 1 to Fefilova. And now, well, so we're still in this. The score's back to 3-2. And she will be breaking to try and get on the hill with her opponent. So, good, exciting stuff, Mark. And if anything, Fefilova's position play just letting her down on a few occasions and has just been left chasing it. And that has allowed Soa to get back into it, because you felt up until that point Fefilova had a great chance of running away with this opening set. So Marius getting proceedings underway. So Soa breaking, trailing 3 racks to 2 in our opening set. Loses qualification.
Yeah, whichever way you look at it, it was a chance for Margaret, but she overrun the position. And look at this.
Ooh. Made the 3 ball. The 1 was on its way as well. Sorry, the 2 ball. The 1 was on its way. The 2 ball stopped it, but then decided to go in the side pocket, and well, the 3 is tricky. The 4's blocked by the 6, but so are at the table.
Yeah, look at that 0% on the break from Margaret Fefilova. She's going to have to improve that. Need to start making balls if you want to win tournaments. Invariably, it's somebody that was breaking well that wins a tournament. Just gives you that extra chance to control the match. So a little safety here from Sarah. In behind the 6. Well, it's leaked out.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that was on her mind as a possibility. Saving grace is that further down the long rail, past the side pocket, is a 5 ball. And that's going to prevent, I believe, her going for the corner pocket. I'm wondering if she can dig into the red 3, use the 5 to slow it down and screw back behind the 7. That's what she's gone for. Oh, and it's turned out very nice for her.
Goes back to her seat. Very, very pleased with that shot. Exactly as planned. Jump stick is out again. Can't make this red 3, but she can certainly create distance. It's normally her go-to escape the jump shot. She prefers to jump than kick. She's a very good kicker, though. She's from Karam country, of course, in Korea. They all play Karam. And talking of Karam, Kim Ga-young, the great ex-9 ball player, now switched to Karam. She's actually Seo's teacher. Not a bad coach to have.
Not at all. There's a gap past the 7. Run into the 4 didn't help. So we'll probably look to put her opponent in trouble. Good chance to do it. Could screw behind the 7.
Yeah, definitely favourite for me, Geffin. Safety's been pretty good quality from these 2 young ladies. It really has. There's been some great safety in these opening 5 racks.
Needs to be against Soa. She's very clinical with her angles. And Fefilova's really asked the question in this match. And this isn't the first time she's put Soa in such a difficult predicament. So 2, possibly 3 rails. The 3rd one up behind the 4. She's hit it off the second mark, and it looked like the 9 and the 10 just pushed themselves out the way to leave a pathway to the side pocket, but from the overhead, it looks like the 9 didn't move far enough. May be able to slide off the 4 and take the cue ball up towards the 7.
Just to roll up behind the 9, I think here Gavin is a shot. Yeah, the only problem with that is this is a one-rail kick at the 4 ball, and it's very close to the pocket. She will automatically be on the 5.
And there's always the danger of leaving this. Locked against the 9 would have made this a bit more difficult, but there is a slight gap. And there you have it. However, that cue ball has just run a little bit more, Mark, and it's going to force Soa to have to play with the extension elevated over the 9, and it's pretty straight too. So this is going to be a great shot to be able to develop the cue ball for the 6.
Using the 30th anniversary bridge there from Predator, 30 years in the business. And it's nice to see the arena coloured pink. Of course, they do the Cancer Awareness Month. They donate a lot of money to the cancer charity, hence the pink background. Always nice to see. Great charity.
Okay, I think Soa was looking to bring that cue ball up into the 8 to leave a chance of putting the 7 in the same pocket, and now she's going to be forced into playing a safety shot. That was arguably a good chance for Soa there to get to the hill-hill situation in this opening set at that visit, and now she allows her opponent back to the table, and I'm not too sure she's covered that 7.
I don't think she has. It's a little bit careless there from Say. I think she was so disappointed not to get position on the 7 that she's kind of let herself be a little bit unhappy with that particular shot. I don't think she's got the hook. Well, Margaret's keeping the jump stick, so maybe she has. The 10 ball will be called. Possibility of the 10 ball going down won't be a win, but it will keep her at the table. Now, she is a pretty good jumper, Margaret, as we saw earlier.
Great shot. Great execution and a great result. As you said, Mark, that 10 ball will come out and get respotted, but look at the shape she's left herself on the 7.
Yeah, great stuff.
Will that turn out to be a set-winning shot? The position she's played on that 8 would suggest that it could be. And she's held it together well, so just threatening in this opening set the comeback.
She's had one bite at the cherry to take this first set, missed the 10 ball. Bad position from the 9 to the 10. Should be a lot more simple this time. She's nicely on the 10 ball. This to take the first set, guys.
Well, Great view of her concentration on Margaret's face there as she makes the 10 ball and takes the opening set. Did make a little bit of hard work, so it did threaten the comeback. However, she pulls through and takes it 4-2 as the players take a small comfort break. Myself, Gethin Davis, and my colleague Mark White will do the same. And please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments for the start of our second set. Well, a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this losers qualification matchup in the Pro Billiard Series Women's Las Vegas Open 2026. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me for the start of this second set, my good friend and colleague Mark White. Well, Mark, what do you think Soa's going to need to do to turn this around?
Well, I think it's quite simple. She's got to stop the mistakes. She's had opportunities in every single rack. She's doesn't seem like the Saya we've come to know. She's got mistakes in her, which kind of shows a little chink in her armour. We haven't seen that before, I don't think. Margaret Fefilova, all credit to her, has capitalised. She almost messed it up in the previous rack to the last one that we just saw. She had the chance, she didn't get the position from the 9 to the 10, but once again, Sarah let her off. So I think she just needs to negate those mistakes that she's making, which we're not used to seeing her make. It's as simple as that. She needs to come out all guns blazing now and stamp her authority on this match, because at the moment, Margaret's thinking, well, I can make mistakes and get away with it. She's not punishing me. And Margaret looking stronger and stronger. Good finish to that final rack in the last set, and she's breaking first in this. This is the only thing she hasn't been doing well, and that's breaking 0% on the breaks. She needs to change that.
Yet again, Mark, 0% success on the break, and that's probably the only chink in her armour so far, as you rightly pointed out. And so we'll be back at the table, and she's got to look at this cut on the 1. As you can see, she's not short of power, Mark, but the ball's just not behaving for her.
I think this is a crucial rack now. She needs to punish these dry breaks. This is a chance.
The cue ball has bounced out far enough, and I think she has enough space past the 7 for the blue too, and only needs to track back down the table for a position on the 3, and if the 4 passes the 6 into the corner, it could start to open up for her here, Mark.
Yeah, it definitely passes past the 10 ball as well, I believe. No obstacles, so to speak, in this rack, but she's messed it up again, the position. She's overrun it. She's going to have to get the jump stick out, and now the chances of getting back on the 4 aren't very good either. There's traffic in the way, notably the 5 ball. We know she's good with the jump stick, but you can't perform miracles with it unless you're fed or coursed. Oh, hello, it's a race. Where's the camera gone? Oh, I thought they was both going to run along the rail, and the cue ball was going to knock the 3 in the corner, and that would have counted, of course.
That would have. God, that would have been a shot and a half.
Let's have another look at it. Look at this. Oh. Could have made the 8 ball there if it had stayed on the table. Of course, it wouldn't have counted because we're not playing 9 ball, but it would have been good for a highlight reel.
Absolutely. And Fefilova's returned to the table, all from Soa's unforced error. And as you were saying, you felt it was a must-win for Soa. Well, if Fefilova was to take this, it's going to start to ask some serious questions. Yeah, she couldn't and didn't need to do much more than that. Got a nice angle on the 5. Should be able to track the cue ball back up to center table. Would like it to come a little bit further so she could have a nice angle to bring back up for the 7. This could be key shot of the rack for her. And that was a great line.
Yeah, 10 balls in the way here, though. She wanted to be the other angle, going away up towards the 7. She's going towards the 10 this time. Couple of latest scores to bring you guys, very important ones as well. The 2 youngsters from the United States going very, very well. Savannah Easton has won her first set against Yuki Hiraguchi, and Sophia Mast has won the first set and is 3-2 up in the second over Amber Chen.
Wow. Sophia Mast had an absolute slog against Jasmine Ushan. A very exhausting match for both of them with so much safety back and forwards. It was a good 3-hour match. Great testament to her character, the young 17-year-old. And we come back to Fefilova. If that 9 ball can squeeze past the 10, and you'd fancy her to take this opening rack in the second set.
Well, the big news from the men's tournament, Dennis Grabet, the reigning champion, defending champion, is out. He went down 2-1 to Nukioi earlier on today. So we will have a new Las Vegas Open champion. I'll tell you what, I quite fancy SVB for this one.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Mark the Mystic White as Margaret Fefilova, well, she's turning that screw a little bit tighter on the South Korean Sosoa and gets the second set off to a great start. And this set is a must-win for Soa. So each rack that Fefilova makes will ask a few more questions.
You just mentioned Mystic Mark there. I actually had a character called Mystic Mark when I used to be on radio back in the day. I would do the horoscopes. People would ring in with their wishes, would tell us their birthday, and Mystic Mark would tell them all what's going to happen to them.
You could have opened up a Pandora's box there, Mark, in the comment section. I look forward to looking back at that one.
If you want your fortune told, please don't come to me. It was just a joke.
Sagittarius.
Well, the future looking very, very bright for Margaret Fefilova. I can predict that one. Taking the first set, she's taking the first rack as well and breaking. Can she make a ball? That's the question. Come on, Margaret. We're rooting for you.
Got a thick contact on the one, which led to it not tracking towards the center pocket, and well, even with that support, Mark, yet again another dry break for her, and if anything's going to let her down in this match, it could be the break. Now, from the overhead, Soa does have a nice look at the one, but the the green 6 is spoiling the party. It does lend itself, though, for her to slide off and maybe play a good safety. She's made the 6 and called the 6. I didn't hear that call, Mark. Just drew it back, avoided bringing the 7 in the way, and from the way she positioned her cue there, that 3 could very well pass through the gap of the 8 and the 10. Otherwise, she's going to be bringing the cue ball over towards that purple 4.
A few people asking about the men's last 16. When will it be played? It starts 4 p.m, so it's the next round coming up on Pro Billiard TV today. Any info you need, go to probilliardseries.com. The schedule's on there, the prize money, the different tournaments, the events coming up later in the year. There's some new ones this year from Predator as well. So keep your eyes on probilliardseries.com. Now then, this is a real chance. Prime position here on the 4 ball. Roll up for the 5 into the same pocket. Needs to clear here, Gethin.
Fully agree. just off straight. Ooh, just didn't get the run off the long rail that she expected. Still a makeable 7, but not going completely her way. Not full control of that cue ball.
It's kind of been her problem, hasn't it, in this match? Just hasn't got that cue ball on a piece of string. It's more like a piece of elastic at the moment. She needs to get control of it.
Yeah, and again, Mark, just the wrong side of the 8. These small margins can make big differences. Yeah, we'll leave a thinner cut on the 9. Doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball, just nice pace off the long rail, off the opposite long rail, and hold for the 10 into the same pocket. Judged to perfection and could consider it a must-win rack early in this second set, but she has, and brings the scoreline back to 1 apiece, and that will keep this second rack interesting, to say the least. You mentioned Dennis Grabber exiting the men's event. Well, he's not gone though. He will be back in our mixed doubles turbo that takes place tomorrow. I believe he's teamed up with Christina Tkach, and there's 7 other teams performing, and that will be starting tomorrow at 3 p.m. and then the finals later on in the evening at 8 p.m. That is going to be some thrilling stuff. $40,000 jackpot to be split between them, Mark. I think it's the
Very
first time I've
nice
seen
too.
that format.
Very nice too. 20-second shot clock on that, so that's going to be fun. Not too much time for talking. They're going to have to let the cues do the talking. 3 p.m. tomorrow. Thanks, Gethin. Back to this one. Sarah has the break. She has been the better breaker of the two.
Oh, the 5 threatened, but it didn't drop. That will bring Fefilova back to the table. The 1 is in a tricky spot down there in the corner pocket. As you can see, the 8 ball is rolled up next to it. I'm not too sure if there is a chance to carom onto the 8 and pot it. If there's an opportunity just to bank the 1 ball back towards her and leave the cue ball behind the 6, I'm sure she'll go for that. She was able to call the 8 and make the 8 mark. And well, I'm having a look at the 2 ball. The angle she's left herself on the 1. The 2 passes the 3. She's having a look. I'm having a look. I'm not too sure that passes. This could be now a tricky position shot. She may even have to try and drop behind the 2 to play it into the same pocket as where the 1's going. Well, she's keeping me guessing, Mark. Oh, she elected to go into it, and that might not have turned out too bad at all. That passes the 7. She can bring the cue ball long rail, back
Yeah,
to a
good
similar
shot.
position.
Decided she had to alter the position, rearrange the furniture, so to speak, and played it very well, Gethin.
Avoids the middle pocket. Leaves herself a similar angle of cut on the 3. And, well, that 4 may not pass the 7, so just needs to be a bit more particular about her cue ball. Has been doing very well with the position play so far, especially when it comes to moving other balls. Well, that was clean as a whistle, and that would indicate this 4 ball does slide down the long rail into the corner pocket. And this, I feel, Mark, is the key shot. To get position on the 6 now should make this rack elementary, but that is not a given. Big shot from Fefilova here. She's played that well. She's gonna still be tracking the cue ball back down the table. May need to put a bit of extra venom on this and go short rail, short rail. Not too sure she can play this delicately enough.
Big bounce. Oh, not enough.
Yeah, that was always the danger. But with that thin cut, I do not think she could have held for the 7 without taking the short rail again. And definitely needed that bigger bounce.
Safety here, try and get that cue ball up behind the 9.
Needs to travel.
Good effort. Got distance, Gethin. It's not easy, this one. Won't want to play the bank either. Could send the 7 straight up the middle of the table again. Leave the cue ball down this end.
Yeah, I think that's the best policy here. I think trying to feather this 7 from where Fefilova's left that cue ball is asking a bit too much. Oh, that 7's bounced quite a bit. Oh, not as much as I thought it may have done. So the 9's still blocking a path to the corner pocket. But that does give Fefilova a position to aim for with the cue ball. She may be looking to get a good safety behind the 9 here.
Very difficult, very touchy. She's played it. Oh, I got the double kiss. It may have helped her. Now, is the potting angle there? I don't think it is. She may have got away with this. That's a rare time where a double kiss actually helps you. Well, maybe it's on. Well, she could see more than enough of it, and she's overcut it. She got away with it again, though. Yeah, she's just not the normal Sewa at the moment. Made more mistakes in this match already than I've seen her make in entire matches before. Looking determined and focused, Fefilova. That's okay.
It is indeed, and well pointed out. Fefilova can just keep the pressure on and not give away anything silly. she is in with a really good chance of taking this match.
Remember,
Ooh,
this
where's
is
that 7?
This is a loser's qualification. If you lose this one, you are out. As we see another mistake there from the Korean. Chance for Margaret. It's very easy to top stun these, take all the pace out of the cue ball. So you're not really aiming top as it becomes bottom when it hits that small, short rail. So I have to cue these just below centre and nice and smooth. Just like that to get some distance on the cue ball. She's left herself a little bit thin. It's going to need the extension on the cue, I think. She's quite tall. Maybe she can reach it. Oh,
Saving grace. The cue ball will track down lovely for the 10.
Well, she overcut it slightly, but played it to perfection. It's going to be 2-1. She's going to be leading again and breaking. Now, Mystic Mark is back. He says she's going to make a ball on the break here. She's going to make the one ball on the break. There you go. There's a prediction.
I'm just phoning my bookie. Give me one moment, please.
Bets
I
are
have
off.
to say, Mark, this crowd has been banging since the first match at 9 o'clock this morning. There's a few movement of players now as different matches finish and get started. But what a great atmosphere we've had on both TV table 1 and 2. It is free for visitors.
Well, the reason for the movement, Gethin, is because Sophia Mast has just beaten Amber Chen in straight sets. So the crowd from there have come over to watch who they consider an American already, Margaret Fefilova-Steyer, married to Tyler, of course. And I'm sure he's in the audience somewhere. I don't think he's playing anymore. No, the last 16 of the men's is complete, and I'll give you that last 16 after the break. I told you he was a fraud.
Well, keeping to form, sadly for Fefilova, fortunately for Soa, another dry break. And that 4 didn't come to the rescue. And a great shot available on the 1 to get to the 2. And there's not much trouble out there. The 5 hampered a bit by the 8.
Yeah, this really is go time now for Soa.
Containing safety likely here, unless she's going to go for the cannon, I can't imagine. And brought the cue ball close to the 8, didn't lock up against it. There is a bit of a gap and maybe a 1-rail escape, although Fefilova was eyeing up the 2-rail escape. That might promote a better chance of running safe after contact.
Let's just give you the men's lineup for the last 16. Christopher Tevez will play Shane Van Bonen. Carlo Biardo against Joshua Filler. What a cracking match that'll be. Yannick Pongas is up against Arseni Sesfalinov. Ben Francis. Now, you may not know Ben Francis. He's a lovely, lovely guy. He runs a pool room in Calgary called Leather Pocket. He's the manager there. And he will be up against Max Lechner. Albin Ocean is playing Ruslan Chinnikov. That's a mouth-watering prospect as well. Mario He, Wojtek Shevchek, Daniel Maciel against Ralph Souquet. Fedor Gorst is up against Naoki Oi. That's the last 16, and they're going to be starting, guys, 4 p.m. today, right after this match. We're not sure which one it's going to be yet, but stay tuned. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I've got a sneaky suspicion it could be SVB. I'm just guessing.
Well, you mentioned mouth-watering prospects. Naoki Oi against Fedor Gorst could be a real clanger. Naoki Oi has been playing some very, very delicious pool. As we just watched Margaret make a great jump shot, so putting her in trouble. Really difficult to contact that too without moving the 7 first. And well, it's left a shot for Soa, but not so easy to get on the 3.
Still hasn't got going. We still haven't seen her true potential in this match. But that might kickstart it now. That's a great shot. She's played on the 2. Is she on the 3? I think she is. Just pulled up in time. It's now or never. So
yeah, she needs to be particular with the red 3, as that 6 ball, if she doesn't move the cue ball enough, will get in the way of the 4. And well, I think she's not got the potting angle. The aggressive shot is going for the bottom right corner as we look at the overhead. I would suggest just a thin feather. She's gone for it.
Cue ball though is going to be close. Oh, it's okay.
Well, that has left Fefilova staring down the barrel of a big shot on this 4. As you can see, the 8 ball just making that 5 tricky. She'll need to load this up with some topspin to bring the cue ball back down this end of the table.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sure of going for this. I think she's played the right shot there. Unless she scratches. Oh no, what a mistake. Oh dear, that could be a big turning point there. She had a good chance there to get Sarah in a bit of trouble with a half ball safety, but she's caught it completely wrong.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There was always the threat of that happening, and you don't want to give Soa too many chances to start getting back into this second set.
Yeah, that was sadness in slow motion there from Margaret. She stood there waiting for it. She knew it was on its way. Another chance here.
Yeah, screws off the long rail, leaving good angle on this 6. Needs to try and avoid the 9 rather than run into it. Just like that, and well, a glimpse of Soa coming out of a shell. Wouldn't be a bad time to do it, but she's just looked up. I think she's just fallen the wrong side of that 7, which means she may have to just screw back a little bit and play it into the 10 ball corner pocket. She'd be able to run through. She was able to force it through to get a better look at the 8.
Oh, this is a great angle by the cameraman. Playing the 10 ball because the 8 didn't go and it's gone wrong.
Yeah, good opportunity. Always difficult to judge where that 8 ball was going to go after contacting the 10. She did have an idea, but it's just overrun. Looking to bring the 10 in. She has done.
Sarah coming out of a seashell by the seashore of Las Vegas.
Some eagle eyes in the crowd there. Looking on. Fell over with the jump stick. Didn't hear a call.
I think I heard a cry for help.
Be interesting if she did make a call, which one it was.
The bank maybe was the favourite, I guess. Oh, is this 8 ball going to run? Oh, it's held up, kind of. There is a cut on this 8, but it's a thin one. A lot of pressure on this as well, staring the hill in the face. And there he is, Mr. Tyler Steyer.
He's come to us for his top back. This is a thin cut, Mark, but if made, presumed to be very natural to get on the 9, which he has, but just fallen again low. Not running her way completely.
She's going all round here, I think. She's going to power this in with high right. Needs it to run, needs it to run. It hasn't. It's going to be distance, it's going to be pressure on this 10 ball. This is not what she needs right now. A straight in 10 would have been much better, especially the way she's been playing. This to level things up in the second set. Right in the heart.
Yeah, and a deserved round of applause. The difference between 3-1 and 2-2, massive at this stage in the second set. So we'll return to the table with the break. And yeah, fantastic stuff from both these ladies. And as you said, Mark, this will be for a place in the last 16. The loser of this match will not be proceeding any further in this tournament.
Yeah, and it will be a redraw. The 8 from the loser's side will be drawn against the 8 from the winner's side. Already through Jasmine Ocean, Cheska Centino, she's still going well. Wang Wang Ling, Pia Filler, Christina Takach, Han Yu, Chao Che Yu, and Wei Chu Chen. 3 players from Chinese Taipei already through into the last 16. That's a good average. This young lady will be hoping there's a Korean added to that list. Balls again on the break. Gethin.
Yeah, making balls, but that too has not been friendly. Really good break, great power, good control of the cue ball. But look where that two's ended up on the halfway line there.
Another crucial rack. They're all crucial, but this one is to get themselves on the hill in this second set, and it's a set that this young lady just has to win.
Yeah, she's just looked at the option of glancing off the left side of the 2, and there's not really much chance of finding cover, so she might need to play a little bit of improvisation here to get good cue ball. Just wondering if she may be forced on to taking the centre pocket on.
I think I would. Well, she's not. So that shows maybe how she's feeling. It was a natural angle to take her round for the 3 ball. Crowd absolutely glued to their seats for this one. He's just moved to the edge of his seat, that guy.
Wants a better view of this one-rail escape from Fefalova. May choose to come in very gently. Hasn't. Has missed completely. Ball in hand to Soa. And where that 2 ball is, Mark, it appears that Soa is going to push it behind the 7 and look to try and put Fefalova in trouble once again and draw that second foul.
Yeah, not the best shot she's played. I think there's a route through to this. Overhit it. I think she can get behind the 7 here, no problem.
Marius having a
Referee.
good look.
Yeah, he was getting in position, wasn't he?
That's a foul.
Foul called. Yeah, it's a foul.
That second foul,
See that,
by the way.
yeah. Well, Margaret looked a bit perplexed there. Let's have another look at it. Ooh. That was a tough call. I'm not convinced. I don't think Margaret is either. But accepts the referee's decision. What do you think, Gethin?
Well, we might be at loggerheads here, Mark. I thought straight away from the way the 7 reacted that was a foul. Marius also thought so, but watching it back on the replay, it didn't look conclusive, and so maybe we'll get a little sneak back at that replay. Slow it down. Oh, it's definitely a foul.
7, yeah.
Yeah.
Well done, referee. That's why he's paid the bucks, to make those big decisions.
And well done, production team, for getting us that replay in a timely manner. Did clear up things for our audience at home. I'm sure the comment section were having a small debate. Does this 4 pass the 5? It looks mighty tight if it does. Not at all.
Well, I'm going to stick by what I said. I'd like to see a super slow-mo of that. I'm still not convinced. I'm not letting you have that one just yet, Gethin. I'm going to be super slow-moing that on my YouTube later on. Very easy for us with technology available. Referee has to make a split decision, of course. Split second decision, I should say.
Well, Soa has done what she needed to do there. Focused on the cue ball. And what a good cue ball she's got. And so Fefalova needing to pull out a big shot here. She is on 2 fouls.
Yeah, she will have been warned. Can't afford to feather the 6. Oh, come on. Oh, she's missed it. It is rack over. Margaret, not happy with that. 3 fouls. You never like to be 3 fouled as a pro. But that young lady there drew the foul. And she saw it coming once again. She knew it was a foul all the way. Very, very difficult hit for Margaret Fefilova-Steyer.
Yeah, clever play from Soa there. And that gives her a lifeline. The crowd really warming up to this now. Here we go. Oh, yeah. What do you think now, Mark? You've gone quiet on the other end there. So we'll come back to Soa's break.
I'm pleading the fifth.
Oh. Dry break. That 6 ball frozen against the 1. It's going to force Fefilova to play a push. And so we're tapping on the door of this second set.
Latest scores for you guys. Chihiro Kawahara a set down to Bomi Kwon. Sophia Mast already through beat Amber Chen in straight sets. Yuki Hiraguchi is a set down to Savannah Easton, but they're 3-3 in the second set there. Nina Tordvand a set down to Kristina Zlateva, and Anita Kaya is a set up and 3-3 with Kennedy Mayman, another young American who's gone under the radar.
Yeah, very much so. We could be in for a surprise in this Pro Billiards Series Las Vegas Open, Mark. We do like that.
Love surprises. Do love a surprise.
Fefilova just looking to, I was going to say, play the 1 into the 5 to leave it there. She's made the 5, didn't call it, so that brings Soa back to the table. Can she keep the cue ball behind the 10?
Just shows you how different people see different things. It's been checked by our producer. Thank you very much, Morgan. He says 100% a foul. So well done to referee Marius as well. Half of the people in the chat are wrong. Half of them are right. And I'll hold my hands up as well. I'll hold my hands up as well. I saw it differently, but then I've got one eye, which doesn't work very well anyway. So Margaret on this 9 ball, just joking.
Oh, that cue ball swerved around the 1 ball there, Mark. Couldn't have got any closer, in my opinion.
The speed of it just arced it around off the second rail. Look at that, almost arced into it. Great effort. But you get the feeling the Korean is just starting to play and play the way we know she can play.
Well, I don't think she's come far enough to find the potting angle here, Mark, but you could seriously find her leaving Fefilova in trouble. She's called the 3-railer into the top left corner. She'll be looking to freeze that cue ball where it is.
When you said we'll find her, I thought you was going to say in the kitchen at parties.
sure she'd be lots of fun at parties. But on this occasion, she has put Fefilova in another spot of bother. And, well, looking at where the 7, 8 and 6 are, there may be an opportunity here for Soa to maybe go for the 3 fouls again. However, Fefilova first to hit the 2. She's got a good line. Oh, and she's come around it again. Hair's width.
2 fouls.
And 2 in a row would be a sucker punch.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that. You rarely see it in the program anyway, in the pro game anyway, but to see 2 in a row, I think that was a second foul. She missed the 1 ball, didn't she? And she's going to be going for the 3rd one here. I thought she was going to try and get her in behind the 8 ball. Still might do. No, she's going for the run out. Calls for another 30 seconds. Well, she has gone for the 3rd foul. Oh, she's made it though. And she didn't call it. Well, I can't believe she hasn't at least called it. Why not? Why wouldn't you call that?
Completely agree, Mark. She was always going to be left looking at the 4. Will
Wow.
that turn out to be a moment in this match? It will change the shape of this second set. And look at Fefilova come out of the blocks.
Good shot. She's got herself onto this 6 ball. 7 does pass the 9. So nothing to do with the cue ball here. Just make the 6.
Oh, I tell you what, Mark, that is a tight gap by the 9. Looking by the way she's standing at this shot, I'm not too sure it does go past. Oh, maybe it does. But this is going to take a good shot too.
You could even go forward here with a touch of left-hand spin. No, she's just going straight across. Yeah, it was harder to play it the way she's played it, but I don't think then, Gethin, that 7 ball doesn't pass the 9. Perhaps that's why she's played it to go the other side. I can't see any other reason to play it like that, unless she was trying to move it, but that was very, very dangerous.
I think you nailed it. I think she was trying to move it. Brave shot. Didn't make the 6 though. And now we're going to find out if it does pass the 9.
Well, it must have. She wouldn't have played it that way, which makes it even more mysterious why Margaret didn't play just to drop that in and cue ball straight across in the same position as this.
Well,
I don't understand the shot she played.
If it doesn't, she's going to slide off it. Yeah, she's sliding off
maybe
it.
it doesn't. Yeah, so it doesn't. Apologies then to Margaret. It didn't go. But in the same way, you know, Margaret could still have played the same shot Sayers just played.
And this is on. May even be a call for playing this into the centre pocket.
Yeah, I like the centre here, I must say. Leads to the 8 ball much better. Slightly more difficult pot into these tight side pockets on the Predator arc table. Oh dear, oh dear.
That centre pocket just got that little bit tighter and has spat out the ball. It's come out a little loose.
Yeah, played it very aggressively, didn't she, to draw over for the 8 instead of running it in, maybe with high right. But anyway, it's gone. Chance now to win this second set. Whoa, she's caught the 9, boy, I can't believe that.
I think she was going to anyway. I think she wanted to catch it on the high side so the cue ball would come off the long rail back across the table, and it just hasn't. And that now makes the level of difficulty on this 8 incredible.
Similar shot to Margaret's 6 ball. Maybe slightly more difficult. Well, what do you think to that? Gethin, the pressure's on.
Absolutely. There were some glimpses in the second set, Mark, that Soa was digging deep and deep enough. But that 8 ball needed to drop. It hasn't. And look at this, for an opportunity. Fefilova to take us to a hill in the second set. And it could go either way at that point.
Well, what a time it would be to make a ball on the break when you're on the double hill. That would kind of be poetic, wouldn't it? You have to say still, Seosawa has not played her usual A game. She really hasn't. And I'm sure she'll say herself in interviews after, should she go on to lose or win this match, she still hasn't played her best in this losers qualification.
3-3 Mark. Hill in the second set. I'm picking up the phone to Mystic Mark. Will there be a ball off the break?
I'm going to have one more go. I'm going to say, hold on a minute, I'm getting something. I'm getting something. She makes the 6 ball on the break.
Oh, fantastic. I love the bravery. There's not many in the game that will throw their heart out there like you will, Mark. And, well, you heard it here first. 6 ball off the break. Did Marius hear that? Where's he put the 6 to start with? Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's I should have waited until I'd have seen what ball was where, really, shouldn't I? I wonder, will she change anything on the break, or will she just stick with the same one? Surely has to make a ball eventually. This will either be a mic drop moment from me or a mic drop moment from me.
Well, I'm just wondering how many matches I've seen. I mean, if Fefilova was to take this off a dry break, I don't think I've seen a match where a winner has broke dry the whole match.
It's rare, that's for sure. I mean, it is a notoriously difficult break anyway. 10 ball with the hand rack, never easy anyway. It's almost impossible for referees to get, you know, a really, really tight rack every single time. Let's hope they are nice and tight. They actually saw the 10 ball go in for Seosawa, didn't we? Into the bottom right-hand corner, went straight in, didn't even get kissed. So Margaret breaking off, trying to make, well, the 6 ball is a 4 railer. I've just noticed. It could be a 4 railer. It's not going to make the 4 rails. Oh, nearly got in there.
You were a centimetre away.
Go. Oh, the cue ball did go though. Oh dear, yeah, little bit of emotion there. You don't often see much from Margaret, but she came across them, didn't hit them well.
She didn't at all. One small saving grace here is that 3 ball is positioned in a tricky spot between behind the 4. Now, So will be fully aware of that. And I'm just wondering if she's trying to leave it straight so she can screw back and maybe even get between the 9 and the 7. This is a shot with fine margins. As you can see, yeah, drawing it straight back. Key shot.
Sophia Mast through. Savannah Easton through. She's beaten Yuki Hiriguchi in straight sets. Kennedy Mayman still going, but that's 1 set all now. Kennedy was a set up. It's now 1 set all in that one. Things really hotting up now. This Pro Billiard Series, Las Vegas Women's Open. Not just around the arena, but in this one as well. This is hotting up. We're hill here.
Yeah. So we're at the table for her tournament life. I'm just wondering if she can screw back where the cue ball is now and through, so she can take the 4 into the same pocket.
There's Donnie Mills, the car sales pool player from Florida. Lovely fella, Donnie. And producers picking out people in the audience. I want to see if we've got another beard. I think we should have a best beard tournament as well while we're here.
Looks like our Only Fools and Horses character has left his seat, hopefully to be replaced with another beard. But that was a great shot by Soa here and an important part of the match. She's got round for the 6. Needs to get down the table for the 7, and the 8's not passing the 10, so needs to be particular with the positioning here.
Oh, it might do after this shot. Well, no. There is a combo on, but obviously it does go in the bottom right-hand corner.
Deep screw on this shot. Into the long rail is the hope. Didn't need the long rail, played that great. Big time to do this, Mark. Real big time. Still not getting the ideal position. This is rather straight. She's probably going to track this through towards the center pocket. Margaret can only look on at this point. Oh, she's tried to force an angle. Has done the best she could. And this to take us to a 3rd and deciding set mark.
Yeah, I think she's played well enough in this 2nd set. She's improved a little bit, so I think she deserves a chance at a 3rd set. I think that's a fair... Yeah, timeout, says referee. So Margaret has hopped out. So too has Sarah. Gethin Davis and myself, Mark White, are going to do the same. We'll be back with the crucial deciding set in just a few minutes.
Well, a warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this losers qualification matchup. You join us for the start of the third set and for a place in the last 16. Soa taking on Margaret Fefilova. My name's Gethin Davis. I'm bringing you this last set. My dear friend and colleague, Mark White. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you very much, Gethin. Let's see if there's anything doing on the break for Sarah. No, there isn't.
No. And, well, there's a good look on this one ball. No real merit in going for it, but a great opportunity for safety. A risky attempt, bringing it behind the 9 ball, was a threat of scratching in the corner. Avoided the scratch and may have been rewarded with the 9 ball popping off the cushion in the way. So is having a close inspection. Maybe there is a gap. Is the gap big enough for her to see the potting angle? Just hopping over the edge with the jump stick. And that's a good result. Okay. Fefilova can see the 1 ball, but that 6 is really hampering the queuing. Made her mind up on the line.
Well, we have our 4 p.m. match scheduled for 4, I should say. It will follow this set, depending on how long this set takes. Of course, 45 minutes until the scheduled start, I believe. Actually, I think we've actually gone over that time. I think we're running late already. Joshua Filler will take on Carlo Biardo on this table. That's right, at 4 p.m. We've still got 45 minutes to play this one.
Correct, Mark.
It will follow this match. Table 2, we're still not sure who's going to be on table 2 and table 3. Both available, of course, on Pro Billiard TV.
Yeah, lots of matches on Pro Billiard TV. If you're enjoying it, please do like, share and subscribe. I've got a feeling, Mark, you and I are returning on table 2 after this.
I was hoping we were going to stay on this table for Josh Filler.
Yeah, that's going to be a great one. And Soa was looking to make that 1. Just rattled in the centre pocket. And well, Fefilova has a good look at the 1. And she's just surveying where the safety options are. Oh, she called the combination, made the combination, and with a little bit of lady luck, has finished with shape on the one ball. She raises her hand as a gesture to Soa in a small apology, but take nothing away. She had to make that shot happen. And this is shaping up rather nicely for Margaret here. Doesn't need to do too much off the 2. And where the 4 ball is, the cannon on the 6 is pretty much a given, so good chance to take this opening rack in the deciding set.
Yeah, you must win the racks that you're supposed to win. This one nice and open, no reason. Just has to keep cue ball on the right side of the ball. Has to be careful here, control the 4 ball as well. Won't be putting a lot of pace into this. It's very easy to decelerate on these. Nicely played. And now should be out, Gethin.
I agree. At this stage of the match, nothing is a given. And it's good to see Fefalova just taking her time, walking round to the next shot, making sure whether she wants to be high, straight or low on the next ball. And that
well, she hasn't gone far enough, has she?
Oh, I was just going to say that should be good enough, but if not, that's a poor judgment and an unforced error.
Well, she had so much real estate to play into there. I think she's still okay. She seems to be getting down pretty quick. Yeah, she's fine. But she did cut it fine.
She did, and she's probably finished a bit straighter on this 7 than she wanted to. Would rather the cue ball did the work off the 7. Now she's going to have to make the cue ball work.
Yeah, this is pure pressure, isn't it? There's a great shot there of the beautifully crafted Predator Arc table. I really do like this table. I saw Darren Appleton yesterday remarking on Facebook, but he says it's as good as any table he's ever played on, which is, coming from Darren Appleton, really is quite the compliment. He's played all over the world on every single table you could possibly play on. So thanks for your kind words, Darren. We know how honest Darren is. He's from up north. They say what they like and they like what they say.
And they don't mix their words.
They certainly don't.
Fefalova not mixing her shots either on this occasion. Down the long rail into the corner pocket to take this opening rack in the deciding set. And she has mark. And a ripple of applause through the crowd. That's one step in the right direction. And just looking to put that second set result behind her. And she will retain the break. So this is starting to look good for her. And as you saw in the last break, she is starting to make balls, Mark. Sadly, on that occasion, made the cue ball as well. But will this be the sign of things to come, and will she look to run away with it at this early stage?
Well, Soledad Ayala continues her great run. She's beaten Charlene Chai in straight sets. Yumi Lim is 1 set all with Bean Hung, and Bean has taken the opening rack in their deciding set. Kennedy Mayman still going there 1-1 in sets and 1-1. in racks in their deciding set, and Kristina Zlateva has beaten Nina Torvund of Norway in straight sets.
Thank you for that, Mark. The results are coming through thick and fast. And as I may
Ball
have...
down. Eight ball straight into the corner. And a shot at the one. First time she's made a ball.
Absolutely incredible, and what a time to do it. She did make a ball in the last break, but this time she's made a ball, kept the cue ball on the table, and has a real good look at getting position on this two. But that four is a little gnarly where it's situated. There is a shot to Karom into the nine, but this two is not a gimme.
I love that word, gnarly. It's a Jamie Oliver word.
Yeah, one that's stayed in my vocabulary from my surfing days. I'm a little bit too old for that now. But yeah, it's a word that I do like to use now and again, especially when it comes to the weather out here in the Netherlands. She's just... Well, I was going to say, it looked like she just overhit it, but... From this angle, well, I think she's going to have to go for the cut.
Yeah, would have liked an angle on the three to take her into the 4-9, but I don't think she has that now, so it's going to have to be a safety, I believe.
Well, I can't imagine the combination is on.
No. Is she looking at the carom, maybe? That looks a little bit off as well. I think she's just playing the safety, surely.
Yeah, she did. Played it well. So we're back to the table. Fully expected to make contact on the four. But where that four is positioned, depending on which way she comes into it, there is a chance of the scratch.
She's looking to go 2 rails and clip it in. She could miss this altogether. She's trying to make this 4-ball.
She could cross bank it back into the other corner pocket. It looked like it was going in that direction until the double kiss. And although she's left the 4 for Felifova here, I think she's just tied up the 7 on the 6. As you see from the replay there.
Yeah, it's tied up. Work to be done in this rack.
Oh, she's played that well. She may have left herself
Great
an
shot.
angle. If she has left herself an angle to open up this 6, that is a fantastic effort from Fefilova there.
Yeah, cued it so well from off the rail. Great shot. No attempt at the pot, just the safety. Could see the jump cue.
Yeah, could see the jump cue. There is a 1 rail escape round the back of the 7. I'm not too sure if she can see enough to play the 1 rail and attempt the 5 up into the top right corner. But what she has done is she's called the top left. Now, keep your eye on the cue ball as well. Oh, the cue ball collided into the rail at the centre pocket and bounced back out, and that's left. Oh, it was the spin, sorry, Mark.
Yeah, it was the spin. I mean, she's gone all in making that. I mean, there was no attempt at any safety. I think she just went 100% for the ball. And Margaret, okay, the 6 isn't on, but there's a chance to make the 5 and get a good safety in. Yeah, certainly is. And now she can tuck her in behind the 7. A 2-0 lead at this point in the match would be, well, very valuable. Oh, it's leaked a little bit. She's left it. She's left a chance at this 6 ball.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity just to tie up Soa, giving Fefilova a great chance of taking a 2-0 lead. Well, it's not a gimme for Soa, but it's definitely on. Just wondering if she's worried about the scratch, if she's going to attempt it in the center. Don't think it's the scratch is on. Oh, Mark White. Not only did she avoid the scratch, she's come down underneath the 7 and, well, a little bit more angle than she'd hoped, but only needs to float this in.
A reminder to those watching that may not be regular viewers of the Pro Billiard series, if this does go to 3-3 in this final set, there will be a shootout. There's no deciding rack. It will be a shootout. And she's missed the 7.
She has only needed to float it in. That 9 may have come to hamper a direct line on this 7, but good opportunities for Fefilova to attack this.
Well played. Now I like going in and out of the corner here with the cue ball, swing it in and out of the corner with low left. Round 3 rails for the turn into the bottom left. That young lady there staring a 2-0 deficit in the face. Played it to perfection. Well, this is invaluable, this 2-0 lead now.
Indeed, Mark, and well, you would be remiss to think that that second set will have taken a lot of energy out of Fefilova, but it doesn't seem to have daunted her. She's held her composure. She takes a 2-0 lead in this deciding set. This will be for a place in the last 16, Mark.
Yeah, just going back to what you just mentioned there about, you know, maybe there's some fatigue setting in. She's put a lot of effort in. But I can tell you one thing, Margaret Fefilova is probably one of the fittest of the female players. I know she's got a strict workout regime. She's on a strict diet. She does lots of meditation and all that good stuff. Stamina will not be a problem for Margaret Fefilova. I'm not saying it will be for Saya. I'm not really sure of her fitness regime. She certainly looks as if she works out as well, but I know for a fact that Margaret does. Takes big care of her body and her mind, and that's what keeps you so focused in moments like this. This is the moments that she trains for. Look at the 8 ball again. It's there, is it? Oh dear.
Oh. It threatened Mark.
There you see, back to the chair, back to focus.
The one is in a tricky spot. If Soa can get past the 9 and hit the left side of the 1, then there's a great opportunity just to push the one behind the 5, but doesn't look like she's even got a sight on it at all, so she's going one rail. Marius is going to have to watch this one carefully.
Good hit.
Very good hit. And a good tap on the table of appreciation from Margaret there. I'm just wondering
Do you
if
know
you can get around
do
the
you
back.
know the origin? Do you know the origin, Gethin, of the tapping on the table? Did I tell you?
Ooh, well, I wanted to hazard a guess at excess chalk off the tip or something, but I just put it down to polite play, good manners.
Yeah, it actually is derived from classical music and orchestras. When you're in an orchestra, you're forbidden to talk, and when a musician, say a violinist, would do a very, very good solo of a part of the music, then to say well done or good job, the people would either tap their foot on the floor or their hand on their chair, as they weren't allowed to speak, to say well done, good solo. And that's apparently where it comes from. So classical music and pool, you wouldn't normally put those two things together, but Mozart was a great pool player as well. He loved a game of pool. He used to have a pool table in his room, in his house.
Symphonies on the table. Well, I know when I was young, playing in pool teams, it used to be a tap of the butt of the cue on the floor to show appreciation. Where I live now in the Netherlands, everyone seems to like clicking their fingers to acknowledge a good shot. So maybe there's different regional aspects of showing appreciation too.
I don't like the clicking of the fingers, mainly because I can't really click my fingers very well. And I keep trying to do it, and by the time I finally get a sound out, the players miss the next ball and they think I'm being rude.
Yeah, you try clicking your fingers when you've got your glove on.
Oh, I don't wear a glove. You don't wear a glove, do you?
No,
Are
I
you
do
a glove
not.
wearer?
I'm not a glove wearer, and I'm not a shoe wearer either, as I'm sure some of our fans will point out in the comment section. I very rarely have anything on my feet when I play, and I certainly don't wear a glove.
I wear a glove on my foot. Right, enough of this tomfoolery. Let's get back to this very, very important third and deciding set. Margaret looking to get on the hill. Sarah looking to keep her off it.
Yeah, she's been very composed in this third rack, Soa. She's not been rushing around. She's worked out a very good closing pattern for herself here. Now just needs to execute it and bring the scoreline back to 2-1. Otherwise, Fefalova could be getting on the hill. Oh, slow down cue ball, slow down cue ball. Just popped it out a bit hotter than she'd expected. It's just left a thinner cut on this on this 9 ball than she wanted. And to hold for the 10, she'd ideally like to play this in dead weight, but she's gone for the dead weight, center pocket. Great pot. Needed to be.
Still plenty of fight in this young Korean. She's not ready to give up just yet. Margaret's going to have to work for it. 2-1 it is then in this deciding set. Remember, don't discount a shootout either. Very, very possible if we reach 3-3, it will be a shootout.
Always the threat of a shootout, Mark. I know both of these players would like to avoid that and take this third rack without that added pressure. But yeah, that's always a looming threat over a third set thriller.
Sophia Mast and Savannah Easton already through and right on the brink of going through as well. Kennedy Mayman is a set-all with Anita Kanya, but the American is 3-2 ahead in the deciding set, so possible shootout there as well, a possible win for Kennedy Mayman, and no one deserves it more than Kennedy. She travels everywhere, keeps trying. She gets some very, very heartbreaking defeats just before the big stages of tournaments. Could this be her year to break through into the last 16? Cue ball saved there.
Yeah, cue ball was saved. Dry break. Is there a pathway past the 5 into the corner? Because if there is, it looks like the 2 has dressed up quite nicely over the centre pocket, unless it's rolled up against the rail.
Yes, Sarah holding her hand up there to acknowledge the fact that she was very lucky she didn't scratch in the side pocket. The 1 ball saved it. It was on its way. Margaret off and running.
Off and running, indeed, and a good 2-3 here. And we could see Margaret in good position to take herself to the hill in this third deciding set. And playing it like that would suggest she's playing onto the 7 ball. Does not want to hit the right hand side of the 7 as the 3 will start to track down unless she wants to go in with power.
Yeah, a bit dangerous to use any power here. She's got to just drag this in. Yeah,
Okay,
knew
that's
if
not
the
bad.
3 went, she'd be on the 4 as well. Can play with low right here. Get back to the centre of the table. This is a good chance now to get on the hill in this deciding set.
Yep, brought it back into the centre of the table. Mark will need, from this angle, it looks like, to go long rail back out to a similar position, because this is quite thin on the 5. Has the cue ball come out far enough? Let's have a look.
Well, I think she can just hold the cue ball where the 6 ball is and play the 8 to the top left. That's what she's looking at now. Won't want to be doing too much with the cue ball from here. I think she's okay. Doesn't want to end up dead straight though on the 8 ball. Needs to get back to the centre of the table at least for the 9 off of the 8. So this is the all-important shot. Looking at maybe drawing past the 8 ball now to play it into the same pocket.
Clearly she didn't fancy that 8 passing the 10. She's played that really well. Got every chance of getting onto the hill now. I'm sure she'll be thinking that. Be looking to hold her composure here. That's not bad at all, Mark. Needs to make sure of the pot. Shouldn't bring the center pocket into play. And would like to finish as straight as possible on this 10 into the bottom left corner pocket on this Predator Arc table.
Well,
Has
this
made
is
it.
good stuff here. Very, very good stuff from Margaret. And now, Sarah under enormous pressure. How Margaret would love to make a ball on the break here and keep the cue ball on the table. This is all you ask for when you're playing pool, is a chance. Sarah will be hoping for another dry break.
Yeah, great composure from Fefilova there. Needed to put herself on the hill. She's guaranteed a shootout at minimum. All the work now for Soa to do. Just looking at the matchups for our next round of play. You mentioned Carla Biado versus Josh Filler on this table. Looks like on table 2, we're going to have Fedor Gorst taking on Nayuki Oi. And that will be for you and I to take, I believe. And I will be looking forward to that. And more importantly, looking forward to Fefilova's break here. She has started making balls. The last one was dry. Leading 3-1 in this deciding set. Breaking for the match. And that will bring Soa out of her chair. And Mark, she didn't make ball. She didn't make a ball.
Yeah, it's a last break. And hasn't made a ball. Most unusual. She did make a ball, but she scratched. I apologise. But she hasn't had a successful break up to now. Oh, she's missed a combo. Wow. Now there is a bank onto the side pocket. If Margaret wants it, it will give her position onto the 2. Everything in the open. This could be a good chance here. Don't think she's going for it.
The body language from Siwa there just looked like she was beginning to give up a little. And if Fefilova can keep her in trouble, which I think she has done, well, this could be ominous signs. Big escape for her here, Mark.
Yeah, looking a little bit dejected. This is a, well, I won't say a must hit because of the position of the 4 and the 6, but she has missed it. But look where the 2's gone now. That's going to provide a nice opportunity to play the 2 and disturb the 6-4.
Great call, Mark. And that
changed the whole rack, that 2 ball going there, Gethin.
Completely. And if she can just nubble the 6 out, back out table and hold for the 3, when she gets down for the 2, this could be ideal. starts here though, Mark. Ball in hand on the 1. Yeah.
Well, she tried to move it there. That's bizarre.
I didn't think that was the shot. I felt you were right. The 2 ball was beautifully positioned. And now that makes this clearance a lot tougher, if in fact not possible.
Yeah, I mean, even if she got the cannon there, she wasn't guaranteed to be on the 2. So I'm a little bit surprised at that shot, but she's played a good safety. She got Soa in trouble again. Does have the 1 rail, 2 in the side.
The 9 does look a bit naughty where it is. I might change my mind when we look back across the table, but oh, it wasn't in the way. She's made a good contact on the 2 and got good distance. So, still in it and queuing over the 5 will make Fefilova's shot a little bit trickier.
Well, the pressure out there now is immense on both players. Another good attempt here.
Yeah, I like how she played that. Soa can get to this too, but I'm not sure she can get to the pot. She's coming off trying up the bottom rail.
Just trying to push the 2 past the 7. Great shot. Well, I'm not sure she's got the hook. Good shot though.
Yeah, that
is
wasn't
there a
far
possible?
away from.
Is there a possible 2-6-4 on here? No. Just the safety.
Great touch. And again, bringing her opponent back to the table in a difficult position. This is exactly what she needs to do at 3-1 in the lead. Ask questions of Soa. One mistake could be the difference between a comeback and clinching it at this opportunity.
Oh, great kick, unfortunate.
Yeah. Great contact. A bad result. And is that going to be the mistake that gives Fefilova the opportunity to take this match at this opportunity? That 4 ball still close to the 6 there, Mark. I can only imagine she's going to try and run into it. Now, she just gestured with her cue, looking to contact the long rail. 1 diamond across the left from the top center pocket as we're looking at the table, and then putting it down to the pace and angle of the cue ball. Oh, needed to make the pot first.
Yeah, too much concentration. Too much concentration on the cue ball there. Forgot to pot the 3 ball. Simple as that. Very easy to take your eye off the pot when you're trying to get the cue ball onto the next ball. Oh, she's overhit this, I think. She's overhit it.
By a long way, Mark. I even thought there was a call of playing it the other way around. and just bringing the 9 in between the two, but just not going Soa's way. She's clearly not her complete self, as we know what she's capable of. But let's not take anything away from her opponent. She, in this rack alone, has been putting Soa in trouble on many occasions.
Yeah, again, a loose one though. Now, can play the combo here, I think. Gethin. 8 to the side. 3 will be travelling to the right. And if she is lucky enough to be on the 3 afterwards, the 4 is now in the open. Oh, missed the 8 ball. I can't believe she's missed the 8. Looked unmissable to me. Well, different when you're on the table, though.
Yeah, the knuckle was lurking. And that's what it caught. And what it has done is it's taken the pace out of that 8 ball and left shape on the 3.
No.
It's getting to that point of the match mark.
Yeah, the nerves are becoming a big part of it now. The last 3 shots from Margaret have been a little bit iffy.
Will the South Korean spot that and look to just use that to her advantage? That is a good start.
Well, this is in the middle of the table. This is not an easy hit off one rail. Tendency to slide past them. Yeah, just like that. So now, favourite for this rack, and to pull a rack back to within 1. The Korean with a great chance here.
It does seem to be enough of a gap for that 4 to go into the corner pocket. As you can just see from that camera angle up in the top left, now our top right, and that is what Soa has played for, and she's made it.
Chance of a shootout still looming, very large.
Oh, Mark, you said the S word. I mean, this is Soa's only hope is to get to the shootout now.
Yeah, even though everything in the open, there's still a little thing called pressure, which we don't obviously feel here. When we're just talking about it, it's very, very easy from here to sit and criticise and to analyse. Unless you're down on the table feeling that pressure, the arms stiffening up. Just like that there. You would never, ever bet against her making that ball, never. She'd probably never miss that in a year in practice, never. And yet, add the pressure and anything's missable. Has she played her last shot, Gethin?
Well, judging by the layout, you would have to give Fefilova the benefit of the doubt here. But as we've just witnessed, gimmies can become trouble. So composure needed again. We've already seen this from Fefilova in the last rack.
3 balls away from the last 16, and I can confirm Kennedy Mayman has made it to the last 16. She has beaten Anita Kanyaya by 2-1.
What a result.
Oh, is there one more little twist in the tail? She's just slightly the wrong side of this 9 ball. Does she go past it and play it into the top, or can she hold it to play it into the bottom left as we look?
She might have to do what you suggested at the start and come underneath it.
Yeah,
That's
she
what
has,
she's
hasn't
played
she?
for.
Well, we've seen these miss many times going past that side point. They always seem to jut out for some reason. This is tough. She's not straight in behind it either. This for a place in the last 16.
Oh, caught the centre pocket. And look where that 10 ball's popped out to, Mark.
Well, I mentioned the points of the pocket. They always seem to jut out. They don't, of course, but it's just plays tricks with your mind. And whenever you see them 10 balls missed, it's always missed in that fashion, or trying to miss the point and play to the left-hand side of the pocket. So, still alive, 3-2. Our next match on here, Biardo against Villa. They will be waiting in the wings. It will follow this match. And on table 2, Fedor Gorst against Nokioi Geffen. You mentioned that one as being a standout fixture. Well, that's the one we've got next over on table 2. But who knows, we might even stay here on table 1. They could switch the matches over if this goes to a shootout.
Yeah, they could do indeed, and you just get this little feeling, or certainly I am, Mark, that the longer this match goes on, the better the chance that Soa starts to glimpse that confidence. And Fefilova will not want that to happen, and, well, we see Seo breaking now, trailing 3 racks to 2 in this deciding set. If she were to win this, it takes us to a shootout. Needs to make balls off the break to have the best chance. Again, that 1 ball looking like it was traveling towards the center pocket, but getting a contact, thick contact. And that brings Margaret out of her chair. I'm not going to call anything, Mark, but safety would be the order of the day here in my book. Needs the 2 or the 10 to come into play. I think there's a window. Maybe not to see the potting angle, Mark, but certainly to try and return the favour and put Fefilova in more trouble. That 1 ball slowing down nicely. Did it slow down enough? Margaret having a closer inspection. If there is anything, it will be the thinnest of edges. She's called the bank. Maybe as a bit of insurance, but that means she could see a bit more of this than I originally anticipated. Oh. And that was not far away, Mark. Don't think the 3's come to block the path, but there's a lot of traffic in between the 1 and the 2. If Seo can see the potting angle on this ball, which I feel she can, this uncertainty is how she's going to get through to the blue two. And if it's not on, I was going to say maybe she would turn down the pot, but hasn't turned down the pot, Mark, and has got herself in a real spot of bother on the two. What do you do here? Well, Seo's looking for a gap between the 10 and the 3. We'll need to load up a bit of side on this. Oh, and has played that really well. Where's the cue ball, though? Mark White, you could not write this. Fefilova with ball in hand.
Well, going to have to play a 6-9 if she's to run out here, though, or move the 6-9. Going to have to do something about that. Well, is she going for 3 fouls here? Yeah, cleverly moving the 9.
Well, the up and down seems the obvious shot to play. Seo taking a rack against Fefilova in the second set with 3 fouls. Nearly did it in the following rack. Ooh, that's finished a little weird. Right in between the 9 and the blue 2. Where's this cue ball going to go? Oh, she's caught the long rail very nicely. Did she judge it? Well, a bit difficult to see if it passes the 5. There may be a 1 rail escape. Yep, seems there is. And I think the way she's just dressed that up, she might even be going for the pot on this, down into the bottom left corner. She just had a little crouch down to see if she's left a chunk of the 2. Got a feeling she has. May run into the 8 here. Oh, cushion first. And that is not safe, Mark. When you feel the shot into the top left pocket or top right as we look at the overhead, if we were playing aggressive, but at this stage, well, there was always options to go safe. Soa hasn't. She's brought the cue ball around the table, looking for the red 3 into the centre pocket. Hasn't come far enough, but great attempt. Turning down the pot, looking to swing the cue ball up to the top of the table. That's nicely played.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot. This is not easy either now. This is horrible. She may have to swerve this or jump it.
Well, I was just looking if she could slide past the 5 and maybe come through the 6-9. That might be a shot. But no, Mark. You've called it. She's going airborne.
Could have been worse, Gethin.
Could have been. Big, thick double kiss. And that 6 ball spoiling the party for the 3 down the rail. So not too sure if she can play the 3 round the table where the 8 ball is and leave the cue ball tracking down towards the 6.
Terrible shot. Don't know what she's done there, but she's got a double kiss, I think. Like a bit of a double kiss.
That's what it looked like, indeed. I think she wanted to avoid that and bring more distance between the balls. She's called the cannon. She's made the combination and left a nice position to maybe get this cue ball out. I'm not too sure if the 9 will come into play. It shouldn't do. But maybe the center pocket will if she doesn't catch this right. So this camera angle will reveal all. Yeah, avoided the center pocket, Mark, and will we see Margaret prevent the shootout and take it at this visit?
Oh, there's every chance now. Everything in the open. Just a few little stop shots. Little draw to the 7.
And I would have to say, Mark, in the scheme of things, this is a great, well, would be a great victory for Margaret, because we know what Soa is capable of. Just floating this down off the long rail around the 9. It's gone quiet out there, Mark, hasn't it? Can hear a pin drop.
I've never heard a pin drop, have you? I've never found a needle in a haystack either. I've never been looking for one, to be honest. I'd just go and buy another needle, wouldn't you? You wouldn't bother looking, would you?
I'd be surprised if some of the younger people today know what a needle is. I used to get them stuck in my foot all the time as a young'un.
Serves you right for wearing no shoes.
There you go. Well, one good draw shot required, Mark. One roll extra would have done, but this shot to take Margaret Fefilova into the last 16 of the Pro Billiard Series Women's Las Vegas Open.
Yeah, and I've just been told that we are going to, in fact, stay on this table. They're starting table 2 already. They're not waiting. So next up on this table, Joshua Filler against Carlo Biardo. What a cracker that's going to be. Over on table 2, Fedor Gorst is up against Nurkioi.
we have got this is called a killer matchup here in Arena 1A and also Arena 2. Coming up here in Arena 1, it is the killer
Joshua Filler and Hall of Famer Carlo Beato. And then in Arena 2, get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for Fedor Gorst and Naoki Oi. Only about 5 minutes away from opening break.
Upstairs? Yeah, but it's very close. It is the closest. So I go outside. I come with. Okay. Never went that way. Thank you so much.
right, grab yourself a seat. We are just minutes away from opening break. Two big matches coming up here. And the men's open to find out who's going to be moving on to the Elite Eight. We have Carlo Beato and Joshua Filler in Arena 1A. And then over there in Arena 2, Fedor Gorst and Naoki Oi. Minutes away from opening break. Grab yourself a seat and get ready, Las Vegas.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Opens 2026. What a shot, man.
Perfect. What just happened? Look at that cue ball.
I don't think I've seen that before, too.
No way.
All right, I need you guys to be alive out there when we see some great shots. You guys seen any great pool so far, huh? Hello, pool fans, and welcome inside Arena 1A here at the Westgate, Las Vegas. This is the Predator Pro Billiard Series, the kickoff of the entire season here. We're hosted at the CSI. We have seen some amazing pools so far. Just outside this arena, we have over 450 Predator pool tables, nearly 12,000 players. I know it seems unbelievable, and it really is until you see it. If you love pool, you definitely would love this event. We started with over 128 pro players, and we are down to the Sweet 16 in the Men's 10-Ball Championship. Las Vegas, it is time to find out who is moving on to the Elite Eight. Vegas, you ready? They are absolutely ready, and hopefully you are at home as well. So let's introduce the players first in the arena. To my right in Arena 2, he is a two-time World 10-Ball runner-up. He's also the Helsinki 9-Ball champion. Please make some noise from Tokyo, Japan, the shotgun, Naoki Oi. And his opponent is a 2-time world 9-ball champion, 3-time all-around Derby City champion. He's a U.S. Open champion and a World Pool Masters champion. Please put your hands together for the Ghost, Fedor Gorst. And moving into Arena 1A, he is a 2017 World 9-Ball Champion, the 2021 U.S. Open Champion, the 2024 World 10-Ball Champion, and the 2025 World 9-Ball Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Black Tiger from Lonian, Philippines, Carlo Beato. And his opponent is a World 9-Ball Champion, World 8-Ball Champion, the World Teams Champion, and back-to-back 9-Ball Derby City Champion from Bad Honnef, Germany, the Killer, Joshua Filler. We're lagging for the break. It is a race to 4, the best of 3 sets, and sending it to the Predator press box. Take it away, guys.
Good evening and welcome to the Predator Pro Billiard Series. It's the Men's Las Vegas Open. Of course, we are live from the Westgate Resort and Casino. Our next match between, well, it's a last 16 clash actually between Carlo Beato, the Black Tiger, and Joshua, the Killer Filler. Best of 3 sets, races to 4. No golden break or early 10s, so a little bit of a rule change from last year. 10 ball must be the last ball. It's winner break. 3 foul rule is in operation. The referee for this one is Dave Pearson. It's 10 ball, of course, so that means it's call shot. I need someone in the booth to call the shots with me. On this occasion, it's going to be the lovely Gethin Davies. Hello, Gethin.
Hello, Mark, and thank you for that kind introduction. I hope everyone has buckled up their seatbelts tightly. This matchup between Carlo Beato and Joshua Filler, well, this could be a blink and you miss it affair. Had the pleasure of commentating on Carlo's opening match in the Men's Open affair, and well, he wasn't missing much at all and had a great pace around the table. And as we all know, Joshua Filler is no slouch either. Carlo winning the lag and getting us off in this best of 3 set race to 4 format.
So here we go, breaking from nearer to the centre than we've been seeing. Maybe he's found a break, but no one else has. Big spread. No reward though, unfortunately.
He actually, in the match that I was commentating in, was playing slightly softer than the rest of the players to great effect from a similar spot on the table, so clearly has got something working, but not on this occasion. And, well, quicker than our replay can play, Joshua Filler has been up and out of his chair and has put Carlo in a little bit of a predicament behind the 3. Both these players have amazing vision around the table. And there you go, there's
Brilliant.
one of them.
Brilliant from Beato, absolutely as played. Well, he's held his hand up, but I can't see that he played anything else than that, because it was always going to happen. If he caught the underside of the 1 ball, the cue ball was going to be heading back in that direction. Filler is very, very good at kicking though as well, very good. Probably in the top 3 in the game, I would say. Z shot coming up. Went a little bit wrong. The big X for that one, no Z.
Yeah, that was a very difficult one he attempted there, having to come through 2 windows to get to the 1. Just released on that last long rail. That's going to give Carlo ball in hand. The 4-5 is just looking a bit awkward. Just wondering if that's going to force Carlo to play another safety here. Well, if any of our viewers were in any or under any illusions of what was to come, Carlo is certainly showing you straight out of the blocks with another great safety. And you have to do that against Joshua.
Maybe going 3 rails here. He is indeed 3 rails past the 6, past the 2 ball rather. And look at this. Anything you can do, I can do as well, says Joshua Filler. Brilliant shot.
A few groans from the audience when they realized how well that shot was played. Unbelievable. Carlo's turn to be in trouble.
Oh, he nearly made it in the opposite middle. Called the opposite one. Catching the 10 ball and wobbling in the side. So fast, or first chance I should say, for the German, the killer filler. Trying to slay the Black Tiger. Trouble with the 5-7 though, of course. Or the 5 and 4 rather, I should say. So he's going to have to do something about that off this red 3. Left himself a decent angle. Can play this with some high right if he wants. Arc the cue ball round into the 4. Could also draw with low left. See what he prefers.
I like the
Yeah, he's
idea of
drawing.
draw. Yeah, just to take the 9 out of the equation.
Oh, Joshua Filler. Well, I hope this is on. Deserves to be on this 4 ball. Does it go?
I don't think it does from the amount of time he's taking. It's probably the longest I've seen him take over a shot in a good while. He's called it in the middle pocket. Left centre. I'm lost for words already, Mark, and we haven't even got into the second rack of this first set.
Unbelievable stuff from Joshua Filler. And I get the feeling he's in exhibition mode. Some terrific hooking, kicking. And there you see the 2 rail 5 ball. Oh, he's overdone the 5, I should say the 4 ball, overdone the 5. But what a fabulous 4 ball that was.
That's a great call, Mark. Exhibition form. And, well, the caliber of Biado, he won't be daunted by Joshua's style. And if he can get his rhythm going, we are going to be in for some fireworks and some. Oh, he's just nibbled the knuckle. And in doing so, he's left the 5 onto the centre.
Probably the straightest shooter in the world, Joshua Filler. Finished absolutely perfect on this 6. Stun over for the 7 into the same pocket. A little bit betwixt and between here. Can go to the corner, can go to the side.
Yeah, the cue ball grabbed the side very nicely for him, but the cue ball's just overrun a little bit. Oh, what a
Brilliant.
delicate cut shot, threading it through the 9 ball and the center pocket.
Loves it. He enjoyed that shot, even though as simple as it looked, he played a lovely stun follow on that 9 ball. Really was an exquisite shot. Looked easy, and I think he's giving himself a tap on the table.
Absolutely.
He enjoyed that. What a great 8 ball. And to control the cue ball between that gap was just exquisite.
Yeah, well, Joshua Filler has set his stall out for this last 16 match. We'll get the break. It'll be the first time that we see Joshua's break. But as you said, we had a little bit of everything in our opening rack. Where can we go from here?
Well, if that's the shape of things to come, we're in for an absolute belter. Because that first rack, well, I've never had my pen out so much in one rack to mark down some highlight shots, because there were certainly 3 at least in that opening rack. Ball in the corner. Shot on the 1. Everything in the open. This is looking ominous for Carlo Biardo. He's going to be 2 down within the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the 5 ball, as you pointed out, cleanly into the bottom left corner pocket, shape on the 1, no clusters.
Draw to the side rail. Hold for the 3 into the same pocket as the 2.
Drawing into the long rail very nicely. May have finished a bit straight on this 3 to be able to float up for the 4. Might see him drawing back into the long rail again here. Oh, he's followed it through. Just caught a chunk of the 4.
This is a hanger for Filler.
Hanger indeed, and has got a good bounce off that long rail. Just needs to push the cue ball through. Just get the other side of the 7. Might not
Has
have
to
come
be.
far enough.
Has to be the most talented player in the world for sure. Just won for the 3rd time the Derby City 9 ball. 700 players in that tournament. Came out on top for the 3rd year running. Just think about that for a second. Unbelievable.
Absolutely. And I had the pleasure of getting to see Joshua play in a few German tournaments many, many moons ago. And, well, not just a rising star, but made it look really easy back then, and has only developed and matured and become better and better.
Josh Filler in this mood, I think, is unstoppable. I mean, he's won the safety battle against Carlo Biardo in the first rack. And Biardo not even got to the table in this second rack. As Filler takes a 2-0 lead. Flying high. That kind of form, you just can't beat it.
No, absolutely. And talking of great matchups, you heard the introductions before the match over on our other TV table. Naoki Oi is taking on Fidel Gorst, and I had the pleasure of watching Naoki Oi's, or one of his earlier matches, and he was certainly playing with the same gusto that Joshua Filler has and was making it count. So it looks like there's a lot of top players peaking in this tournament, and well, we still have SVB lurking at the door. We've got Joshua and Carlo as we're watching now, but also Albin Ushan, Ruslan Chynakov, Mad Max Lechner, and I mean, well, even the Kaiser is banging on the door. Ralph Suke from Germany as well, as is Joshua. Making the one ball on the cut break. And getting shape on the blue too. Wow. 2 good breaks in a row from Josh. He's got it working, Mark.
Yeah, he's looking very, very dangerous at the moment. And you just mentioned Shane Van Bonen there. He's already taken a 3-1 lead. The 2 MAT TV tables 1 and 2 were actually just delayed slightly by the Sarah Margaret Fefilova match, which went all the way. That was a match full of drama. Brilliant game won by Margaret in the end. Big, big win for Margaret Fefilova. Josh Villa just carrying on where he left off in the last rack. Great break. Great long 2-ball. And a shot on the 3. He's going to have to take a 4-10 combo, I think.
That's what he just wandered down to take a look at. Just wondering if he's thinking, can I avoid that and maybe put a bit of whiz on this and come the other side of the 4. We said exhibition form. That would certainly be true to it.
Yeah, if he does try that shot here, we'll know what mood he's in for sure. But no, just the combo on the 10. 10 will be replaced. Last year it was a win, but not this year. The rule change. 10 will be respotted. But again, a beautiful layout Geffen, and it's hard to see where it can go wrong.
Ooh. Well, even if the 4 had dropped, it wouldn't have been a showstopper. The 6.
Yeah,
6 may need to be comboed onto the 8. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, I think you're right, Geffen. Yeah, beg your pardon. I was just going to say, the referee having trouble getting his hand in the pocket there. You can't have fat hands being a referee. Dave Pearson is our referee for this one, doing a fine job. Made sure he got nice and straight there, Geffen, on that combo that he was talking about.
And he's played that very well, knowing that the 6 was going to track over towards the long rail. He needed to push the cue ball in and off the short rail. And, well, we're not even 15 minutes into this. And Josh Filler looks like he's going to take the hill in convincing fashion in this race to 4 best-of-3 sets. The best starts. And he's put Carlo in his seat after the first rack.
Yeah, taking a look at Carlo there. He must be admiring this one, even though he's on the receiving end of it. You can only sit back and admire this genius at work. It's been faultless pull right from the start. It really has.
Really being spoiled. Just looking over at not just the men's open, but also the remaining players in the women's open, and it really is a who's who of the top 20. And these wonderful people in the crowd at the Westgate Resort and Casino are being treated to real great play. And there's great
30.
matches going on all over.
31 balls potted, 0 for Carlo Biardo. Elsewhere, Christopher Tevez, 3-1 down to Shane Van Bonin. Yannick Pongas from your neck of the woods, 3-2 up against Arseny Sestayanov. Ben Francis is 3-1 down to Mix Lechner. Albin Ocean is 3-2 up on Ruslan Chinnikov. Mario He is a set down already to Wojtek Szewczyk. The Kaiser 3-2 up on Daniel Maciel, and Fedor Gorst 3-0 up on Nokioi.
Oh, could it be the Kaiser's week, Mark? Could it be the Kaiser's week?
In a word, no. Sorry, Ralph, but you know, I'm a realist.
Well, there's another German in this tournament, and we've just got to see him break dry. And Biardo back at the table, as you mentioned, Mark, not made a ball yet. Has played some great shots, but this may be his first chance at sinking a ball. And he did, avoided the centre pocket, and has popped back out nicely for the for the blue 2. As I mentioned, I did have the opportunity to commentate on Biardo's opening match, and he was in superb form. Of course, he's been tamed a little bit in the opening racks here, but he doesn't need much to work with and can really produce the magic around the table, especially when he gets into his rhythm.
Well, you know, when tigers are most dangerous when they're hungry, and he'll be very, very hungry to get back into this first set, because even though how much he might admire the play that Filler just showed us, this man is very, very capable of doing exactly the same. Maybe at not the speed of Filler, but he's certainly got the talent.
Ooh.
Scraping past the 7 ball.
Lovely camera angle picking that up. There was a hair's width between the 2 balls there. What that has done is that's left Biardo in great position here. You can see the 8 ball very tight in the jaws of that corner pocket. So Carlo will want to get the cue ball as close as he can to it with a little trace of angle. Where it is now, he may just elect to not touch a rail and just screw it straight back. He's played it rail first. And this should be 3-1.
I wonder, will Joshua give me a little tap on the leg if he runs this out? He normally does if he appreciates a good run out. That was just a normal one for Joshua. Nothing special about that, what he says.
That was worth a swig of his water bottle. But as I was saying, Mark, you know, it may not be as flamboyant as Joshua, or certainly as extravagant, but this Filipino has got oozes of talent, and he won't be daunted by this challenge ahead of him. The question is going to be, will he get enough chances to convert?
Well, the ladies are in action already as well at the same time. And Kennedy Mayman is playing Cesca Centeno, and Kennedy the young lady from the US, has taken the opening rack. Remember, Savannah Easton and Sophia Mast also through from the juniors in, well, what a big field it is of women as well. So they're going very, very well, the youngsters. And we also have the junior tournament coming up for you, as well as the teams and the Scotch doubles turbo. Don't forget tonight, 7 o'clock, table 1, this very table. Darren Appleton will be up against Corey Jewell in the 14-1, the straight pool showdown. All still to come tonight.
Yeah, that should be kicking off just over 2 hours from now. Set your alarm clocks. I'm looking forward to that. I haven't seen Corey playing straight for a while. It's going to be exciting stuff. Biado got a good look at this. No real big problems. Just needing to get shape on this 3 could be the key to this rack. Oh, is he looking for a gap? Raises his hand. That wasn't where he wanted the cue ball, but it will do.
One thing you can be sure of, this match will not take a very long time, even if it goes the full 3 sets. Both players are fast compared to most other players. Biado very kind of fidgety around the table. He's got his fidgety little finger as well. He's got the little waggle going on. Apart from when he's on the rail, of course.
Yeah, it is a trademark of his. This, he had to play for this side of the 5 ball. And makes it without bother, and doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball off the 6 here to leave good angle on the 7. Both of these players looking to take every opportunity that they're given with both hands. And in as quick as fashion, Carlo has put himself in great position to bring this back to 3-2 in this opening set. Punch that off the long rail. Looks like he's come out enough to avoid the center pocket and feather the cue ball just down underneath the center pocket. He didn't feather it. No. He Z-shaped it off long rail, even better. And that will be 3-2. And Carlo's got his break working as well, Mark.
Yeah, interesting match this. We both know they're great players, but what we want to see, and what we always like to try and see, is 2 players going at it, playing their best pool. And I think that's what we've got right here, right now. 2 players in peak form in this last 16 clash. Winner will advance, of course, to the quarter-finals, and there's some nice cash involved as well for the winners and runners-up. There's a bit for everyone, really. Champion will get 45,000, runner-up 21, losing semi-finalists 10.5 grand each. 5th through 8th, 5,250. 9th through 16 will get 2,625, and there's even a bit of money, a little bit of hotel money, a bit of flight money maybe, for 17th through to 32nd of $1,313. These two want the top prize though. For Rayler. 9-ball is in, and the 4-ball, he's hit them so well. I think both of those were the 4 Raylers that he made. Shows you that you're hitting the break square, Gethin.
And it shows that Dave Pearson is getting good racks out of that Predator AeroRack. However, Carlo looks like he's left with the uncuttable 1-ball and is now looking at where he can get a safety out. And I can see maybe playing the 1-ball back up the table and maybe trying to shoot the cue ball over towards the 7, but it needed to be hit so well. How well did he hit that, Mark? Oh, wow. That definitely deserved a replay. So, just sliding past the 7-1 rail escape. Made a bit of a kick and stick out of it as well, which is, well, left a good look at this 1-ball, but it's not the easiest shot up to the corner pocket. May feel there's value in taking this on. He's called it.
Yeah, this is typical trademark Biardo, this shot.
Great shot. That gets a tap on the leg from myself. That was played extremely well. Round the 10-ball. Perfect angle on the blue too. Both these players on absolutely exhilarating. Ripple of applause. Didn't finish on the right side of the red 3, but was able to force it off the short rail, back out for the 5, and just needs to draw into the long rail, and that cue ball should pop out nicely for the 6. Wow. Looked like he decided on pushing the cue ball through. In doing so, didn't contact the ball as intended, and that cue ball has followed through into the corner pocket, and a rare mistake. You won't be seeing many from either player in this match.
Yeah, chance for Filler now to close out this first set. 4-2, the way he started. You'd have had him odds-on favourite to do that, but he's played a horrible shot there with ball in hand to get to the 6. Does he go safety up behind the 7 here? No, can't get behind the 7, so plays the 6 behind the 10. Now there may be an edge.
Yeah. Carlo, quick as you like, round there checking out the angle. He's called it. He likes it. This will be a turnaround. I think he was on the stroke of 1 second there on the shot clock mark. Whether or not that had a role in that difficult shot, well, we'll not know, but we will see Filler come back to the table. And it was a good chance for Carlo to bring the scoreline back to 3-3 and take us into a hill in our first set. Now it looks like Joshua Filler is in the driver's seat for this opening set.
Yeah, poor shot that he played on the 5-ball Carlo Biardo when it looked like he was going to square things up. But it is Josh Filler with this straightforward 10-ball to take the first set. Be interesting to see if either of them take a break. They've only been out there about 25 minutes. They are allowed to take a break after each set. Referee Dave Pearson just asking if any of them want a break. None of them do, so we're going to stay there. I didn't think they would. What's that he's got in his hand there? Was that his telephone? I think he might have just been told to take his telephone off the table. I think that's what it was. So there's the stats getting from the first set.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that POP for Joshua Filler, 897, almost 900. Biardo on 800 and still came second in the set.
Yeah, both with identical break success, identical average balls potted. I mean, not much to pick between them until you get to balls pocketed and the POP. So quick fire stuff. And I have to say, although Joshua on flying form, he gave Carlo a sniff and Carlo nearly took it and bringing it back to 3-3. Was really getting reward from his break and just didn't have shape on the one.
Well, big thanks to our sponsors, Little Monster, Kamui, Poison, the Predator Group, of course, Apex, Yalin, Box Billiards, Samsung TV Plus, and of course to Pro Billiard TV as well. Thank you so much, guys. Good to have you with us. A regular team of sponsors who are putting on some great prize money in a lot of the tournaments. 10-ball going straight into the corner. Now we've seen that a couple of times, so it means that the rack wasn't quite tight enough. Now I wonder, will Joshua be tempted to go for this 1-ball? Maybe just a little swerve on it. It would be ballsy if he did. He is, you know.
Yeah,
he's
he might only have
swerving
to
around.
turn it. It's actually not a bad shot to play. If the cue ball starts to release the spin before it gets there, it should roll through and back off the long rail up for the 2. Needs to make the pot first, though.
Yeah, it was a little bit ambitious, you could say. He did have the option of a push out or a safety, a kick and stick. He did have other options, but chose to go aggressive.
Don't think there's a pocket for the 1-ball here. So he may just want to slide off it and bring the cue ball down the bottom of the table. Would love to get behind the red 3. He's brought it into play. Well, the cue ball hadn't even stopped and Joshua was calling the pocket. Jump stick in play.
I think he's in showboat mode. I really do. I don't mind confidence.
No, neither do I. But what there is, when it comes to showboating and exhibitions, there is the propensity to have the odd loose one. And if Biardo can take full advantage of them, well, I don't know if that will try and snuff out Joshua Filler. I don't think there's anyone that can actually do that, but will certainly put the pressure back on. That's a good start. Looking from here, looks like every ball has a pocket. Yeah, you can see the 5 and the 6. There's a gap between the two, so they'll both be available for the corner at the bottom left. I'm not too sure if the orange 5 goes to the top left. If it does, that might be Carlo's preferred option here, because he's just finished a little straight on this.
Fedorgorst has won the first set also against Nukioi for racks to 2, the same score as this one. Suke has won the first one as well against Daniel Maciel. Maybe it is Ralph's year, like you said, Gethin.
Yeah, well, you can never rule him out, the Kaiser, but I can tell you something. I've had the pleasure of commentating on a few of Daniel Maciel's matches, and he's no slouch. Very composed young chap. Now, needs that cue ball to slow. It looks like it will do. Oh, well, it didn't slow up enough. It ended up rubbing into the 9. But that's not caused a problem. Could have if it had stopped on it. Nicely done. Could screw back. Screwed back to play the 9 into the center pocket. Good confident stroke. And off to the races in the second set. Carlo Biardo takes the opener, leads 1 rack to 0. In the second set, he does trail 1 set to 0, so this set is a must-win for him. Good start.
Let's bring you up to date, guys, with the latest scores from around the room. Men and women in play. Wojtek Szewczyk has taken the opening set against Mario He. It's Mario the Panda who's taken the first rack in the second set. Albin Ocean is 1 set up over Ruslan Chinnikov, the Siberian Express. Now, Ben Francis, this is a real big story, this is. He doesn't really play too many tournaments. He's the manager of a pool room in Calgary called Leather Pocket. And Ben Francis has taken the opening set against Max Lechner. Yannick Pongas, a set up over Arsenis Estevanov. Biardo, as we know, 1 down. And Christopher Tevez is a set down and 2-0 down to a man who's playing some very, very good pool here this week, Shane Van Boning. Back to this one, Biardo to break off. The slight advantage in this second set.
Made a ball. He throws the cue ball, but the cue ball did take a nudge, and that's just thrown it a bit further away from the 1 ball. See the cue ball slowing up, but the 2 comes and rattles it back down the table. Otherwise, Carlo would have been left with a much nicer shot on this one. And just to add insult to injury, the 10 ball might be hampering his cueing as well, so. Safety play from Carlo. These lads love to pot, but they still have a great safety game. Joshua calling the bottom left corner. That would lend it for the 1 rail escape. Just underneath the center pocket. Oh.
Wow, unlucky. Okay, he didn't catch the 1 ball as thick as he meant to, but very unlucky to slice off it that thin and scratch in the corner. But Biardo just getting back into this. Chance to take a substantial lead in this second set.
Yeah, just needs to be particular with this ball in hand to be able to get up for the 2. Joshua closely inspecting play. Yeah, you're right, Mark. This is developing into a great opportunity for Carlo to increase his lead here. Leaves an angle on the 4. Can float the cue ball out to center table. That 6 looks like it passes the 10. Carlo not daunted by the challenge. He's maintaining his composure, not rushing.
You got to see the lovely gold colour of the pockets in celebration of the 30-year anniversary of Predator products.
Looks very regal.
Yeah, getting rave reviews as well. The new Predator Arc table.
Yeah, I heard your mention of the comments Darren Appleton was making. That is a very nice seal of approval. Carlo Biardo staring down the barrel of taking a 2-rack to 0 lead. A very useful one in this second set, a must-win set for him.
Yeah, one way to silence Joshua Filler is to play pool like we've been seeing from Carlo Biardo in this second set. Great stuff. It's just another sip of water for Josh Filler.
Yeah.
That was his only contribution to that rack.
Well, it was a tricky escape. Made the escape, but with the thinnest of contacts on the 1 scratched, and that was all that Carlo needed. He now leads 2 racks to 0 in the second set, and will be hoping to take this to a 3rd and deciding one. And if he can keep Joshua in his chair, he's got every chance of doing it.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate to scratch off that 1 ball. Just caught it too thin. Take nothing away from Carlo, though. Stepped right up to the plate and cleaned the plate. Gobbled up every ball like a tiger would. Not Tiger Woods, that's a golfer. Oh, scratch this time for Biardo. Now then, we had the first half of this set. Joshua Filler has the chance of having the second half of the set.
Well, a little bit of a reverse of our first set, where Josh came out thumping and then Carlo threatened a comeback. It didn't transpire into a comeback. Joshua continued to win the opening set. But it's rare mistakes like scratches off the break that can swing momentums in these short races to 4.
Taking our picture there, look, hold still, Gethin.
I was just waving. Wow. He's had the arms crossed. He's used his extension now. And he's not giving anything away, and I'm none the wiser.
Well, it's the 7, isn't it, that's the problem. That's the one that's causing all the problems. He's just looking at a way to release the 10 and 7. Well, he has an angle here on the 2 ball. He could, if he wants to be really aggressive, go into them here and just hope that he's got a shot on the 3. No. Thought he might just risk a glance, but yeah, didn't try it.
I can imagine the caliber of Josh. It probably takes a lot of effort to convince himself not to go aggressive. He's so successful. Must be a real devil on one shoulder. Say, go for it, go for it. I think this is where it will happen.
Yeah, now is the time to go. Would be unlucky not to be on the 6.
Yeah, he may choose not to go in with much pace at all. Just a minimal of movement, guaranteeing 6 on... Oh, 6 into the centre, but if he did go for it, he's missed them, and if he didn't, this is also a very handy position, but he's now reduced his options to having to finish on the 7.
That will do nicely.
Yeah, that will do nicely, Mark. 10 will get respotted, but look at how he's finished up. Ooh, would have liked that to have run on a little bit more. Around the houses. Navigated successfully, and to take the pace out of Carlo Biado's train, Joshua Filler with this 10 ball. It's the score back to 2-1 in this second set. Carlo Biado needs to win this second set to stay in it and take it to a third. Joshua only needs this set to win the match, so he's now coming back to the table with the break, and as we looked at the stats earlier, they're both quite like for like, getting success on 67% of the breaks.
Let's bring you up to date with some scores from the ladies' Las Vegas Open. Jasmine Ocean has taken the first set over Margaret Fefilova. Cheska Centeno and Kennedy Mayman are 2-2 in their first set. Wan Ling Wang is 1-1 with Christina Zlateva. Sophia Mast is 2-2 with Pia Filler. Pia in action over on table 8. Her husband in action here on table 1. Han Yu is 3-1 up against Savannah Easton. Soledad Ayala 3-1 up against Christina to catch, going very, very well, the Argentinian. Chao Che Yu is 1-1 with Chihiro Kawahara, and Wei Chu Chen is 2-1 up on Bean Hunt. Here we go.
He's made a ball mark.
Down again. Yeah, and nicely on this one ball as well.
The three's gone a little bit.
Two ball though. Yeah, 2 ball went in off the break, so he's not got any real chance to plan here. He's got to go and try and get something on the 3, get in right from the get-go, hasn't he?
Agreed. He has got an angle to do it. Oh, I thought he could have just played that a little thinner, but clearly couldn't. Oh, yeah. I thought he was looking at the bank, but the 6 looks in the way.
No, I think he's looking at the bank in the side pocket, I thought. And can he get the cue ball through? But no, he's going safety. Just slicing 3 behind the 7. Whoa, what a shot.
With that. My heart was in my mouth there, Mark.
Yeah, mine too. I thought it was excellent catchy all over again in the 9-ball world final when he scratched into the corner pocket.
Oh, that's a memory. Maybe one that Catchy would like to forget, but yeah. Moments like that stick with us in the pool world.
Yeah, unusual not to see Catchy here, actually. He's one of the few top players that aren't here, to be honest.
Yeah, we've been seeing him about quite a bit, and his brother too. Also a good talent on the table. This is a shot that I can imagine Joshua is keen to take on. He's got some traffic to navigate to get shape on the 4 if he decides to.
Extension.
Well, I can tell you, over in Germany right now, it's 20 past 2 in the morning, and I can guarantee you, as I've been talking to them throughout this event, there's plenty of German fans keen to watch Joshua's performance. Beata and co. I'm sure they're egging him on. Beata has got other ideas. I'm not sure what time it is over in the Philippines, but it should be later in the morning. Guaranteed there'll be plenty watching their man Carlo out there.
Yeah, it's 9:21 in the Philippines in the morning, so good time to be watching for the Filipinos. Sure there's a few thousand of them watching. Mabuhay to all my Filipino friends out there watching.
We've got a double kiss on the 3. The 3's not gone into a potting position. Piardo has pushed the 3 into a safe position, and Joshua running around the table.
He's keen.
Wasn't far away either. Not sure that's safe enough.
No,
There
it's
is
on.
there is a window between the 9 and the 5 if he can find it for the cue ball to trace through for the 4. Obviously needs to make the 3 first. This will be down to pace.
Haha, no attempt. Guaranteed hook behind the 7 ball. No chances taken. And you can't blame him. It was a tough positional shot
It was
to get to
indeed.
the 4.
Joshua may be able to just flirt with the centre pocket, just come underneath it. Might need to check it up with pace. Oh, he did exactly that. Made great contact. Didn't get away with it though. And has left this shot on for Carlo, but that 4 has crept behind the 6, behind the 9. Oh, well, Carlo didn't give much away from his facial expression. There's a good chance that won't pass the 9, so might need to get creative here. Oh, he did. Gets a well-deserved applause from the crowd. He's played that beautifully to leave a long 4 up into the top left corner. Opened this rack up beautifully, and what a great time to get to the hill in the second set. Still needs to make sure. He's done very nicely. If he's not got too much of an angle, he can just float through for the 7. Oh, has he got too much of an angle there, Mark? Not a bother. Yeah, he made that look easy.
Class players playing class pool. Just love the way Carlo goes about the game. He doesn't hang around. He's got that short little cue action. Tremendous knowledge. It just looks like he enjoys his pool all the time. Doesn't even get right down on the cue sometimes. Nicely done. On the hill. Filler with it all to do in this second set. I think we will be seeing a third set, and we don't mind that at all. Not when it's this entertaining. Really is terrific stuff to watch. How lucky are we getting to just sit here, watch some great pool, and do a job that we absolutely love. Fabulous, isn't it? What a great life.
I truly feel blessed, and well, you mentioned our sponsors earlier, but the credit goes to them for bringing the money into these tournaments and getting the greatest players to these events. And well, you can just stick your finger with your eyes shut on the schedule and pick top class matches right the way throughout. And well, this is a pool of the highest quality. And I mean, Carlo, so easy to get daunted by the way that Josh came out, such virility, and he's just kept his composure, and this is a joy to watch. Both players are getting their breaks working as well.
Got a result to bring you. Shane Van Boning has beaten Christopher Tevez in straight sets 2-0. So Shane Van Boning, the first man through to the last 8.
Well done, Shane.
Yeah, and he will play the winner of this match. So Shane Van Boning will play either Carlo Biardo or Joshua Filler. They've just played each other in an exhibition at Amsterdam Billiards in New York, Joshua and SVB. Maybe they're going to be playing it for real. Carlo Biardo, of course, has got something to say about that. He leads 3-1 in this second set, very much in this match.
Yeah, and after that dry break, Josh was left with an option to push. Didn't. But I don't think he's left this one ball on. Well, certainly not onto the centre. It does go to the bottom left corner. Carlo's having a good look at it.
Well, when they were warming up, when Carlo was at the table, he made a point of practicing some shootout shots. And he's got the most bizarre way of shooting the shootout shot as well. If you've never seen it, well, if we go to a shootout, you will see it. Carlo absolutely smashes the 10 ball into the corner on the shootout shot. But he was practicing it. Maybe that's a little bit of an omen. Very possible, of course. Biardo on the brink of winning this set to level things up. Joshua going airborne.
Cool, wasn't far away either. Not too sure if there's a gap between the 3 and the 6 for that corner pocket. If not, Carlo's got a great opportunity to freeze the cue ball up against the 4. Called it, might be on. Threaded through the eye of a needle, and that it's not a bad shot at all. He can come back across the table for the 3, and that 4 does have the corner pocket available for it. The little finger waggle, and came through lovely for the 3. Could just screw back a touch to take the 4 into this bottom left corner pocket, and then it's all about position on the 5, taking that 6 out the way.
Would have liked to have got to the to the long rail here. I don't think he's got that angle. Maybe he has. Yes, maybe just. Or maybe just a straight draw. Oh, he was trying to force that angle that I was talking about, Gethin, and he's pinched the pocket too much. Didn't have to do that, you know. He could have just drawn back for the 5 ball. Just draw past the 6 ball and it'd been on the 5. But he was a long way off, trying to force that angle. Well, is that a big turning point in this match?
In the scheme of things,
had
Mark,
his chance to win the set. Oh, Carlo, what have you done?
I say, Mark, we have not seen many errors at all in this match as we're at the tail end of the second set. But will that prove costly in the scheme of this second set? Well, we'll find out soon. Joshua will be certainly looking to take this rack and take it to 3-2.
Well, there's still a chance that Filler can win it in 2 straight sets. It looked for everything like we were going to go to a decider. We still might be. But Josh Filler right back in this set now at 3-2 and breaking.
Yeah, and one good break could see Joshua very quickly onto the hill. In the same breath, the right opportunity for Carlo, and we could be into the third set. So difficult to call, but you do feel that a good break from Joshua would put the advantage back to him to get this to Hill. But I'm not going to say anything, Mark. There has been some great shots from both players, and it really is who gets the first opportunity.
Well, Albin Ocean has beaten Ruslan Chinikov in straight sets. He's just won the second set 4-1. So the Siberian Express has been brought to a shuddering halt by the smooth operator himself, Mr. Albin Ocean, through to the quarterfinals here in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
He will play the winner of Mario He and Wojtek Shevchik. So may be a quarterfinal matchup against his good buddy Mario He, but Mario's a set down at the moment to Wojtek Shevchik.
Ooh. Panda needs to step up a bit, and ball's made off the break. The one cleanly into the center pocket. Is there a gap for Josh to attack this too? Certainly looks like it from this angle. Oh, and we saw Carlo miss a shot into that pocket just now. It's Joshua's turn. He's got away with it though, Mark.
Yeah, big time. Was trying to steal some angle, I think. Bit annoyed about missing that. Carlo Biardo doesn't have a full 2-ball to go at, but he has got the right-hand side of it as we look. Looking for cover behind the 5.
Needs it. I think he has. Josh is going back. Oh, I thought he was walking back for his jump stick. Maybe he has got a good full ball of this. And if so, there's a good chance he can thump the cue ball over towards the 9-ball.
What a shot.
Wow.
What a shot he's played there. Exactly where he put his hand. Brilliant.
I actually didn't think that shot was on. I thought he was going to run into the 6 all day. What do I know in this commentating box? Fantastic. Got a bit more of an angle than he'd liked if he wanted to take the 4 into the center pocket here. So should have liked to take it into the corner instead.
Key shot coming up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's flat enough to just screw back and take a longer shot on the 6, or if he's going to have to force a little bit. Yeah, forced it through to great effect, bringing the cue ball square down the center of the table. Just over the halfway mark to the 6 ball. Makes the cut, brings the cue ball around the 8. 2 cushions, lovely for the 7, and well, you made the call, Mark. Joshua getting right back into the thick of this second set. Would love to be taking it to the hill. decided to take rails out of play and just screw straight back. That cue ball has overrun some. So not really the opportunity just to float it into the corner to hold for the 10. Oh, had to thump it. And 2 mistakes from Filler. I say that with a big hint of surprise, because neither of these players you'd expect to make mistakes. As it is, Carlo now looking to clinch this second set. Oh, what do you say about that, Mark?
Well, it was missable, but I expected him to get it. I'll leave it at that. But it looks like we're going to go heel, because Filler is not going to miss from here. That is one thing that you can, well, be sure of.
And a great zoom in to see his reaction on that 10 ball. Not going completely to plan, but nevertheless, it's come to him. And he'll be breaking on the hill in the second set, and what looked like Biardo's for the taking. Well, it's now turned round into a bit of a nail biter. If Filler can take this. Sorry.
Unusual colour for a glove, I thought, Geffin. Now, I've never seen a dark green glove. I've seen like a fluorescent green one, like the, you know, like the new BK Rush that we see, the bright coloured butts. I've never seen a dark green glove, though. Looks like British racing green.
You just took the words out of my mouth. Maybe that's to signify the speed he plays at.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Ducky. 10 ball. Looked like it was going all the way.
1 cleanly in the centre, the 10 cleanly in the corner, and not a real good look on the 2 ball at all. So it's not going to be a break and run. Well, not from the looks of it here. We should see Carlo coming back to the table.
Poor shot. Thought about it twice and still got it wrong. Needed some spin to hold the cue ball behind the purple 4 there. Okay, he's not done any big damage, but he has given Carlo a free look at this 2 ball. We know he's dangerous when you give him a safety shot to play. It's dangerous when you give him a kick to play.
That's a great point to make. He's had a good look at his options here. I didn't hear the call. Did you catch a call, Mark?
No, I didn't. I caught a cold last week.
Nicely
done.
There.
Always finds something, doesn't he? Always finds a great safety, Biardo.
Yeah, and it
Full
wasn't
cover
immediately.
behind the tent.
It was not immediately obvious either. He sits back down in his chair, but he'll be happy with that. Filler returns to his chair. And he's brought his airfare with him.
Lufthansa will be taking off in a few seconds and landing 1 second later.
No, I don't know if it was the 6 or the 2, but he's called something down in the bottom right corner. Two ball in the vicinity. It's run into the 6, and I think that cue ball stopped up short to bring the 8 into play. A chance for Biardo, but if you have a look where the 3 is,
I'm not sure.
He's not giving much away.
No, he's not on it. He is on it. Oh, I didn't think he could get through to it. They say camera never lies. They do.
Yeah, on this occasion, was able to make it, and that was backed up with position on the 3 as well. This could be the chance he needs. He's had a few racks whilst being on the hill. It won't. Oh, that's the
dear.
second time.
Oh dear, now look what he's done. The only lucky thing that's happened there is it's gone close to the rail, and I don't think Joshua can get to the bottom of the cue ball. Does he need to? Oh, he's digging down.
Oh my lord.
I tell you what, that's brilliant. Well, having said that, yeah, he's okay. 5 ball does go in the side. What a shot from Filler. And this is to win the match, remember, and a place in the quarter-final against Shane Van Boning. What a prospect that is, SVB against Joshua Filler.
Doesn't get much better. I think we're just going to be spoiled now from here right on through to the final. They're all winners. They're all top pros. And these two are at the top of their game, and look at how this is panning out. 3-3 in the second set.
Yeah, the quarterfinals for the men, 11:30 tomorrow morning, Las Vegas time. And if that one doesn't make the TV, then I don't know what will. 3 TV tables we have for you. Tables 1, 2 and 3. No commentary on 3, but some of you might prefer that. I don't know.
We don't want to know.
Yeah, just leave it at that.
Take it easy on us,
So
please.
it's 9 and the 10 ball for a great victory after being 3-1 down in this second set. Don't want to jinx it, but in goes the 9. He's not going to miss this 10 ball. Joshua Filler has done it yet again. Started off like an express train and has finished in the same style. Absolutely fantastic from Josh Filler. The handshakes all around. Thank you, referee Dave Pearson. Carlo Biardo. It will have to be the World Teams or the Scotch Doubles Turbo for him. Joshua Filler moves on to play SVB tomorrow morning, 11:30. Coming up on this table next, Corey Jewell in a not one pocket, it's straight pull challenge against Darren Appleton. Thank you so much to Gethin Davis for joining me on this match. It's been an absolute cracker. But from him and myself, Mark White, it's good night for now.
Appreciate it.